Chapter 501 Hyuga Sogitsu vs Itaki. Hyuga Sogitsu defeated Akihiroshi's peacock magic with one punch. It must be said that the peacock magic is indeed very desirable, it can attack and defend, and it can even fly. In simple terms, it is to materialize your own chakra and use it like a peacock's tail feather. However, no matter how powerful the peacock magic is, it depends on the person. It is completely useless against Hyuga Sogitsu. The attack she just made was the mountain-breaking strike in the soft fist, which can be regarded as a lower-level version of the divine sky strike. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Sogitsu secretly learned the Hyuga clan's soft fist when she and Dohei and others hid in Konoha to watch the show. Therefore, she can use even the main family's soft fist at will. At most she will modify it so that people will not think of the soft fist. The power of the soft fist depends on the chakra and control power, so in Hyuga Sogitsu's hands, the power is really as the name suggests, even a small mountain can be smashed. Kill him. Attack. Several star ninjas came over, and fired a large number of kunao and senbon at the same time, and even some kunao had ignited detonating tags on them. Hinata Kangyu's face was calm under the mask, and she could hide at any time if she wanted to. The problem was that after getting a hint from Dohei, she had already found something wrong. Daxiao. Uchiha Itaka had already approached. Although the opponent's disguise was very good, it was okay if she didn't pay attention, but once she paid attention, it was difficult to miss the opponent's chakra that was more than other ninjas. Even though the Uchiha clan was not as good at chakra as the Senju and Uzumaki clans, after opening the Manjiki, the chakra will also surge under the stimulation of the pupil power. The simplest example. Chakra is refined from spiritual energy and cell energy. Now the spiritual energy, that is, Yindun, surges, and the chakra will naturally surge. Therefore, compared with the level of the senior ninja, the chakra of the filial son is completely different from that of the senior ninja, and at least more than 10 cards. Note that the ka mentioned here refers to the one in the original plot. The current Kakashi is different from the original plot. Without the burden of the Manjiki, and because Lin is still alive, he walked out of the shadow directly, and his strength improved very quickly. He regained some of his super genius style. Of course, in order to cooperate with Dohei's plan, his performance is still as decadent as before. So, Kakashi now really can't be viewed with the original eyes. Itaka's mood fluctuated a little. Because the Akira organization is a dangerous target that Konoha has been pursuing, but there is no clue at all. Unexpectedly, he met the other party this time. As a Konoha ninja, he naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity, so he prepared to catch it. Because he also knew that the Kara organization appeared on the night of the nine-tailed fox. If he could catch the other party, would he be able to? Did you find out the truth of that night? Itaka's mood swings are also because of this, not just because of the Anbu's mission. Unfortunately, no matter how high his combat IQ is, he can't know that it is the reincarnation eye of Hinata Sogitsu, but it has a full vision without blind spots. It is impossible to sneak attack when facing her. Opportunity. Itaka slashed with a ninja sword from behind. Accurate and fierce. Although Itaki is not famous for physical skills, he is definitely at the first-class level. The key is sneak attack. A cage-level strongman sneak attacking from behind in a chaotic battlefield is absolutely deadly. Shinra Tensei. Hinata Sogitsu stretched out his right palm. Boom boom. A terrifying and incomparable repulsion exploded. The earth was torn apart, the air was squeezed, and everything was blown away. Learn about it in all directions and without any blind spots. And thanks to her, this trick is no longer a secret. The names and effects are all exposed, at least there won't be any advantages like killing at first sight. The most tragic thing may be the god Nagato or pain. Crazy style. At least there is no way to stand high, and you will be forced to get full when you appear. It can only be said that among the people who have been harmed by Tangping, the Akatsuki organization is also a sufferer. Even if we don't mention the three undercovers Kisame, Orochimaru, and Konan, Pain's two abilities alone are not as useful as before. At least once the ninjas are mentally prepared, if they are strong enough, it will not be difficult to deal with it. Just like this time. When the star ninjas were crushed one after another, there were different reactions behind them. Pepet, pipe. The harsh crow sounded. Itaka's entire body turned into crows and flew away. When Tangping, who retreated not far away and looked at the battlefield by the light of the fire, saw this scene, he complained in his heart. As expected, it's the weasel god who is as showy as the wind. The reason why the other party was so popular before he traveled through time was simply because of his ninjutsu and skill that were so cool that he had no friends. Just like the current crow clone technique, it is simply a show-off. There are two major factions of psychic beasts in the Uchiha clan. One group is the contracted ninja cats, which can help collect intelligence and help in business, which is considered the mainstream. The other faction likes contracted crows, is good at illusions and dazzling skills, and follows the technical stream. In other words, it is because of the existence of the psychic beast Tai Yi that the ninja crow style has grown. Otherwise, there would not be many people who would choose the ninja crow style. It's not that this genre is not strong, it's because there are too few people who can follow this genre. But Dodozi is definitely the strongest in this school, because in terms of combat wisdom, he is truly invincible. Nice reaction. Hinata Kangyu stood in the center of the bowl-shaped crater left by Shinra Tianzheng, turned around and looked at the crowd of crows behind her. Although she knew that there must be something special about the other person being often complained about by Tang Ping, she really didn't expect that he would be so outstanding. A dozen scattered crows all contain the opponent's chakra. It was a completely incomparable illusion and clone technique, so that she couldn't even see the flaw. What is the purpose of your shell organization? The crows gathered together like a ferret. Fortunately, he had read the information himself, so he was able to use the crow clone technique at the critical moment and avoid the attack in time. For love and justice. Hinata shouted the organization slogan to Kangyu. You can't say that you are using this vest to do things that your true identity can't do, right? What did you do in Konoha on the night of the 9 tails? Itaki asked in a rare urgent voice. He really wanted to know this question. Who knows this? If you catch me, wouldn't you know everything? Hinata Kangyu has almost transformed into the shape of Dohei, and even her tone of voice is somewhat similar. And Uchiha Itaki also understood that it was impossible to know the truth about the Night of the 9 Tails through questioning, and he could only catch the other person first. So the fighting spirit broke out in him, making Hinata Kangyu feel a sense of threat. Yes, that's it. Only in this way can you know the truth about that night. Sun and Kangyu let themselves go. Note, normally she is a good girl around Tang Ping, but this is her true self. Dark and crazy. It is precisely because he understands her character that Tang Ping takes her with him wherever he goes, and at the same time rarely lets her go on missions alone, otherwise God knows what will happen. The task will definitely be completed for you, but if it's not the kind of result you want, let's talk about it separately. Itaka jumped up high and formed seals with his hands to perform the spell. Fire escape. Impatience flower claws are red. Brilliant sparks bloom in the night sky, looking extremely gorgeous. But within this splendor there is a deadly murderous intent. Blossoming flames shot toward the sun and the moon like lightning. If it's just flames, it naturally doesn't have much lethality, because the flying speed is just that. But Impatience flower claw red is a B-level ninjutsu, so naturally it's not that simple. The speed of the fireworks suddenly accelerated, submerging Sun Xiang Kangyu in the pit on the ground. Because there are shurikens hidden in these flames, they can fly so fast. Chapter 502 Stage. In the dense crashing sound like raindrops. A layer of translucent chakra blocked all the shurikens wrapped in flames. Similar to the move of returning to heaven. Like the Kaden of the Hyuga clan, when used it makes so much noise that people can recognize it at a glance. But the version of Hinata Kangyu belongs to the type where the movement is minimal and the envelope is even smaller. Being able to achieve this level is naturally because her precise control of chakra has reached a terrifying level. Byakugan can assist in controlling chakra, which is also the core of Soft Fist. As for the Tsengagen, which assists in controlling chakra, it absolutely crushes the Byakugan, so Hyuga Kanjutsu's Kaigen is completely different from the Hyuga clan's style. Even though the principle is the same. It is equivalent to gathering energy into a blade, except that it is centered on oneself. She has already demonstrated her ability in this area before, and this is just an expanded application. As her reincarnation grows, her strength is also released. Passing by the Orochimaru base in Tiano country, cultivation has entered a period of use. If you are desperate, you can even enter the reincarnated eye mode and directly use the 9 seeking jade to perform the full moon performance. But if you play this way, you can use up the reincarnation eye in one go. Based on the fact that it will not affect the reincarnated eye, it is at most the level of a Taoist jade. It was precisely because of knowing the strength of Hinata Kangyu that Dohei dared to bring her alone, even though he knew that there were a lot of forces watching the Star Ninja village. Now, Hinata Kangyu just wanted to see the filial son's strength, so she was not in a hurry to go all out. Otherwise, enter the reincarnation chakra mode directly and get the result quickly. Finding that the ninjutsu was blocked, Itaka didn't panic at all, because this was part of his plan. Fire escape. The art of powerful fireball. He fired another fire escape. Fierce. A violent fireball flew out. Mountain breaking attack. Hinata Kangyu smashed the How fireball with one palm. It's not that mountain breaking strike is stronger than divine sky strike, it's just that it saves energy. At the same time, she glanced around and found that neither the Star Ninja nor the people from the major forces had any intention of leaving at this time. The reason is also easy to understand. At present, the goals of the major forces have not been achieved, and they also want to see if they can gain some advantages. After all, the shell organization is also one of their targets. There was no chance before, but now the opportunity is in front of them, even if they have to take some risks. The Star Ninjas did not dare to run. If you leave now, there is really no way to survive. Now that the enemy doesn't want to attack them immediately due to the sudden intrusion of the shell organization, it doesn't mean they won't pursue them if they escape. Tang Ping was watching from the edge of the battlefield, and he would attack whoever escaped. Only under the tacit understanding of the three parties, so many people were watching. What a great audience! Looking at them watching the show quietly around them, Tang Ping nodded with satisfaction. He has channeled Chobimaru and asked him to take care of those guys who want to escape for him. The performance wasn't over yet, so he naturally didn't want to let the audience leave. Today is also the moment when the Tensagan officially debuts. There must be enough viewers no matter what. The center of the village. The two sides fighting constantly tested and attacked and defended. An attacker found that no matter how he attacked, he would be blocked by the opponent, making him feel like he was trapped in a cobweb and unable to use his attack. Now he faces a choice. Do you want to use a kaleidoscope? Although he can still be regarded as a shadow level without using a kaleidoscope, after all, after upgrading to the kaleidoscope, the Sharingan will be strengthened, and all aspects will be improved accordingly. But using the kaleidoscope and not using it are completely different things. If you really want to use it, it wouldn't be surprising to face the strong shadow level directly. After all, there is no qualitative difference between the two levels of Cage and Cage. Otherwise, Onoki and the Third Raikage would have swept through the ninja world long ago, and they would not have been blocked again and again. Finally, Itaka thought about the increasingly radical tribesmen and came to a conclusion in his mind. If we knew the truth about the Night of the Kyuubi, we might be able to stop the village from suppressing the Uchiha and prevent the rebellion of the tribe, right? Even if he knew he was lying to himself, Itaka was still willing to indulge in it. A pair of blood-red triangular dart-shaped kaleidoscopes appeared in his pupils, which were just a little less rhythmic than Shisui. As expected of a good friend, even the kaleidoscope is similar. Does he have a kaleidoscope like the Uchiha who appeared on the Night of the Nine Tails? Hinata Kangyu seemed to be mumbling to herself, but she also revealed a lot of information. Uchiha appeared on the Night of the Nine Tails. She was not talking nonsense about this. After all, the Byakugan was indeed an Uchiha and had a kaleidoscope. The problem is, she didn't explain who this Uchiha was. Yet, Itaka was wondering who the Uchiha was who took action at the same time. After a series of tests, he started the real attack. He was able to fight with ease just now, but from now on he will be dancing on the tip of a knife. Come on, let me see if you are worthy of these eyes. Even if Hinata Kangyu's voice was changed by the bone mask, people could still hear her inner excitement and anticipation. How could she not be excited and looking forward to being able to fight against Kaleidoscope soon? If she has red eyes, because Tang Ping is there, no matter how fierce the two of them fight, they will never do anything, so if she has the opportunity to beat up Mangekyo, she would love it. Of course, she would not be careless. The pupils under the bone mask were already a deep and gorgeous starry sky blue. Submit yourself to these eyes. The filial son didn't mean to talk, and that's not his style. He just acted harshly without saying much. Pipipi. Crows flew out of his body. Real ninjas, especially powerful ninjas, can use the same technique to perform tricks, so even if they know the opponent's intelligence, it does not mean that any ninja can use this to solve the opponent. Just like Itaki at this time, this technique is obviously related to the crow clone technique, but it is somewhat different. Hinata Kangyu did not take the initiative. Because she is not a newbie, she naturally knows that facing such a skilled person, she must not being able to be led by the opponent makes it easy to fall into the opponent's trap. Pepet. Among the crows surrounding her, one suddenly flew in front of her. Rumble. A huge explosion sounded, swallowing up Hinata Kangyu, who was motionless. Crow bomb? It can only be said that Ataka's move was truly unexpected. The crow, which was originally thought to be just a cover, instantly turned into a weapon. It was really difficult for people to react. Nice technique. The sun and the moon appear from the side. And in the place where the crow exploded, there was only a fragment of a wooden pile. Substitution. One of the basic 3 body techniques for ninja students. Isn't it just showing off your skills? No one will be the same. The art of Phoenix Immortal Fire. The ferret breathed out a large amount of flower-like flames. Poof. Only using ninjutsu, Itaka's back was pierced by a translucent cylindrical blade. It's the razor's edge. That is, chakra that rotates at super high speed. The principle is similar to Kaiten, but the shape and size change drastically. Even steel can be easily pierced, let alone flesh and blood. At this time, Hinata Kangyu standing in front turned into white mist and dissipated. Clone technique. The one just now was just a clone, and the one behind you is the real body. But before Hinata Kangyu could speak, the Ataka who was stabbed by him also changed. Pipipi. The body turned into crows and flew away. Crow clone technique. This secret technique combined with spiritualism is really easy to use, combining coolness and practicality. Amidst the crisp piercing sound, Hinata Kangyu was stabbed through the heart with a ninja sword by Ataka, who appeared behind him at some unknown time. It wasn't that Ataka didn't want to capture the target alive, but because he knew how dangerous the target was, so he attacked directly. Anyway, as long as he brought back the head, he would be able to know the truth about the Knight of the Nine Tails. And this scene also shocked the onlookers. Chapter 503. The mentality explodes. What's going on? No way. That's it. The ANBU of the major ninja villages, as well as the remaining Akahashi and others, were all extremely confused. Because the opponent was domineering and strong just now, they were beaten to the point where they lost their temper, and most of them even died in the hands of the opponent. But now it's like he's a different person, being easily solved by others, which is too confusing. It was only after careful observation that they discovered one thing. It turns out that the ninja sword missed. It was originally meant to be stabbed at the heart, but it was directed to the side, so the piercing sound just now was not that the opponent's body was pierced, but that Ataka's abdomen was pierced with a kunao by Hinata Kangetsu, who did not look back. How ridiculous your arrogance is in front of my eyes. Hinata Kangyu, who had her back turned to Ataki, said something in the other person's tone. It's impossible for Byakugan to be attacked by someone, let alone the Tsanjigan, so it's basically impossible to stab her in the back. Itaka didn't say much and pulled away, leaving only a pool of blood. Except when facing his stupid Ou Daudu, he doesn't talk much. It's just that he really didn't expect that his carefully designed sneak attack would be noticed by the opponent. However, he was not at a loss. He used a little injury to realize that the sneak attack was useless. Gilu. At the same time as the back jump, Itaki also drank a bottle of healing potion. Now that this thing has become Konoha's strategic material, the ANBU will naturally not distribute it, but Ataki is the young leader of the Uchiha clan, so of course he is indispensable. It can only be said that this is just a matter of eating a bowl of rice and betraying the bottom of the bowl. It's no wonder that Tang Ping is unhappy with him. Fire escape. The art of powerful fireball. He breathed out fireballs. A misunderstanding must be explained here. That is, the fireball seems to be spit out from the mouth, but what is spit out is fire escape chakra, and it will not turn into flames until it is a certain distance from the mouth. If what he spit out was really fire, he would have been roasted long ago. Therefore, you can use this type of ninjutsu even if you have a mask on, and there is no need to take off the mask. Fierce. The fierce firelight lit up the night sky. It should be almost done, right? Tang Ping looked at the battlefield and muttered to himself. The trial phase should be almost over. Itaka will definitely turn it up immediately, because even if his chakra is greatly increased due to the kaleidoscope, it is only about 10 calories, which is not at the same level as an existence like Hinata Kanj, who has almost 100 calories. The facts were as he expected. Go's fireball technique was shattered by a mountain-breaking strike. The flames obscured his vision for a moment, and Itachi's kaleidoscope in his right eye was activated directly. Amaterasu, Amaterasu. A black flame appeared silently on Hinata Kangyu's body. Amaterasu. Although the name has been borrowed by Tei, they are two different flames. According to legend, Amaterasu's temperature is comparable to the surface of the sun. This is completely a rumor. If it were to be as hot as the sun, nothing would be able to block it, and everything around it would melt and evaporate. Therefore, the temperature of Amaterasu is extremely high, at least higher than that of Tanghei's Amankanjianjian, but not as high as the surface of the sun. And the most terrifying thing about this pupil technique is not the temperature, but one point. Fight to the death. It will not be extinguished until the target is completely burned. Even if you jump into the water, this flame will not go out, and this is the scary thing about this kaleidoscope's ability. If you don't know the information, you will probably be killed on first sight. But how could Hinata Kangyu not know? Intelligence, so he stepped directly out of the black Amaterasu flames. Itachi, who was covering his bleeding right eye, felt a little depressed. He was only a teenager now, not yet at his peak in the future. Because he really doesn't know why the other party can ignore his Amaterasu. And Hinata Kangyu is not a big talker, so of course she will not directly throw away the layer of chakra that has just covered her body, and at the same time, she can ignore Amaterasu and say it. Yes, Amaterasu is indeed overbearing and difficult to deal with, but as long as you know the information in advance, you don't have to think too many ways to deal with it. Anyway, Tang Ping, who has watched the plot, has no less than 5 ways to deal with it. The advantage of predicting is great. That's why he has to do his best to maintain the original plot, and then use this advantage to accumulate strength so that he can directly overturn the table at the critical moment. Itachi is a key link that affects the future. If Dohei doesn't want to take advantage of prediction, he can kill him now. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Because compared to the layers of masterminds behind the other party, he is just a cup, tragedy, and a tool, drama, on the coffee table, and it is really not worth spending too much time on. Well, Dohei definitely has no intention of borrowing the opponent's sword to weaken Konoha for himself. Uchiha, too many, isn't it? Although the population of the Nagafusa lineage has been greatly improved under the support of Dohei, it is still not as good as the Uchiha in Konoha. At the same time, the surname Uchiha cannot be used. But once something happens in Konoha, things will become interesting. Uchiha orthodoxy is at the castle tower. By then you can completely say this. But aside from that, Itachi was panting at this moment. Amaterasu's ultimate move was cracked, so he had to adjust his plan. But at this moment, Hinata Kangyu, who had left Amaterasu's flames, flicked her right hand lightly. Buzz! A cylindrical translucent sharp blade appeared. Gather the energy into a blade. This weapon can be regarded as a continuous return to heaven after a change in form. Whoosh! Hinata Kangyu took the initiative to rush forward and engage in close combat with Itachi. At this time, she had not had enough fun, so there was no way she could let him go. Click! The Anbu ninja sword in Itachi's hand was cut off with one blow. If he hadn't stepped back in time, his whole body might have suffered the same fate as the sword. It's not that Anbu purchased any Pinduoduo product. In terms of quality, this ninja sword is still very good. The problem is, it also depends on who you compare with. When colliding with the sharp blade formed by Hyuga Kanjutsu's secret technique Razor's Edge, unless it is chakra metal or a divine weapon, cutting it off with one blow is completely a basic operation. Even Danzo's wind release and vacuum sword can still do it. In close combat, Hinata Kangyu is the real overlord. Even if Uchiha fights with her, she will definitely not use taijutsu. Instead, she will use ninjutsu and occasionally use illusions to harass her. In terms of pure physical skills, I feel like I have never lost. Itachi seemed to be struggling, but this was also the opportunity he was looking for. Because only in this case could he determine whether the person in front of him was a clone or a real person, so he seized an opportunity. Tsukuyomi. The kaleidoscope in his left eye rotated, using this illusion. In an instant, Sun Xiang Kangyu, who was originally suppressing the opponent, came to a blood-red space. Here it is. Looking at the sudden changes in the surrounding environment and the appearance of being tied to the cross, Hinata Kangyu had a vague understanding. This is the illusion space, and everything will be under my control. A famous attacker stood up, holding a ninja sword in his hand. It seemed that he was planning to stab Hinata Kangya with a ninja sword for a few days, tormenting her and causing her mental collapse. Anyone who is stabbed for several days in a row will collapse. In the original plot, Kakashi was hit by this trick and fell down on the spot. It's not that his will is weak, but because this kind of torture is indeed not something that normal humans can bear. Now, you will suffer endless pain, but if you tell the truth about the Night of the Nine Tails, I can make it easier for you. At the same time as Ataka spoke, he stabbed Hinata Kangya directly with a knife. Hiss! There was a sound of inhalation due to excessive pain. Although it is an illusion, the pain is no different from that of a real body being stabbed, or even more painful. Because this affects the spirit and soul, it is also the reason why in the original plot, after Kakashi was attacked, he lay in the hospital for a while even though he was very healthy. Just because the body is fine does not mean that the mind and soul are fine. In fact, problems in this area are the most serious. Is this the only level? That's far from enough. Hinata Kangya tasted the pain, and became familiar with this illusion, and wanted to turn against the guest. Yet, Itaka kept stabbing Hinata Kangya with the sharp blade in his hand. The problem is, the more painful it is, the more excited the smile on Hinata Kangya's face becomes, as if this is not torture, but a kind of enjoyment. It's quite exciting. I have to say, even Itaka is a little numb. The passage of time in the illusion space was soon reaching its limit, and Itaka's mood became cold. Chapter 504 Complete Torture. Indeed, here, you can control everything, but these will consume your pupil power. If the target's pupil power is stronger than yours, then who is in control here? Hinata Kangya asked in hoarse voice with a touch of excitement. Because she has figured out the situation in the illusion space. This is a space composed of pupil power, that is, yin escape. No matter how strong your body is, it is useless here. But if the target you are dealing with is a being with stronger eyesight, then the other party will not have no chance to turn the other side. In terms of pure eye power, she far surpasses him. The problem is that the opponent has the home field advantage. After all, this illusion space is the opponent's structure. Therefore, Hinata Kangya had not been in a hurry to fight back before, but continued to find out the intelligence here while enduring the pain. Now, the opponent's energy has been consumed a lot, and she also has a lot of understanding of the illusion space, so it is naturally her turn to counterattack. You can't suffer in vain, right? She raised her head, and the blood-red moon in the sky changed color instantly. From blood-red to blue. This means that her eye power has eroded this illusion space. Furthermore, Hinata Kangya, who was originally bound to the cross and unable to move her body, broke free from the restraints and walked down. No. Impossible. Itaka looked at the scene in front of him and subconsciously shook his head in denial. Since getting the kaleidoscope, he has not changed on the surface, but in fact his degree of arrogance has become more and more serious. After all, in his eyes, even his clan members are stupid Uchiha, so how can he possibly think highly of others? But now, his biggest reliance has been suppressed and cracked. How could he not break through the defense? Why is it impossible? A ninja sword that appeared out of thin air also appeared in Hyuga Kanjutsu's hand, and the filial son, Uchiha Itaki, was tied to the cross. The roles of both parties are mutual, and I will let you know what cruelty is. That's pretty much what it means. Anyway, Hinata Kangya is not a soft-hearted type. It was because he wanted to test Manjaku's ability for detailed information, so he never made an attack. Now that you know what you want to know, the next step is to take revenge and complain. A man named Rixiang Kangyu came out and stabbed someone with a knife as well. Since it was a mental confrontation, the feeling of pain was really exaggerated, at least more serious than the actual injury. Hinata Kangya was able to withstand it not only because her eyesight was stronger, but also because she was more tolerant. Think about it, what was her life like before she met Tang Ping? I was bullied in various ways every day, and even beaten to death. Even if you can survive those hellish days, this kind of pain is naturally not a problem. Precisely because of this, she was able to figure out some information about Tsukuyomi and directly turn against Tiangang while enduring such terrible pain. Now, she wants to make the filial son feel the pain she just felt. What surprised Hinata Kangya was that the other party actually withstood the pain and did not lose his composure. Although ninjas are very strong in enduring pain, it is rare to be able to remain calm under continuous painful attacks. I really didn't expect that you would be so powerful and have such a special pupil technique. There shouldn't be many strong shell organizations like you, right? Itaka's face twitched a little because of the pain, but he still remained calm and spoke to test. Unfortunately, Hinata Kangyu often heard Dohei complain about things like villains die because they talk too much. Of course, she would not make such a mistake, so she did not speak. And Itaka's eyes also darkened. He just wanted to take the opportunity to gather information, but he didn't expect that the other party would be so cautious. The outside world. After the two sides who were fighting fiercely looked at each other, the figure in black suddenly fell down and fell unconscious. Just kidding, not sleeping for a few days can make your legs weak, let alone being stabbed with a knife for a few days. The only thing that can keep you from having a mental breakdown is your perseverance. In terms of spirit, Itaki, even though he is young, is surprisingly strong. But otherwise, it would be impossible to awaken the kaleidoscope. Even if they take a shortcut to awaken, it is impossible for ordinary Uchiha to achieve it. As for Hinata Kangyu's words, although there was a hint of fatigue on her face under the bone mask, she still had sufficient fighting power. It was rare to use the Tsenjiken, so she couldn't end it hastily. Tensagen Chakra Mode. She uses this reincarnated eye in its strongest state. However, naturally some people couldn't sit still at this time. Superior. Kill that guy. Help. A group of people rushed towards Itaka who was lying unconscious in the pit. Among them are both Konoha Anbu and other ninja village Anbu, but their goals are opposite. The Konoha Anbu naturally stepped forward to save people. Even if they don't like Uchiha anymore, the other party is now their colleague, not to mention they also know the other party's identity, so they really can't let him die here. As for the other people in the ninja village, they were of course prepared to take the opportunity to deal with such a genius from the enemy village. Assassinating other geniuses and important figures in ninja village is an ANBU job. Otherwise, the full name of ANBU wouldn't be called Special Tactics Assassination Force. But these people, after taking a few steps forward, couldn't help but stop. A layer of green light enveloped Yang Kangyu, giving him an extremely terrifying aura. Just like a sheep facing a lion, it is completely the difference in the essence of life. Yes, at this time, Hinata Kangyu successfully entered the Tsenjiken Chakra mode. And not that's all. A fist-sized, black jade-like spherical object floated beside her. The Seeking Truth Jade. This is the product of the Six Paths level. However, Hinata Kangyu is not even at the Super Shadow level, let alone the Six Paths level. The reason why she was able to jump 2 levels and make the Seeking Truth Jade is entirely due to the merit of the Samsara Eye, which directly transformed all her pupil power and chakra into the Seeking Truth Jade. Yes, she had nearly 100 cards of chakra and a huge amount of pupil power to condense this Seeking Truth Jade. Ask the difference between making the Seeking Truth Jade by yourself and making the Seeking Truth Jade with the Samsara Eye. One is to rub it by hand by yourself, without restrictions, as long as you have the materials, you can rub as much as you want. The other is to be manufactured by a machine. After the materials are put in, the machine will help to make it. The Samsara Eye Chakra mode is equivalent to a machine, which allows people to contact the Seeking Truth Jade in advance. So even if you have the Seeking Truth Jade, it does not mean that you have entered the Six Paths level. That's... A ninja who stopped instinctively muttered to himself. The others who also stopped beside him looked at each other in tacit understanding, and all threw ninja tools directly. Swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of kunao, shurikens, all flew towards Itaka lying on the ground. However, when these ninja tools approached within a few meters, they stopped as if frozen, and then fell to the ground after the power was exhausted. The scene looked extremely shocking. All this was naturally done instinctively by Hinata Kangyu, who entered the Samsara Eye Chakra mode. In this mode, she can control repulsion, so she can do this. The real Samsara Eye, for repulsion and attraction, is not as rough as usual, and can only be used through Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan. As if using one's arm. At this time, Hinata Kangyu had this feeling, but she soon woke up from this sense of power. No, I'd better take action as soon as possible to complete the task. In this mode, every minute and every second is extremely precious, and it is indeed not a time to waste. Thinking of this, she directly grasped the only Seeking Truth Jade. The limit is to condense 9, but now due to the pupil power, chakra, and other reasons, there is only 1. But sometimes, 1 Seeking Truth Jade is enough. Buzz. The Seeking Truth Jade in Hinata Kangyu's hand was covered with a layer of green light, and then she began to rotate the Seeking Truth Jade, and a whirlwind was born. Seeing this scene, Tang Ping had already left the battlefield quickly. Although he also wanted to know the power of this move, he didn't want to be involved in it. God knows how terrible the power will be. And what happened next also proved how wise Tang Ping's choice was. Chapter 505 Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The whirlwind caused by the high-speed rotation of the Seeking Truth Jade in Hinata Kangyu's hand roared out. Boom! The raging wind that tore everything apart swept across the entire Star Ninja village. Run! Akahashi, the quasi-shadow, turned and fled at the first moment. Facing this storm that was like a natural disaster, he had no intention of resisting at all. In his heart, he also deeply engraved this figure covered with green chakra, like a god. The peacock magic allowed him to fly. It was a pity that it was useless. The terrifying storm swept everything into it, like an abyss that never satisfies. The earth was swallowed up, and the air was torn apart. As long as it was caught in the storm, no matter how solid the house or how huge the tree was, it would all be turned into nothing. Even the earth was blown away by a thick layer, and the destructive power was directly maximized. This destructive power was a bit exaggerated. And the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion was far inferior to the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion in terms of point killing, it was simply strong and ruthless. The entire Star Ninja village, except for the area around Hinata Kangyu, was all swallowed up by the strong wind caused by the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Unfortunately, the filial son was in a coma at the moment and had no chance to appreciate this spectacular scene. 2 kilometers away. Do Ping looked at the storm that swallowed the sky and the earth in the distance, and was extremely satisfied with the power of the reincarnation eye. The killing range alone is stronger than the Super Shinra Tensei. In addition, the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion can be slightly controlled, and in terms of practicality, it is indeed stronger than the Super Shinra Tensei. And this duration does not end instantly, but lasts for dozens of seconds. Don't underestimate this time. If it is on the battlefield, this time can adjust the attack range and direction, causing greater damage to the enemy. After the storm stopped, Do Ping stepped closer. Looking down from the sky, you will find that the ground within a 1 kilometer radius area with Hinata Kangyu as the center is more than a few meters lower. Not to mention people, even the village has completely disappeared. When Do Ping came to where Hinata Kangyu was, he found that in addition to her and the filial son who was unconscious at his feet, there was another survivor. Akahashi. At this moment, the opponent did not look like a proxy star. The clothes on his body were torn into strips, and a lot of blood flowed out from the wounds. At this time, Hinata Kangyu was holding him by the neck with one hand, and he had no power to resist at all. Although from the perspective of body shape, the opponent was tall and the weight is even higher than that of Sun Xiang Kangyu. But ninjas are not all about size, so it is not surprising that the latter can pick up the opponent with one slender hand. He's the only one who survived. Tang Ping subconsciously ignored the unconscious filial son. The other party is related to my next plan, so naturally I can't really do it, so I just ignore it. The star is gone. You, the shell organization, will never get it, and the major ninja villages will not let you go. Akahashi coughed up blood and cursed. At this time, he was already crazy. The village that he had sacrificed everything for was completely reduced to nothing. You can imagine how he felt at this time. Isn't the star here? Tang Ping recalled the plot in his mind. Originally thought that the star was placed in the Star Ninja village, so he was not in a hurry to get it before. Unexpectedly, Xing was never in the ninja village. You can never know the whereabouts of a star. There was a hint of pleasure in Qi Xing's tone. It doesn't matter if the village was destroyed by the shell organization. As long as the star is there, the village will be re-established sooner or later. It's the traitor who should be called Xiatian, right? Tang Ping tried his best to remember, and finally thought of a possibility. At first, I had only briefly watched these episodes, not too detailed, so I didn't expect too much. It looks like I guessed it right. Looking at the surprised expression on the other party's face, Tang Ping felt much better. Because once there are clues, it is not difficult to find the opponent with the strength of the castle tower. The female ninja named Natsuai is the holy mother whom Dohei complained about before. I didn't think there was a problem before I traveled through time, but after I traveled through time, I realized that the other person's views were really crooked. For ninjas who pursue power, death and disability are completely commonplace for the sake of power, and it is not worth making a fuss about. After all, if a ninja does not have enough strength, he will either die in the mission or on the battlefield, without even a chance to take risks. In the original plot, the opponent defeated Red Star and destroyed the star with the help of Prince Ming. What a sin! Prince Ming didn't know how many good things he had lost. Things like sacred trees, monsters, water of heroes, aerial fortresses, zero tails, etc. were directly destroyed by the opponent. And the value of these things, you only need to look at the monsters, the air fortress, and the zero tail. The alien monster and the terracotta warriors and horses under its control are definitely the most powerful infrastructure army in the ninja world, and the reward is just some fear. Nowadays, even the arch-rivals Maiko doesn't even mention a word about purification, and even regards it as the most precious treasure of the kingdom of ghosts. However, you, Prince Neru, directly eliminated the opponent. You are really not a human being. As for the air fortress, the steel smelting factory, armored ships, aerospace craft, aircraft, and other technologies were obtained from above. This does not include the black rod manufacturing technology and chakra core technology obtained from Zero Tailor, all of which are good things that can change the world. But Prince Ming destroyed them all. No wonder Tang Ping always sighed, it's a sin. Now, if the star, which was originally going to be destroyed by Prince Ming, falls into the hands of Tang Ping, he will definitely be able to get a lot of good things. If it is too risky to directly use the star to practice, then find a way to understand the reason and reduce the risk. It is too weird to directly seal the star or escape with it like the Virgin. It is as strange as the filial son choosing to destroy his entire clan because of the growing conflict between his family and the village. In this case, you are useless. Tang Ping glanced at Hinata Kangyu. Click. The opponent's throat was crushed directly. Don't think of her as some kind of soft girl. This is the real wolf destruction, destroying the entire Star Ninja village. To her, it is as normal as eating a meal, and her mood does not fluctuate at all. As for the peacock secret technique, Tang Ping has collected a large amount of intelligence and data, and it is not difficult to develop it at all. Anyway, he is not pursuing cultivation to the highest level. All he wants is to be able to fly. If you only develop this part, the difficulty will be greatly reduced, and it will only take a few days to complete. The prerequisite is to get the star. In this regard, Tang Ping has absolute confidence. Because the surrounding area is his home field. Understand the influence of the kingdom of ghosts. As long as the other party does not leave the small country in the nearby area and enter the kingdom of wind and the kingdom of rock, they will definitely be able to find the other party quickly. The probability of the other party entering is not high. Because that kind of big country has extremely strict control over its territory, if a ninja from another village enters, they will arrest him. Being a ninja doesn't mean that you don't need others. At least seasonings, clothing, tools, etc., even a ninja cannot make them by hand, they must be purchased. As for how to find out the other party, it is not difficult. First of all, the appearance. The other party may use a substitute technique, so it may not be reliable. But being a ninja and a single mother, knowing how to buy some baby items and other conditions add up, it is not difficult to lock in the other party. Regardless of the lack of technology in the ninja world, it is really difficult for ninjas to rely on ninjutsu to find a target with a rough range and a few clues. Not a problem. By the way, the filial son was left behind by them in the ruins of Star Ninja Village. Before Tang Ping left, he kindly healed the other party's injuries to avoid any accidents. The next fun would still have to be staged by the other party, and he couldn't bear to let the other party leave now. A few days later, Tang Ping and Hinata Kangyu arrived at the location they were looking for. Chapter 506 Tang Ping, Madam, you don't want to either. Chapter 506 Tang Ping, Madam, you don't want to either. A village located at the junction of the Bear Country and the Bird Country. In the ninja world, only big countries value borders. For a small country, except for a few boundary markers, there is nothing blocking it. In addition to not being able to bear the consumption, it is also because it is meaningless. Because if a ninja invades, unless you guard all the borders, it will not be easy for people to enter. If you are not a ninja, you can naturally find out in advance and there is no need to guard the border. Are you just hiding here? Hinata Kangyu looked around. She found that this place was indeed secretive enough, and it was also convenient for escaping. After all, to the right was the kingdom of birds, and beyond was the kingdom of rain. Once there, it was extremely convenient to go wherever she wanted. This is the place mentioned in the intelligence, but people should get out. Tang Ping nodded and jumped to the top of a tree to look at the village in the distance. The other party's house is over there, but there's no one inside. Apparently he was out temporarily. Hearing this, Hinata Kangyu began to seize the time to explore the various abilities of the Tsenja Kangan. Although Tanghe knew the general information about the Tensagan, she didn't know the details, so she had to figure it out on her own. There are a lot of differences between the real ninja world and the anime, so Tohei really can't help her. The good news is that her reincarnated eye belongs to her and is not someone else's eye like Nagato's, so it is not difficult to develop it. After having experience using the Tsenjikan Chakra mode once, she will definitely feel more relaxed next time. Ninjas are naturally not impatient, so even if Tohei waited in the tree outside the village for a whole day, he was not a little anxious. Anyway, nothing happened to him. His trump card has been completed and is in the cultivation stage. It will take a long time and massive resources to complete it. There is no need to waste time and energy on it. As for other research, it can be outsourced to Orochimaru. In terms of research efficiency, he is not as good as his counterpart. Tanghei's strength is not efficiency, but his brain power, technology, and jump potions, so he hands over a lot of time-consuming research work to Orochimaru and directly liberates himself. So, he was not in a hurry at all. But we didn't wait too long, because the person we were waiting for had already returned. Coming. Tohei reminds Hinata Kangyu, who is exploring the power of the reincarnation eye. Finally here. There is a bird egg suspended in Hinata Kangyu's right hand. She is trying to control the repulsion. After truly possessing the reincarnation eye, naturally you will not be able to use the Shinra Tensei rigidly like during the fetal movement stage, but you will be able to truly master the repulsive force. Nagato, who has the Samsara eye, cannot do this, not because he doesn't want to, but because the eyes are not his, so there is no chance to continue to develop them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the Samsara eye for so long. In terms of repulsion, he would only be able to levitate and fly for a while. And this kind of thing, Hinata Kangyu was able to do it as early as the fetal movement period. A brown-haired woman led a boy of about 10 years old, walking towards the small village. The original plot has been greatly changed. Women are naturally summer stars. Well, most people in the Star Ninja village will have the word star added to their names. Tang Ping's impression was just Summer, which was the name he changed after he escaped from the village. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them stopped in front of Xia Tian's mother and son. It's not that she saw through the other party's disguise. At this time, the other party was wearing shabby clothes, with an old face. She was just an ordinary peasant woman, and she didn't feel like a female ninja at all. But there is no way to hide the chakra on the opponent. In addition, it is difficult to recognize the young man next to him who is about 10 years old and has begun to refine chakra. Who are you? Looking at the two figures in black cloaks and bone masks in front of him, Xia Tian became more concerned and immediately protected his son behind him. As for why she doesn't continue to pretend? Of course it's because people are coming to your door. What's the use of pretending anymore? Hand over the star. Tang Ping was too lazy to say anything and just stretched out his hand to ask for something. If the other party is unwilling, then he can play a very interesting trick. Kill the opponent, then use reincarnation in the dirty land to channel him and ask directly from his soul. You are star ninjas. Xia Tian made a fighting stance, and a kunao appeared in her hand. Normally, she would quietly accept missions. Otherwise, how could she be able to support herself and her son? Would she really be a ninja like an ordinary person? If she were like ordinary people, she would never survive in the cruel ninja world. Ninja is an extremely expensive profession. If there is not enough food and secret medicine to maintain her strength will continue to decline, so she does not want to have a good life when she takes the task, but just to maintain her strength so that she can survive. Of course, it's also for the sake of my son. Without enough food and medicine, becoming a ninja is a complete dream. But he didn't expect that the star ninjas would come to his door. That kind of evil thing shouldn't see the light of day again. Have you forgotten the price our star ninja village paid for it? Xia Tian's instinctive rejection. She regarded the two people in front of her as star ninjas. After all, apart from the other party, there is really no one who has been pursuing his whereabouts for so many years. Don't worry, no Hoji ninja will suffer because of Hoji in the future. Tang Ping shook his head. From the other party's answer, he knew that the other party did not know what happened a few days ago. But it's right to think about it. Although the opponent's strength is not weak, her intelligence cannot be that good. After all, she is now a wild ninja. Xia vaguely felt something was wrong. Because a few days ago, the entire Star Ninja village was destroyed and everyone died. Tang Ping told the truth. With his current status, he naturally does not need to lie to the other party, not to mention that he is really not worried that the other party refuses to hand over the star. How possible? Xia Tian murmured to herself, completely unable to believe that the powerful and terrifying Star Ninja village in her heart had just disappeared. So, are you willing to hand over the star so that you and your son can continue to live? Tang Ping directly placed the choice in front of the other party. As long as the other party says half the word no, he will take action immediately. What he hates most is the Holy Mother, and naturally he will not be that kind of person, so when it is time to be ruthless, he will definitely be ruthless than anyone else. Xia Tian was stunned. If you ask her about her feelings for Star Ninja Village, of course she does. After all, it is her hometown. Later, in order to protect the village from being affected by the star, she and her husband directly stole its seal. The third star shadow was killed by Akahashi and others just to help them. So the Star Ninja village is supposed to be her enemy. He has a good talent, but it's a pity that he didn't get the best training, don't you think? Tang Ping's eyes fell on the young man who was being protected behind him. Cool. He has long wanted to try this feeling of being a bad guy. After all, who doesn't want to say something like, "Madam, you don't want to either." No one wants to be a good person these days, and even the word is derogatory. I won't let you get excited. Xia Tian became excited instantly, like a desperate she-wolf. But soon, she was speechless. Because the whole person has fallen into the hands of Hinata Kangyu. Everything is inspired by heaven. Directly suck it into the palm of your hand, and then use the light ball of the reincarnation eye to drain the opponent's chakra, leaving him without any resistance at all. Let go. When Aang saw his mother's appearance, he naturally wanted to take action immediately, but he was frozen by a murderous intention that seemed to be piercingly cold. Even Orochimaru could intimidate Kakashi with his murderous aura, but it was completely unbelievable for Dohei to intimidate a young boy of genin level. Stop, I am willing to hand over the star. Xia Tian finally compromised. Naturally, there was nothing much to say next. Tang Ping and the others went to the hidden place to get the star, and by the way, they also got a copy of the peacock magic technique. Even if they didn't learn it, it would be good to use as a reference. Aang, let's go to Konoha. Xia Tian suddenly spoke. Because being targeted by such a terrible person, it is no longer safe to stay here. In the entire ninja world, naturally only the strongest Konoha can give people a sense of security. Dohei, who was going to the burial site to retrieve the star, didn't know that under his influence, the mother and son, Natsui and Aang, would go to Konoha. Chapter 507 The Ninja World's Powder Keg. This is the star. A stone ball the size of a blue ball and lavender in color was dug out by Tang Ping under a stream hundreds of kilometers away. Yes, after Xia Tian and Ying Huo stole the star seal, they didn't take it with them, but threw it directly to the bird country. Not only is there bird droppings everywhere, but there are endless mountains and valleys. It is indeed a very good hiding place. Tang Ping nodded and looked at the sealed star in his hand. Naturally, he is not afraid that Xia Tian will lie to him, because the other party knows the consequences of lying to them. If the Star Ninja village is still there, protecting the stars will still make sense. But now that even the Star Ninja village has been destroyed by them, what's the use of hiding the star? In comparison, the lives of relatives are more important. The Holy Mother's White Lotus does not mean that we are not afraid of death and death. If he really wasn't afraid of death, he would have returned to Star Ninja village long ago. The thing in my hand was said to be a star, but it was actually a meteorite that fell from the sky, with some craters on it. Like the piece that Tang Ping obtained before, it was divided from above. The Star Ninja village was able to manage to cultivate Star Ninja even after the star disappeared. It was also because of the existence of several divided fragments. However, they are almost exhausted now. If the star can no longer be found, even if there is a peacock, the magic trick is useless. Radiation is the key to the peacock magic. If you don't have it, it will be useless even if you get it. However, the current star does not have any radiation and is obviously sealed. Interesting. Tang Ping looked at the sealing talisman on the star and became interested. With his current sealing skills, this seal is naturally nothing. But the other party's ideas are very good, and there are many things worth copying and learning from. Can the matter of sealing be called plagiarism? It's all about learning and paying homage. With this idea in mind, and relying on his deep accumulation in sealing techniques, Tang Ping instantly came up with several ideas, and he could definitely do better. After confirming the authenticity of the star, Tang Ping was not in a hurry to study it. Anyway, the meat was already in his stomach and he could eat it any way he wanted. But of course you can't take the original route when you go back. The Liang didn't wait for them and had already gone to other places in advance. And it only travels once a month. Most of the rest of the time, the Liang will travel to the mining area and the land of tea. Transport the ores from the southern coastal mining areas of the Kingdom of Wind to the Kingdom of Tea, where they will be refined into steel ingots or ship plates, and then brought back to the castle tower by fleet, where construction of the shipyard will begin. Yes, Tang Ping will not put all his eggs in one basket. Although he managed the castle tower like an iron barrel, it was still in the country of fire. This was Konoha's home field. Naturally, he had to take precautions and put one of the key nodes in the country of tea. The Kingdom of Water has a larger area and a larger population. But not to mention that they only controlled Kirigakure village at this time, and did not control much territory and population at all. The environment with perennial fog is not suitable for planting and production. Therefore, Tang Ping is planning to focus on seafood in his plan for the Kingdom of Water. Especially salted fish. This is good stuff. Although it may not look very good, this is salt and meat. And it can be stored for a long time, so it is definitely a super best-selling product. However, businessmen in the past looked down upon this thing, and the scale of trade was not large. But with the entry of the castle tower, the salted fish market has expanded more than 100 times, and it is still improving. In the future, salted fish will definitely be the mainstay of trade in the Kingdom of Water, at least one of them. It can only be said that the current trade scale has been increasing, which has allowed the money under Tang Ping's control to continue to grow, and at the same time, it has also caused visible changes in the living environment of the people in the control area. Like Prince Neru, all he wants to do is become Hokage and protect the villagers. The layout is too bad. There can be at most hundreds of thousands of people in a village. Compared with Tang Ping's handiwork, they are not at the same level at all. But from another level, Prince Ming's actions are not incomprehensible. Because the other party is a descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, the reincarnation of Ajura Chakra, and is considered a ninja sect. The philosophy of ninja is to use chakra connection to form bonds. In other words, if you want to be regarded as a human being by the ninja sect, you must be a ninja. In this way, it is normal for Prince Neru to only regard the people of Konoha as human beings, and other people in the fire country to ignore them. Sounds like slander. But if we look at it from a practical perspective, this speculation may not necessarily be the truth. After departure, Tang Ping took Hinata Kangyu into the Kingdom of Birds, planning to go to the Kingdom of Rain first, and then return to the Kingdom of Fire from there. Although it was a bit of a detour, we still had the opportunity to take a look at the situation. Especially the Kingdom of Birds, where the Guano War was fought not long ago, and the blood of both sides has not been dried. Lively. When entering the Kingdom of Birds, this was the only feeling Tang Ping had. Because whether they are people from the Kingdom of Wind or the Kingdom of Earth, both sides are frantically mining guano. After all, it can fertilize the soil. This alone is worthy of countless forces fighting for it. After all, everyone who has seen how barren the land in the ninja world knows, otherwise countless people would not starve to death every year. Even if it is a Tenshao series of seeds, if the land is not fertile enough, the yield will not be large, and the soil fertility will even be directly exhausted. Guano is no longer just about money. With this thing, you can affect the situation in the ninja world. Even the Fire Nation is extremely greedy. It is a small country separated from Konoha, otherwise it would definitely kill them immediately. But just because he couldn't take action, it didn't mean that the two big countries, the Fire Country and the Thunder Country, really just sat back and watched the Wind and Earth countries make a fortune without taking any action. It's not like they can't use agents, allies, etc. Just like the country of Rain, several organizations have jumped out, constantly entering the country of Birds, snatching guano and constantly attacking the collection work of the two countries. The easiest thing to attack is the transportation team. It is really easy to attack in the mountains, whether it is a trap or a surprise attack. For a time, the kingdom of birds turned into a quagmire, dragging the sand ninja and IWA ninja into it. An iguano trading market also appeared in the kingdom of rain, giving the rain ninjas a bite of fat. As for where do birds come from? No one dares to say, no one dares to ask. Did you design this on purpose? Hinata Kangyu's gaze was retracted from the sliding rail across the stream in front of her that had been blown apart by the attacker. There are almost no roads in the kingdom of birds, and carriages cannot enter at all. Either manpower or various means are used, so it is really easy to attack. Well, isn't it better for them to focus their energy here than on us? Tang Ping explained. To turn the kingdom of birds into a powder keg, he naturally had already made a plan. After all, the strategic significance of things like bird droppings is too important. At the same time, the country of birds is located in a powder keg-like location. It would be strange if nothing happens. If it was purely for hatred, maybe the major forces could restrain themselves. But with such major interests involved, it is impossible to exercise restraint. Coupled with the black oil behind it, this area will directly become a source of chaos in the ninja world. Especially, the headquarters of the Akatsuki organization is in the land of rain, and the other party is just near these two important resources. I just don't know if the other party can bear not to take action. But he should be involved. Now the rain village has become a black market for the trade of guano, which has made it a lot of profits. Unless it is willing to give up this profit and not be tempted by black oil in the future, it will definitely enter the market. It's just that I don't know whether the Akatsuki organization will show up publicly. When passing by the rain village, I naturally exchanged information with the top spy. Konan. She is in a very good mood now. Because Chiyo's reincarnation technique has already had a clue at this time, it will probably be completed completely in a while. But this time when they met, she also keenly discovered one thing. If she hadn't brought it up, Dohei himself and the people around him would not have noticed it. Appearance. His appearance is changing. It's not that there is an alienation, but a change that he doesn't know whether to say is good or bad. Chapter 508 The opportunity to overtake on the curve. It's getting smaller. Yes, doping not only did not grow, but even reversed growth. Hinata Kangyu and Uchiha may have always been around, so they didn't feel much, but for those who hadn't seen him for a long time, this change was indeed very obvious. I see. Doping thought of something. Tangwu. Just like the three holy places have an immortal, Tangwu naturally has an immortal. Originally he thought it would be Taiki, but he didn't expect it would be himself. That is to say, he is now becoming an immortal. As for human immortalization, what are the benefits? Just look at the immortals of the three holy places. Strong body, clever wisdom, terrible power, and extremely long life. And it is better to say that he is recovering to the state of juvenile because of the significant increase in lifespan. If the upper limit of lifespan continues to grow, he may become childhood. The three immortals may not be six-path level, but relying on their own accumulation, they definitely have a chance to compete for the six-path level. In the original plot, even in the Fourth Ninja World War, the three holy places were not affected. It can only be said that ninjas were completely used as pawns. The wet bone forest is better, and the other two holy places should not have too many traces of intervening in the ninja world. The Miyaboka mountain behind Prince Naruto and the Ryokai cave behind the two pillars. When there are too many coincidences, they are no longer coincidences, so there must be some reason that prompted the two holy places to do so. The water in the ninja world is really deep. So even if Du Ping has such a powerful power, he still chooses to stay as the best policy and dares not jump out. It is indeed a very correct approach. Sage transformation. The original process is to slowly change the body over a long period of time to make Du Ping a sage. However, due to the erosion of natural energy during this period of time, the originally long transformation time is directly compressed into a short time, and the change is naturally drastic. And this change is accelerated like a snowball, allowing him to quickly become a real sage. Of course, the danger will also increase. In fact, it can also interrupt the erosion process. For Tang Ping, it is not difficult to do this. But the same thing. Why? It seems that the erosion of natural energy is a bad thing, but it is actually a good thing. Because this is transforming his body into a pseudo-sage body, why should it be interrupted? Once it is interrupted, Tang Ping himself is not sure whether he can encounter such an unexpected situation next time. Now, due to the influence of Tanggu, the erosion progress has gone crazy. What is in front of Tangping is a gamble. It's all in, continue to let the natural energy blessed by Tanggu erode yourself, and completely turn your body into a sage body. Note that this sage body is different from Senju Hashirama. Well, his is completely water without source, forest without tree, directly using his body to carry natural energy, so he does not have the characteristics of the sages of the three holy places. The sages of the three holy places have long lifespans, strong bodies, sharp five senses, and so on. The reason is the existence of the Holy Land. Directly using the Holy Land to collect and carry natural energy, naturally there is no need to use his own body to carry natural energy like Senju Hashirama, so his sage body has terrifying explosive power, but he does not have the benefits of a sage. There is only one difference. Holy Land. Each of the three great sages controls a holy land, but Senju Hashirama does not. At this time, after being reminded by Konan, Dohei instantly figured out these things. Before leaving the rain country, he told the other party not to alert the enemy, and then rushed to the Sound Village in the field country to find Orochimaru. Since he knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, he naturally could not let it go. This might be an opportunity for him to overtake on a curve. The benefits of the sage body, those who understand it all understand it. A clap of his hands is the sage mode, which can directly allow him to compete with Senju Hashirama. I dare not say whether he will win or not, but there is definitely a chance to fight head-on. Super Shadow Level. After having the sage body, he should be able to enter this level. If he completes his trump card, he will definitely be qualified to be at the Super Shadow level. When you encounter an enemy, you will then try to find a way to attack the 6 paths. After staying with Orochimaru for a while, collecting a lot of technology and receiving a lot of advice from the other party, Dohei left. With the help of this scientific research giant, Tang Ping has become confident that he can evolve into an immortal body. And he still has the last trump card, so he is not afraid of failure. Resurrection. It's not impossible in the ninja world. No matter it is reincarnation from the past life or reincarnation from the cycle of life, reincarnation from dragon life, etc., it is not impossible to resurrect. This situation occurred because the original reincarnation order was torn apart by the Pure Land created by the 6 Paths Sage. Anyway, Tang Ping is really not afraid of death. After all, it is not difficult for him to be resurrected. If that's the case, why doesn't he gamble? Not only do you have to gamble, you have to gamble big. Go straight to the stomach. There is no such thing as a pseudo-immortal body, it is directly an immortal body. After returning to the castle tower, Dohei started to get busy immediately. Prepare for your own transformation. He is not Liu Dao's biological son, so he does not have the treatment of the other party's help to cheat. If you want to cheat, you can only do it yourself. He has already come up with a plan, but he needs the help of the entire castle tower. The office in Liang building. Dohei sat on a chair, and in front of him stood Uchiha Mei, Hyuga Sogitsu, Uchiha Shizuka, Yakushi Nono, Nohara Rin, Yamamakoji, and others. For people like Yekang, Honglien, Ashia Kiyomi, Uchiha Yashiro, it's not that I don't trust them, but there is no need to let too many people know. Next, the castle tower will act according to what I said. Is there any problem? After finishing his arrangements, Tang Ping looked at a few people. Because his arrangement was not only astonishingly large-scale, but also lasted too long, requiring their full efforts. In other words, next, we need to guide people to spread and recognize the name Tang Wu. Nono was the first to ask. She has multiple duties, including publicity work, so she needs to ask clearly. Yes, and it's best to have positive emotions, such as hope, beauty, etc., similar to the monsters, but completely opposite. Tang Ping explained seriously. Although he will not tell the whole plan, it does not mean that he will be a riddler. He will explain everything the other party needs to know clearly to avoid accidents and stupid teammates. Yes, the power of faith. It is also the trump card that Tang Ping prepared for himself. If Tang Gu only accumulates natural energy, there is no chance for it to catch up with the 3 holy places. But if the power of faith is the main factor, there is hope that Tang Gu's growth rate can catch up with the 3 holy places. There are examples of using the power of faith. Not to mention the spiritual power possessed by Maitreya, the priestess, which is itself an application of faith. There is also the god of death of the Uzumaki clan, the evil god of the land of hot springs, the Satoru of the Kyuzagakure village, and so on, all of which were born because of faith. In addition, the black stick, which is a collection of negative emotions, is enough to prove the power of faith. In the past, even if the castle tower wanted to utilize faith, there were not enough people. But now we control the river country area, the entire tea country, the hidden mist village in the water country, and the people in the castle tower. With such a large population, we are qualified to use this kind of thing. As for Tang Ping's Tang, he does not want to have only natural energy, so he uses faith to accelerate growth and evolution, and also to balance the natural energy that is eroding him. However, there is a price to pay. Won't we become enemies of the three holy places? Uchihame reminded. Tang Ping had said before that natural energy was monopolized by the three holy places. Once a new holy place appeared, the other party would definitely not sit idly by. Don't worry, they won't do it themselves. They will only use the contractor or the child of destiny to do it. It's still too early for that. Tang Ping was not worried about this. The three holy places are indeed terrifying, but this is the ninja world, the home turf of the ninjas. The other side naturally cannot take action personally, otherwise do you think all ninjas are dead? However, we will definitely confront Ryakudo and Myabokuzen in the future, but I don't know the attitude of Shijulin. In addition to publicity, countless manpower, materials, supplies, and so on are needed. Anyway, Tang Ping is ready to go all in this time. It would take at least several months to complete these preparations, and during this time, he would be able to participate in another crucial event. Chapter 509 The beginning of the Uchiha Rebellion. The curtain has been raised. After listening to a report, Tang Ping muttered to himself. Several people in the office have become accustomed to his situation. If it were someone else, they might think that the other person is sick. But if this person is Tang Ping, they would not think so, because the other party's words have always come true one by one. Who would look down on him in this situation? And what was reported was naturally the situation of Konoha Uchiha. Nearly a year has passed since Shisui's death, and the Uchiha, whose rebellion was interrupted, has become increasingly dissatisfied with the village. There is no way, it's because the village is too inhumane. Not only did they exclude and suppress the Uchiha everywhere, they even moved the Uchiha who were originally stationed outside back to the village, and did not even give them the opportunity to carry out missions outside. This is good news for ordinary ninjas, at least the danger is much less, but for Uchiha, this is no different. It's like putting a lion in an iron cage, it's strange that they can be happy. At the same time, the security department has to endure the villagers' weirdness every day, but when Uchiha wants to make trouble, the Anbu and the root will jump out immediately, making them lose their temper instantly. Under all kinds of injustice, dissatisfaction naturally accumulates. Especially recently, the gathering of Nanga Shrine, which was originally held once a year, has become once a week. For these changes, Uchihame even scolded Uchiha Fugaku in public, saying a dog can be a better patriarch than him, which shows how unhappy she is with this patriarch. Of course, this sentence was naturally influenced by doping. After this incident, Konoha will fall from the top of the ninja village. Yamamakoji asked tentatively. Doping had never said that the Uchiha would be exterminated before. So Yamamakoji guessed that once Uchiha launched a rebellion, Konoha would be seriously injured and directly fall from the top of the 5 major ninja villages. No one thought that the Uchiha rebellion would succeed. Apart from other aspects, those ninja clans simply could not let the Uchiha take the throne. As comrades and thugs, the Uchiha is indeed very reliable, but it does not mean that as Hokage, the Uchiha is also reliable. Uchiha Madara was absolutely terrifying in strength, but in the election of Hokage, he defeated Hashirama Senju once and Tobirama Senju twice, which actually explained the problem. Uchiha is too domineering and prone to extremes, so he is really not suitable to be Hokage. Without the support of these ninja clans, the Uchiha would never be able to take the throne. Although it is true that the Uchiha is a wealthy family, a good tiger cannot stand up to a pack of wolves. If these ninja clans join forces, they will be much more dangerous than a pack of wolves. The end of the Uchiha is also related to these ninja clans. Because most of the interests they occupy belong to the Uchiha. Whether it is land, shops, fields, etc., the former Uchiha occupied a large share. Just like the end of the Senju clan made other ninja clans full, the end of the Uchiha clan was the same, so these ninja clans were naturally happy to see the Uchiha clan fall. The Uchiha clan had no allies, so naturally no one would stand up to support them. Without any allies, if they rebelled alone, unless they could crush all the ninja clans, there would be no chance of success, so no one with a normal mind would think that success was possible. The Uchiha clan of Konoha may not understand this truth in their hearts. But they had no choice. Under the suppression and exclusion of Konoha, it was a complete slow death, so they would rather take a risk than let it go. The pride of the Uchiha clan prevented them from bowing to the Hokage clan in humiliation. Senju Hashirama could do it, but it didn't mean Sarutobi Hiruzen could do it. That's hard to say. Dohei shook his head mysteriously. Who could have thought that the Uchiha clan would have a pair of white-eyed wolves and filial sons at the same time, and no one knew what sin they had committed. If it weren't for this pair, even if Konoha could suppress the Uchiha rebellion, it would definitely be a serious blow to its vitality. But with this pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, the Uchiha, as a powerful family in the ninja world, was destroyed overnight, and the village did not suffer any losses. No one dared to write this in a novel. Seeing Dohei's look, several people looked at each other. Because they have realized that this rebellion is very deep, and it is even possible that the result will be beyond their expectations. As for Dohei's lack of explanation, they will not ask. Everyone is used to his style. If he doesn't say it, there must be a reason for not saying it. If he can say it, he will not hide it. Especially after knowing that the more people know some information, the more likely it is to be predicted and divined, they will restrain their curiosity. I have a plan. Uchiha Shizuka hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly spoke. After focusing her eyes, she continued to speak. Why not take this opportunity to annex some Uchiha people? The most feared thing is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. At this time, you could hear a pin drop in the office. It's not that there is anything wrong with this plan. The castle tower is indeed short of ninjas, and it is indeed a good choice to attract some ninja clans to join. The problem is that the target is the Uchiha of Konoha. The long-term branch was sold to the village's top leaders by the other party, so they were forced to the castle tower. It is precisely because of this that the other party has no intention of joining the castle tower, and not even a Uchiha has come, which is considered to be a deep grudge. If this proposal was made by someone else, it is guaranteed that the Uchiha of the castle tower would be resented immediately. But the person who spoke was Uchiha Shizuka, an important figure in the long-term branch, so the situation is different, because everyone knows who is behind her. If the Uchiha of Konoha is destined to be destroyed, I think those children and ordinary clan members can also become a member of our long-term branch. Uchiha Mei said coldly. She was in a very contradictory mood. From her own standpoint, she wished that the Uchiha of Konoha would die. After all, the eldest house was sold out by him. If they were willing to sacrifice themselves, she would not be so angry, but they sold out without the eldest house knowing, which made her never forgive him. However, from the perspective of the eldest house of Uchiha in the castle tower, she felt that this was a good opportunity. Not only can it increase the power of Uchiha, but it can also help the castle tower. Although the population of Uchiha house has increased significantly due to subsidies. But this also makes the bloodline thinner. If the population of Konoha is absorbed, the purity of the bloodline can be maintained and the number can be greatly increased. The point is that there are only teenagers and ordinary Uchiha. Children are easy to brainwash, and it is not difficult to change them into the shape of Chongfeng. As for those Uchiha who are not ninjas, although they are not ninjas, the blood of Uchiha flows in their bodies, and the probability that their descendants will have ninja talents is very high. It can be said that this plan of selective absorption was definitely not something that could be thought of in a hurry. Maybe after seeing the possibility of Uchiha rebellion in Konoha, preparations had already been started. Yes, but it can't be related to the castle tower. This is the bottom line. Tang Ping nodded and agreed to the plan, but he also had his own plans. He doesn't want to fall out with Konoha now. Once he starts a war with Konoha, he will give up sucking blood from Konoha. The most important thing is that the plot will change drastically, which will directly make his precognitive advantage disappear. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. With his nod, Uchiha Mei was able to mobilize the power of the castle tower to implement this plan. If you don't have enough power to get many people out of Konoha, you can't even think about it. And this thing is as difficult as climbing to the sky for others. But for the castle tower, which has a lot of informants in the village, the difficulty is just how to clear up the relationship, not how to do it. I think this matter can be left to the Mist Ninja. It just so happens that the rebels in the Kingdom of Water also need a chance, don't they? No Naiu suddenly spoke. As an ace trained from the roots, she is extremely good at these things and immediately came up with an excellent idea. Chapter 510, Training Cheat Device, Castle Tower. Those guys are getting more and more outrageous. We really need to teach them a lesson. Uchiha glanced at Nono appreciatively. The opponent is indeed the ace produced by Genbu, and his ability is truly beyond words. Well, over in the Kingdom of Water, the Mist Ninjas, led by Yuanji, who were not willing to let the village be occupied by the castle tower, became more and more active, and even took the initiative to contact the nobles for help. So, there is a complete undercurrent over there. It's just that the castle tower has completely gained the upper hand, so it must give the opponent a chance to take action. Using Kirigakuer to carry out this mission will not only allow the castle tower to get rid of suspicion, but also give the new Kirigakuer village a chance to cause trouble. It's a great way to solve the problem once and for all. The situation in the Kingdom of Water is getting better and better, and it is time to enter a period of expansion. However, the prerequisite for expansion is to solve the internal hidden dangers first, and at the same time, the nobles must understand that today's new Kirigakuer village is no longer what it used to be. Regarding the nobles of the Kingdom of Water, the Mist Ninjas have a lot of resentment in their hearts. After all, the former Mist Ninjas who were drawn into the Blood Mist had something to do with these nobles. If the nobles really cause trouble in the future, and the castle tower takes the opportunity to deal with them, they will definitely be very happy and there will be no dissatisfaction. Nanoyu's suggestion is very good, so naturally no one will object. The next step is to discuss the details. A ninja's battle plan is not decided upon with a slap on the thigh. And Tang Ping will not participate in this link. Forget what he said before, there are so many people under him now, if he needs to be involved in everything, what's the use of them? So he went back to the laboratory as soon as possible, preparing to come up with something quickly. Star. This trip to Star Ninja Village was just for this thing. Even the entire Star Ninja Village was destroyed for this thing. Although most of the people had been eliminated by the major forces before they arrived, since the final Jinlun reincarnation explosion wiped out the village, the blame naturally fell on them. Now the entire ninja world's fear of the Shell organization has risen to more than one level. In terms of prestige, even the Xiao Tian group can't compare. After having done so many things, I finally managed to grab this thing. Naturally, I didn't do it for viewing. Tang Ping had a lot of ideas, and with the inspiration he got from the seal, he was able to use them quickly. A training place with stars as its core. This is where Tang Ping is planning to get it out. In fact, it is also a place full of radiation. The key point is to solve the problem of safety. Star ninjas using stars can cause serious injuries or disabilities, so this problem must be solved first. In this regard, Tang Ping's solution is also very simple. Divide the concentration. The remaining radiation left by his star-shattering spear can activate people's bodies. Faced with this ultra-high purity star, even the body of a ninja may not be able to withstand it. This is why some star ninjas are successful and some are unsuccessful. Peacock's magic trick. There is some auxiliary knowledge, and this part of knowledge is the key point. Reduce radiation damage and increase the upper limit of endurance. These are almost the effects. Tang Ping's research is to get inspiration from this auxiliary knowledge. With the resources of the castle tower, they can definitely overwhelm the Hoji ninja village by far. In addition, Dohei's own knowledge reserve is far beyond what the other party can match, so he came up with the product in a few days. A tall tower. It was originally used as a lighthouse for night navigation, but now he transformed it into a tower specially used to place stars and assist in cultivation. There is a Tower of Death in Konoha. He made a tower in the castle tower. A Tenshao tower isn't too much, right? Is this what you've been busy with these days? Hinata Kangyu curiously looked at the huge lighthouse-like building in front of her that was tens of meters high and more than 10 meters in diameter. That's right. Tang Ping nodded, and proudly introduced to the few who followed to watch the fun, as long as you practice in this Tianzu tower, both physical skills and chakra will improve much faster than usual. The prices consume your life force. He will introduce the detailed data later. Real. Very good. I want to go take a look. Open the door quickly. The four little ones had different reactions. Well, under the special training of Uchiha, the four little ones have already understood the importance of strength, so there are no idiots who think that strength is not important. If in a peaceful environment, it is indeed unwise to chase power. But in a cruel and bloody place like the ninja world, if you don't have the power, you can only let yourself be slaughtered. On this point, Uchiha told them with bloody examples. Of course, he did not take them to the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku brought his filial son to the battlefield, but Dohei has always complained about it. Naturally, no one will follow this negative example. So when I heard about the cheating benefits of cultivation, I was really excited. How dangerous is it? Hinata Kangyu asked about this immediately. As a teammate who went to grab the star with Tang Ping, she certainly knew how dangerous the star was. If it were not too dangerous, Xia Tian would not have chosen the sealing star and taken it away from the village because he was worried that the village would be destroyed by it. Now, she really doesn't need to worry, because the Star Ninja village has been destroyed by the two of them. Therefore, it is indeed right to pursue power in the ninja world, because without power, your survival depends on others' mood. Don't worry, there will be no problem. Tang Ping signaled Hinata Kangyu to calm down. Because he directly divided the star's radiation concentration into several levels through that sealing method. The stronger the radiation, the higher the degree of physical activation. When practicing in this state, all aspects will be much stronger than usual. It is like a cultivation accelerator. The price is the loss of vitality. However, Tang Ping will use the auxiliary knowledge to reduce the loss, and at the same time use his vitality to replenish the consumption. Zhyla. Opening the stone tower, an imperceptible light curtain emerged. Naturally, radiation cannot be blocked by ordinary items, so this seal is the key. The radiation of the star can be sealed in this castle tower. And the interior is divided into multiple areas, allowing people to practice in areas they can bear. Step, step. After the group entered the castle tower, their flesh and blood began to become active due to stimulation. This feeling. Nariko Uzumaki's blue eyes flashed with excitement. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her perception cannot be weak, so she immediately noticed the activity of her body's cells. In this state, whether it is refining chakra or practicing physical skills, all are greatly enhanced. Especially ninjutsu. Ordinary ninjas are slow to learn ninjutsu because of the lack of chakra. If they learn ninjutsu in a place like this, the consumption can be recovered quickly, which is a kind of cheating. In this castle tower, your cells will be activated when stimulated. You will gradually realize the benefits, but there are also disadvantages. Tang Ping warned Hong Lian and the four little ones. It is naturally impossible not to let them use such a good thing. As for the lost vitality, we have prepared ways to replenish it, so there is no need to worry about loss. You see, for the Star Ninja Village, the star, which is completely the source of disaster, is so useful in the hands of Dohei. It's just that this kind of radiation that can activate physical cells has little effect on strong people like them. Therefore, if you use radiation to practice before becoming a jounin, you will definitely be able to grow your strength at a high speed. Even if the vitality is not replenished, countless people will beg to come here to practice, let alone there is a way to replenish the lost vitality. Of course, it's not free. Tang Ping doesn't know how to raise pigs, so he developed a system that uses contribution points to exchange for training time, training concentration, and even supplements. Only contribution points can be used. You can also stimulate the ninjas in the castle tower. Just after he completed the castle tower, he immediately rushed to Konoha. Because the Uchiha rebellion has begun. Anyway, it would take several months to complete the preparations for the transformation of the immortal body, so he naturally wanted to go and have fun. Chapter 511 Uchiha in Desperate Situation. Konoha Village. Something is not right with the situation recently. As long as it's after dark, all major ninja clans and civilians will hurriedly hide in their homes. Who made the conflict between Uchiha and the village become more and more intense recently? Especially in recent days, the Roots even rushed into the Uchiha security department and forcibly rescued several Root ninjas. And why the other party was arrested into the security department was naturally because of spreading rumors. For example, if Uchiha dares to arrest people today, he will dare to rebel tomorrow, and so on. Especially the rumors that Uchiha is arrogant and domineering, have been recognized by countless villagers. Who allowed the security department to only have Uchiha? How can a tribe not be hated? I can only say that the second Hokage's move was indeed brilliant. The Uchiha tribe attracted the dissatisfaction of the villagers of Konoha. At the same time, this job of high pay, little work, and close to home could appease the Uchiha tribe. In addition, he accepted Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, which directly the Uchiha clan had nothing to say. After a series of measures, the Uchiha was tamed and became extremely obedient. It can only be said that the second generation Hokage is not as good as the first generation in terms of combat power, but in terms of means and IQ, he is truly invincible. Compared with the second generation Hokage, several disciples who inherited his will continued to suppress the Uchiha. The problem is that they don't have the methods of the second generation. They can only suppress but not appease or win over. At most, they can say a few empty words. It works well against those who have been brainwashed by the will of fire, but it certainly doesn't work for others. Therefore, no matter how much Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to appease the Uchiha, he could not stop the rebellion. After all, they said nice things for a long time, but kept ostracizing and suppressing them with practical actions. Not all Uchiha were brainwashed by the will of fire, so of course they would be angry and dissatisfied. This anger continued to accumulate and brew, directly turning the entire Uchiha into hawks. Several roots were arrested. This would have been impossible in the past, but now they dare to arrest people, which already explains a lot. Even a rabbit will bite when it gets angry, let alone the proud Uchiha. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures are lurking outside the Uchiha clan's territory, monitoring the entire clan's territory. Dark part. At this time, they had already begun to monitor the Uchiha openly. This approach is to treat the entire Uchiha as criminals. Shame. It's absolutely a huge humiliation. It's not that Uchiha Fugaku didn't protest before, but Sarutobi Hiruzen always agreed to it, but in reality he remained the same as before. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku also gave up and began to take a hawkish attitude. Take back the glory that belongs to Uchiha through a rebellion. It sounds like a joke. But this is the will of the entire Uchiha at this moment. In the ninja world, being willing to sacrifice one's life for the family honor or an ideal is common, not rare, so it is not surprising that Uchiha went to extremes when forced to this point. In addition to these dark monitors, there are a large number of surveillance images in a secret room not far away. Yes, Konoha also has surveillance cameras. And these surveillance images are all of the Uchiha clan. In other words, in addition to those Anbu people, the village is also monitored by surveillance cameras. This is no longer just treating them as criminals, but treating them as enemies. Click. The door of the monitoring room opened and two Anbu walked in. Change of shift. It is impossible to have only one group of people watching these surveillance images day and night, so people are needed to work in shifts. You are finally here. Get off work. The two Anbu in the monitoring room nodded and left the room. The two Anbu who came in were led by a tall and slender, cold and beautiful lady with short white hair. Not only was she wearing a mask, but one of her glasses was covered by a forehead protector. Kakashi. The other figure wearing a fox mask and carrying a ninja sword sat down quietly and took over the surveillance task. Why do we still need surveillance when we have the dark force and the root monitoring us? Illusion. The Uchiha are extremely skilled in illusion. The Anbu and root that they monitor may be controlled silently by illusion. Therefore, it is necessary to use monitoring as another means of protection, because this thing is not susceptible to illusions. If you don't want to, I can transfer you away from this mission. Kakashi spoke coldly to the masked Anbu. The other party is her subordinate. She was extremely dissatisfied with the actions of the village's top leaders, but she had no choice but to continue executing them. No need, Captain. The Anbu who was speaking took off the mask on his face, revealing a delicate and childish face. However, the two nasolabial lines on his cheeks added a sense of maturity to him, which seemed extremely contradictory. That's right, this Anbu is a filial son. It was indeed ironic that after joining the Anbu, he was sent to monitor his own clan's territory. The village leaders were not human, but Kakashi was still a human after all, so he tried to persuade them. Now that he heard their answer, he naturally stopped trying to persuade them. I don't know if the castle tower will intervene. This thought flashed through her mind as she watched the surveillance footage. Because she passed the information she collected to the castle tower on time, the other party must be aware of the current situation of the Uchiha. If they want to take action, now is the best opportunity. In fact, Kakashi guessed correctly. At this time, the castle tower had already started to take action. Dohei, Hinata Sogetsu, Uchiha Mei, Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Inayab, Uchiha Tetsuka, and others are all in Konoha village. Given the relationship between the castle tower and Konoha, there is really no problem in arranging some people to come in. Just like Konoha arranged some people to lurk in the castle tower, it would be difficult for them to be discovered. After all, everyone makes a living in the land of fire, and the castle tower is also considered to be part of the Konoha system. At most, it is just obeying orders but not announcements. Such a complicated relationship means that it is not difficult for both sides to infiltrate each other as long as they do not directly break up. With this advantage, is there any problem in preparing a legal and unsuspected identity for Tang Ping and others? Not at all. So they have entered Konoha with other identities and started the preliminary preparations. Of course, Dohei came here just for fun, and the real plan host is Uchiha Mei. There is no way, this plan can only be suppressed if she comes forward. She is the head of the eldest branch of the Uchiha clan. With or without her, the influence is completely different. As for Shizuka, Yashiro, Inauri, and Taihuo, they participated in the plan because of their own Uchiha identities. This plan naturally requires the cooperation of the Uchiha clan. It is impossible to let the Mist Ninja break through Konoha and directly snatch people, right? There will be so many people who will not be enough to die. And Dohei and his team have to do a good job in the preliminary work to complete this huge plan. And he also gave this plan a code name. The Day-Changing Plan. It means stealing the sky and changing the day. In addition to the Mist Ninja as the main force, the aka organization Vest can also be used. Anyway, these Uchiha will be thrown to the land of water first, and then slowly return to the castle tower after a while, so there is no need to worry about the relationship between the Kara organization and the castle tower being discovered. Now, Uchiha Mei takes Dohei to meet someone. The second elder. He is also the head of the neutral Duff-style second house. However, their current identities are that they are members of a caravan that cooperates with the Uchiha, and they are here to deliver goods today. As a wealthy family, the Uchiha consumes a lot. Let's not talk about basic supplies. Some medicinal materials and ninja tools are naturally purchased in bulk from outside the village. Hwalala. With the sound of wheels rolling, Dohei and Uchiha Mei, under countless eyes, followed the convoy into the Uchiha clan land smoothly. You can feel the difference as soon as you enter the clan land. It's too deserted. The clan land used to be in the center of the village. Although outsiders dared not enter, it was still quite popular. But now? Even in broad daylight, there was no one on the street. The occasional people who appeared were only Uchiha clan members, and their faces were anxious and uneasy, which showed the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 512, Insider. After the convoy passed a street corner, Dohei and Uchiha Mei had already left the convoy. The convoy supervisor was their man, so he naturally wouldn't care about this. It's not that they can't use illusions, but illusions can easily leave traces, so it's not as useful as this trick. This is not an illusion, it won't be seen through at all. Since they came to watch the show before, they are very familiar with this new clan land on the edge of the village, so they naturally don't need anyone to lead the way. Anbu and surveillance cameras are only set up outside the clan land, and there are naturally no surveillance cameras inside, so the two of them used the transformation technique to turn into the appearance of Uchiha clan members and walk directly to the place where the second elder lived. Uchiha Fugaku is really damned, he played a good hand like this, so I said he is not worthy of being the clan leader. Dohei sighed as he walked. I complained about Uchiha Fugaku directly at the beginning. He would be a good husband and a good father, but definitely not a good clan leader. If it was Uchiha Mei who took the position, the Uchiha would definitely be in a different situation now. Because when people suspect you have weapons of mass destruction, you'd better really have it. If Uchiha Mei was the clan leader, she would definitely take a tough stance and would not let the Uchiha move from the beginning. The original choice to agree to the relocation was the biggest failure. If it was moved, it would be equivalent to accepting that the matter was related to Uchiha. Relocation and giving up the clan land in the center of the village is a punishment and compensation for the village. Even if there would be no public announcement, the villagers and the major ninja clans all have this view. Stupid as a pig. In other words, Uchiha Fugaku's approach is actually a good thing for the castle tower, otherwise Dohei would have changed the clan leader long ago. Humph, he really deserves to die. Hearing Dohei's complaints, Uchiha Mei also snorted in dissatisfaction. She has always been dissatisfied with the actions of this clan leader. While the two were chatting, they also came to a mansion. Knock. Knock on the door first. This is a courtyard of several hundred square meters. The area is similar to where the second elder lived before, but the value is completely different. One is in the center of the village, and the other is on the edge of the village. The price difference is more than 10 times. So the village's high-level officials are really greedy. Because they promised to give the Uchiha clan compensation after the relocation. But it has been several years, and there is still no sign of compensation. For this, Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, has been criticized a lot. At the beginning, he spoke well for the Hokage system. If it weren't for him, the clan leader, to come forward, do you really think that the Uchiha clan would be willing to relocate with just a few words? Now the land in the center of the village has been completely divided up by the Hokage faction, but there is no trace of compensation. How can the Uchiha clan not be angry? This money is not a small amount. Although the Uchiha clan has the security department, its position is limited. In addition, they are being watched by the Anbu, so they can't generate income. The clan members could originally rely on shops, rentals, land, and so on to supplement their household expenses. But now, these things are no longer part of the clan. For them, the village leaders clearly wanted to divide up the entire Uchiha. That was why Uchiha Fugaku, who was originally a dove, was determined to use force. Squeak! The wooden door opened. A middle-aged Uchiha appeared in front of the two. "You are, please come in." Before the other party finished asking, he was stunned, and then opened the door to welcome the two. Illusion. Uchiha Mei naturally couldn't tell this person her true identity. The fewer people who knew their identities, the better. So using illusion to control the other party was the simplest way. After entering the courtyard, you can see a rockery and a pond, but the area is not very large, and the degree of sophistication is far less. Obviously, after moving from the center of the village to the edge of the village, the Uchiha has lost its rich family background. And the second elder was sitting in the small pavilion in front of the pond and drinking tea. "Are you finally here?" The second elder made a gesture of invitation. Doping was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Did he see through his and Uchiha Mei's transformation? The transformation technique is determined by strength. The transformation of a cage-level strongman and the transformation of a genin are completely different. If it is Orochimaru's defacement technique, it is even more difficult for any strongman and pupil technique to see through. Although there must be someone in Konoha who can see through their transformation technique, this person can't be the other party, right? "I know your intentions as the Hokage, but I won't help you this time, please go back." The second elder thought the two of them were sent by the Hokage. And this made Doping understand why the other party could see through their transformation in an instant. Because they don't need to see through it at all. Two ordinary clan members who have never had any dealings with each other came to the door, and at this time, as long as the second elder's IQ is online, he will think that it is a pawn arranged by the Hokage to come to the door and ask him to help do things. If it was before Shisui died, he would not mind dealing with the Hokage faction. But Shisui, who was regarded as hope by the Dove faction, died. Although the suicide note said that the other party was suicide, everyone knew that it must be related to the village's high-level officials. Under such a premise, how could the second elder have a good face towards the Hokage faction, so he did not even need to discuss and directly refused to communicate. "Second elder, you may have guessed something wrong." Uchiha Mei cancelled her transformation. The white mist dissipated. She revealed her delicate and beautiful white face, and looked at the second elder with light pink eyes. "It's you." The second elder naturally could not forget Uchiha Mei, and at the same time his eyes were on Dohei who was watching the show. Although he did not cancel his transformation, he was able to act with Uchiha Mei, and he was still watching the show. It was unnecessary to say who it was. Since Dohei had no intention of cancelling his transformation, the second elder knew that he didn't want to intervene, so he nodded and pretended not to see him, and asked Uchiha Mei directly. "Do you need me for anything this time?" Since he left the village, he has not come back. Now he suddenly came in disguise, so he must need his cooperation. "I have a plan, and I need your cooperation." Mei naturally didn't waste time and directly stated her purpose. "Why should I listen to you? You are no longer a member of the Uchiha clan now." The second elder didn't agree. After all, the two sides are not a clan now, so they have to distinguish clearly. "I can let the Uchiha clan keep more fire." I wonder if the second elder is satisfied with this answer. Mei knows the second elder very well, so she came to him. And she is not afraid that the other party will not agree. Because her plan has only benefits for the Uchiha, not disadvantages. The only disadvantage may be that it will weaken the future potential of the Konoha Uchiha. However, there is no future now, so what potential can we talk about? Therefore, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Tell me. After a moment of silence, the second elder gestured to speak. If the other party can really keep more fire in the family, how could he not agree? The day-changing plan. May said the general content. It is necessary to let the other party see the possibility of success before they are willing to help them with all their strength. I really didn't expect it. In this case, I will cooperate with all my strength. The second elder only realized at this time how terrifying the power of the castle tower was. However, as an elder who dedicated everything to Uchiha, he naturally hoped that the castle tower would have as many trump cards as possible. Therefore, he would not only cooperate with all his strength, but also find a way to give them everything he could take away. If their plan succeeds, the things and the clan members will definitely come back. If not, why should Konoha be cheap? Although he is a dove, it does not mean that he will compromise and surrender to Konoha. If it is the Senjo clan, it is okay, but if it is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he wants the other party to die. After dealing with this insider, the next step is other aspects. Chapter 513 Kangyu Brand Excavator. After Dohei and others left, the second elder woke up immediate lithe middle-aged Uchiha controlled by illusion. Terra, I need you to collect some information. Without waiting for the other party to think more, he gave the task to the other party. Yes, elder. Although Terra was a little confused about why he was in a daze, he had no time to think about it under the elder's solemn instructions. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to investigate this information. Even the village leaders are the same. The village belongs to the village, and the ninja clan belongs to the ninja clan. This is the management method of the major ninja villages. In other words, if a ninja clan member makes a mistake, you must discuss it with the clan leader and let the other party punish him on behalf of the village, and you cannot punish the other party without saying hello. Therefore, this is also the reason why the village leaders do not have strong control over the ninja village. Anyway, Dohei couldn't tolerate this kind of thing, so he directly enforced his own system in the castle tower. The power of the ninja clan is not allowed to override the top leaders. The benefits of the new force are here. Even if this system is implemented, not many people will oppose it. As long as the initial ninja clans agree, the people behind them can only abide by it. You can't let anyone be an exception, right? If the big ninja villages want to play like this, they can't. Because it is equivalent to depriving the big ninja clans of their power. How could the ninja clans who have tasted power agree to it? They will definitely oppose it regardless of everything. The second generation Hokage naturally saw this hidden danger, so he would fully support civilian ninjas and use them to replace the ninja clans. From this point of view, Senjo Tobirama is indeed a Hokage with a strategic vision, but it's a pity that he died too early, otherwise it would not be surprising that Konoha could rule the ninja world, and he is not as mentally ill as his elder brother. No. It is precisely because he has the possibility of ruling the ninja world that he died so strangely. After all, his death is too coincidental. Anyway, Tang Ping feels that the truth cannot be that simple, but even if he knows that there is a problem behind it, he can't investigate it. His strength is too weak. On the other side, while the second elder began to collect intelligence and arrange tasks, Tang Ping and others also began to act. After arriving at a house located at the edge of the village, not far from the Uchiha clan, they went directly into the basement. Well, they left as a caravan first, and then returned as Konoha Genin. The identity is real, the residence is real, and it can withstand investigation. Who told them to be in Konoha? There are really too many chess pieces to use, which is impossible for other forces. Basement. Inairi and Taihuo are carrying bags of things out of the dug cave, and carrying some wooden strips, tools, and so on. Dig a hole. No, it should be said to be digging a tunnel. Although if you use earth escape, you can dig it with a few earth escapes. But this is Konoha. If you really use earth escape, you will definitely be discovered by the barrier class or the perception class, and then come to check the water meter. That's why we have to use this stupid method. That is, don't use earth escape, just dig a tunnel leading to the outside of the village. Konoha's perception barrier is not a problem at all because of Dohei. With the tunnel, they can let the people they choose leave Konoha at the critical moment, and then the mist ninja will take them away. In this case, it is the Uchiha who colluded with the Mist Ninja, and it has nothing to do with their castle tower. As for why the people appeared in the castle tower later? Sorry, they don't need to explain to the village, or to say that they traded with the Mist Ninja to get the people back, which is completely reasonable, isn't it? Without Earth escape, simply digging a secret tunnel should be a long-term job. But there is a Hyga brand excavator among them. With her, it is not difficult to dig this tunnel. And the tunnel took too long to dig. Do you really think that the Konoha ninja is dead and can't be found? So it must be dug out in a short time so that it will not be noticed, and even find a way to do something in the perception team. Some secret techniques can really find things like tunnels, so you have to do something to the ninja in charge of patrolling. It is naturally impossible for outsiders. But with Kakashi, Akane, the inside ghost of the Anbu, they quickly locked onto the sensory ninja on duty. It must be said that if there were no advantages, the day change plan would have no chance of success. Not far into the tunnel, you can hear a buzzing sound. Along the way, you can see that the tunnel is supported by wooden bars, ensuring that it will not collapse easily. At the same time, there are supplies. Clothes, medicinal materials, food, and so on. The people on the Uchiha side must reach the meeting point alone before the Mist Ninja can take action. Otherwise, even with their help, it is not easy for the Mist Ninja troops to get too close to Konoha. If it were easy to get close, Konoha would have been ambushed countless times, so these things had to be prepared. After all, there are a large number of ordinary people in the team, they are not ninjas, it takes a few days to escape to the meeting point, and it is easy to have accidents, without these things it is impossible. After advancing about 200 meters in the tunnel, I saw Hinata Kangyu. At this moment, her right hand was like a drill, wrapped in a layer of translucent chakra, and any soil and stone would be crushed as long as it was touched. She had demonstrated this ability many times before. The razor's edge technique can be used for digging. And there was no fluctuation of ninjutsu, and there was not much movement, it was definite life best choice. Because this is not a ninjutsu, but a chakra control technique. It's just that the excavated soil is a little difficult to handle and needs to be moved away, so Inairi and Taihuo can only act as coolies. As for Uchiha Xiang, who is good at strength, he is in charge of the Mist Ninja, and Yamamakoji is not suitable for this operation, so none of them came, so they had to let the two Uchiha elites do this. The remaining Uchiha Shizuka and Uchiha Yashiro are naturally responsible for purchasing materials, arranging supplies, and dealing with some key nodes. With the intelligence support provided by the insider, Uchiha Shizuka gradually eliminated some hidden dangers. Although her illusion may be slightly inferior to some strong people due to the lack of Manjiki, it is very reliable to deal with some ordinary targets, even stronger than Uchiha Mei. It can be said that the few people who came this time have their own tasks, except for Dohei who is responsible for watching the show. Time passed quickly, and a few days passed in a flash. Today is a very special day. Because it is the day of the assembly. As long as the discussion is completed at the assembly, the Uchiha rebellion is inevitable. The key is that only at this time will the Uchiha clan gather together. At other times, the clan members will be scattered everywhere. At the same time, Konoha School also announced that an emergency exercise will be conducted today, and all ninja school students will leave later. Everything is ready. It can be said that today's daytime is definitely the last calm before the storm comes. However, when the Uchiha ninjas went to the Nanga shrine for a gathering, the second branch was also holding a celebration for the second elder's marriage. The celebration was promoted a few days in advance, and not too many Uchiha clan members participated. Only the elites of the clan can participate in the Nanga shrine, while all clan members can participate in the celebration of the second elder's marriage. It's just that this sudden celebration also made many people concerned. Chapter 514 The Night of Extermination. The Root. Did the second elder of the Uchiha clan really hold this celebration just to compensate his wife? Danzo looked at the subordinate who was reporting in front of him, still a little bit unbelieving. He was naturally familiar with the second elder of the Uchiha clan, who was a ninja of the same generation as him. He never married in his life and devoted everything to the clan. Shisui was trained by him, and it can be said that he was deeply respected by the Uchiha clan. But now he suddenly announced that he had a wife, and she was a beautiful young widow, which made it hard for people not to doubt. It's impossible that he suddenly had a second spring now, right? Yes, Lord Danzo, after our investigation, the two did get married in silence a few years ago. Due to their identities, it was not easy to hold a wedding, so they used this celebration to make up for it. The root said the information he had investigated. Well, even if they have spies in the Uchiha clan, the second elder should not be too easy to create some illusions. It is normal to hold a celebration for his wife who has been with him for several years. Just then, the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the person in front of him tiredly and said, "Itaki, don't be impulsive, I will definitely be able to solve this matter." While speaking, he also thought of the scene just now. The other party asked for a meeting, and after meeting, he directly made a request that frightened him. "Hokage-sama, I hope you can give Uchiha another day. After today, Uchiha will not rebel, but will only perish because of internal strife." Itaki's face did not fluctuate at all, as if he was talking about something unimportant. "Itaki, do you know what you are saying?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted. He was going to find an opportunity today to let the Anbu arrest several core members on the charge of rebellion, and then slowly dismember Uchiha in the name of suspected of rebellion. I didn't expect the other party to make this request. The memory returned to the present. "Please help me, Hokage." Itaki begged again, and said firmly, Uchiha must not bear the reputation of rebellion. For him, the reputation of Uchiha is much more important than those arrogant clansmen. In addition, once Uchiha rebels, it will definitely be a major blow to the village, so he will choose to wipe out Uchiha with his own hands. If he takes action, it will naturally have nothing to do with the village, and Uchiha will not need to bear the bad reputation of rebellion. It can only be said that this is really sick. When Shisui committed suicide, he asked him to protect the reputation of the Uchiha clan, so he chose this way. "Itaki, I will find a way to stop Uchiha." Sarutobi Hiruzen tried his best to comfort him. "Please take care of Sasuke more in the future, Hokage." Uchiha Itaka left directly. Because he had made a decision, this time he came just to notify, and he had no intention of hoping that the other party would agree. Hokage-sama is so kind, so he has to bear the blame. After leaving the office, Itaka came to a forest in the back and met a guy who called himself Uchiha Madara. After the two sides exchanged ideas, he went to the ninja school and silently paid attention to the two pillars who were already in school. In the classroom, Sasuke seemed to feel something, so he subconsciously turned his head to look out the window, but he saw nothing. Time quickly came to the evening. Pib. In the sky a flock of crows flew by, as if foreshadowing something. At this time, the celebration scene, which was supposed to be very lively, became extremely deserted. Because the celebration is over. However, no one cleaned up the scene, which made people feel extremely strange. A small number of the Uchiha people who came to participate in the celebration did not go back, but were taken to a secret place halfway. The second elder was naturally on guard. If things are as the other party said, then he will let these people enter the tunnel and follow the other party's instructions to leave. But if those things had not happened, he would naturally not have been able to let these people leave. He also bet everything on himself. The people were left behind by force. If nothing happens today, even if he is the second elder, he will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. After all, the charge of coercing the clan members is useless even for the clan leader. The second elder is willing to bet, naturally because Uchiha is here to visit in person. Otherwise, if it were another person, do you think he would be willing to risk everything like this? Outside the Uchiha clan. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures gathered one after another, but no one took a step into the Uchiha clan. Because the order they received was that before seeing the signal, no matter what happened, no one was allowed to enter, and no one was allowed to leave. Buzz. A translucent barrier opened. It's not a defensive barrier, it's just a sound isolation barrier. It doesn't have much technical content. Apart from the cumbersome layout, there's nothing to mention at all. However, for such a huge barrier, it must consume a lot of materials and preparation time. After the barrier is opened, no matter how loud the sound is, it will not come out. Ta-ta. Amidst the tapping of the wooden staff, Danzo, half of his body wrapped in bandages, appeared among these Anbu en route ninjas. He is naturally responsible for today's actions. Anyway, the Hokage is uninformed. What Danzo didn't know was that an Anbu team next to him had been replaced. It seems that if the dutiful son fails in his mission, Danzo will come to help him. Don Ping, who was wearing an Anbu mask, commented on the situation at this time. The famous Uchiha in the ninja world is going to be exterminated today, but it's his own people who take action. It's really interesting. Hinata Kangyu YYGQ began to connotate a certain competitor. The Uchiha family has not been wiped out, isn't there still us? Uchihame retorted. At this time, her mood was very complicated, she was completely sad and excited. Sad because today we will see the death of a large number of Uchiha. Exciting because after today, the Uchiha of the castle tower will be the only orthodox one who can inherit the Uchiha name. But overall, I am more excited. Regarding the other Uchiha houses, Uchihame may not have no resentment in her heart. After all, the position of clan leader originally belonged to his own lineage, and coupled with the fact that he was betrayed later, the family relationship between them was directly severed. If it weren't for this, it would be impossible for her not to intervene. As long as the castle tower intervened, today's tragedy would have been completely impossible. But even if she intervened, she did not choose to prevent this tragedy, but took the opportunity to absorb fresh Uchiha blood, which shows that she is also happy to see the Uchiha in Konoha disappear. For the Uchiha clan, only one is enough, not two. Hinata Kangyu Anbu's face looked a little unhappy under her mask, because she didn't hit the opponent. Okay. When Tang Ping saw that the two of them were about to fight, he directly stopped them. He was afraid that the two of them would perform a full martial arts show on the spot. After hearing Tang Ping's words, the two of them also stopped. Soon, the three of them changed into shell tissue clothes and entered the Uchiha clan. All kinds of traps and barriers seemed like nothing in front of them. Not far into the tribe, you can smell the smell of blood. Ah! Run away! Occasionally, this sound is heard, and at the same time there is the sound of sharp blades tearing flesh and blood. Has it started yet? Tang Ping looked in the direction of the sound. I originally thought it would take some time, but I didn't expect it would be so soon. But this is right. With so many people, even if they line up for the filial son to kill, it will take a lot of time, not to mention they are scattered in the clan area, so the other party must seize the time to deal with them. Right. The number of people they selected was only about 700. Among them, there are 500 ordinary people and about 200 boys and girls. The number is only so high because it depends on age, personality, relationship, etc. The entire Uchiha clan, including ordinary Uchiha, has a population of only a few thousand. With such a large number, 700 people were missing. If you didn't count the bodies or observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Chapter 515 Super Genius, Uchiha Izumi. Before traveling through time, Tang Ping had a doubt. A ninja clan with several thousand people would take a long time to kill even a chicken, let alone a human being. How on earth could they be slaughtered all in one night? But now, the doubts in his heart were finally solved. Poisonous fog. A layer of mist with a faint fragrance floats throughout the Uchiha clan. As long as it is inhaled, ordinary people or ninjas who are not in good health will die silently. Therefore, the filial son does not need to hack to death one by one, he only needs to kill those who are lucky enough to survive the poisonous fog. Moreover, the barrier outside the clan's territory can not only insulate sound, but also prevent the poisonous mist spreads. At the same time, there was another Wolong who took action and helped the dutiful son to bloodbath the security department, a place where Uchiha elites gathered. Two strong cage-level men joined forces and attacked from within, so they were able to annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Otherwise, if the enemy really attacks, Uchiha will definitely be able to unleash an astonishing counterattack force. At this time, Hinata Kangyu had already locked the location of the white-eyed wolf, who was dealing with the Uchiha ninjas at the security department. Within the clan, it is natural for the filial son to handle the matter. What a dark move! Tang Ping looked at a few streets away, slashing down a filial son of the same clan with a knife. With their strength, coupled with the additional barriers on their uniforms, and with such a long distance, it is not difficult to avoid the other party's perception and watch the show. Both Uchihame and Hinata Kangetsu didn't know how to answer the call. Because you have made it clear that you have known about this matter for a long time, and you have added fuel to the flames, and now you are complaining about other people's dirty tricks. Please just take it personally. One Uchiha who was lucky enough to survive the poisonous fog was hacked to death before he could ask for help from his young clan leader. The ninja sword was swung faster and faster, and the dutiful son's heart became colder and colder, and the power in Sharingan's eyes became stronger and stronger. The extremely strong negative emotions naturally make the Sharingan stronger and stronger. Blackening is 10 times stronger. In the ninja world, it's not just a description, it's something that actually happens. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi stopped in front of a house because he heard breathing inside. And this scene also attracted a few melon-eating people. If I remember correctly, that's Izumi Uchiha's home, right? Tang Ping asked Hinata Kangyu beside him. She also knows what kind of information there is, so if you ask her, you will definitely get a yes. That's right, the other party is Daitaka. Uchiha Itachi's childhood sweetheart. I don't know if he is willing to do it. There was a sense of amusement in Hinata Kangyu's tone. Whoever lets the other person have the same surname as Red Eyes, the more miserable the other person is, the more she enjoys it. However, she almost called out the nickname Tang Ping gave him. Titles like Guoying, Prince Ming, Two Pillars, are often heard by them, so they are affected. Uchiha did not answer the call. Who makes Konoha's Uchiha really unlucky? Such brainless guys appear one after another. First it was Uchiha Fugaku, then Uchiha Obito, Shisui, and now Uchiha Itachi, so she couldn't find a reason to defend him. Anyway, she made up her mind that she would teach her clansmen the Fire Sun Will lesson in the future to ensure that they would not turn black or become brain-dead at every turn. Zhyla. Itachi pushed open the wooden door with a complicated mood. What caught his eyes was a girl with beautiful long black hair, a mole on the lower corner of her right eye, wearing a purple high-collar coat, and holding a kunao. After seeing him, she said excitedly. Itachi, great, you're okay. The girl is similar in age to Itachi, and the 3 Megatama in her Sharingan eyes illustrate her potential. Genius. As long as the teenage Mimigatama grows up in chakra and body, he is guaranteed to be an elite jounin, completely chasing Mei and Itachi. The key is that she doesn't have the terrifying resources of the two of them. So, this is the real genius. It's just that he died on the night of the genocide in the original history, so he remained unknown. Chuan. Itachi looked at the other party's pretty face, and then his eyes turned cold. Genjutsu. Sharingan. Suddenly, his eyes turned into kaleidoscopes. The terrifying pupil power instantly defeated Uchiha Izumi's mental defense and built an illusion world for him. In the illusion, the other person and I successfully married, had children, died, and lived their entire lives. Poof. Itachi stabbed the opponent's heart with the ninja sword in his hand. And not only that, he also killed the opponent's mother with a kunao. This is the real killing of wolves. For the sake of his ideals and tolerance, he will do anything. So once a ninja turns dark, it is really scary. Anyway, Tang Ping was worried about this, so he didn't dare to attack his fiancée and Hinata Kangyu. He was really cowardly. Have a sweet dream. Itachi turned around and left, leaving only a few tears on the spot. Just as he left, a figure entered this shabby but cozy hut. I didn't expect that I could still gain something like this. Tang Ping looked at the girl in front of him and sighed. If cultivated properly, the opponent's potential will definitely be no less than that of Uchiha Mei. After all, it is so exaggerated without resources. If there are sufficient resources to cultivate it, it will definitely exceed everyone's imagination. It was precisely because he saw the potential of the other party that Tang Ping came to save him. It's definitely not because of the other person's beauty or his relationship with Itachi that he would take action. Buzz. The hands shone with the light of medical ninjutsu. For Tang Ping, it was just a stab in the heart. Even resurrection from the dead is not a problem for him, let alone such a little thing. Under medical ninjutsu, the heart heals quickly. What are you doing? Uchiha Mei, standing at the door, asked curiously. He never acts without reason, so this doing must be the purpose. If I said that this is a genius who is no weaker than you, or even stronger, would you believe it? Tang Ping answered while busy. What? Impossible. Two voices sounded one after the other. It's not that I can't trust Tang Ping's judgment, it's just that these words are a bit too shocking. Because Uchiha Mei has grown up with the title of genius since she was a child, and her achievements have lived up to the title of genius. But now, Tang Ping actually said that a genius who was not weaker than her, or even stronger, had appeared. How could they not be surprised? After marveling, the two of them looked at the girl on the ground with black hair and a mole on her right eye, wanting to know what was so special about the other person that she could get this evaluation. From now on, she will be my disciple. After Tang Ping finished the treatment, he announced that he would accept the other party as his disciple. The other party was a filial son and his childhood sweetheart, but his mother, who was a member of the tribe and depended on each other for life, was killed by the other party. He really wanted to see the two of them fall in love and kill each other. How wonderful! Anyway, Tang Ping really found it interesting when he thought of that kind of scene. You can't joke, can you? Uchihame couldn't believe it. Because Tanghei had never accepted a disciple, even if he verbally agreed to accept Urshu Suzuki, he also passed it on to Hinata Kangyu. The four little ones had given guidance, but they had not accepted him as a disciple. Now, he who has never accepted a disciple has actually accepted one. How can it not surprise people? Of course I'm not kidding, I really think she is very suitable to be my disciple. Tang Ping answered seriously. With such a disciple, in addition to having fun, you can also let the other party handle some troubles for you when nothing happens. All right. Uchihame nodded and said no more. Anyway, the good news is not left to outsiders. After all, the other party's surname is Uchiha, and he will become her tribe in the future, so it is a good thing for her. After handing the unconscious opponent to Uchihame and taking him to the evacuation point, Dohei and Hinata Kanji quickly rushed to the clan leader's house. Yes, he will take the opportunity to cause trouble. Although he was happy to see Konoha Uchiha destroyed, he did not want to see the Hokage system remain unscathed. So he was going to give the other party a big gift. Chapter 516 The Prelude to Trouble. The residence of the Uchiha clan leader. It was peaceful at this time, and even the occasional scream could not break the tranquility here. In the quiet room half illuminated by moonlight, two figures were kneeling in front of them, as if waiting for something. Footsteps sounded, and two figures walked out of the shadow of the quiet room. Uchihame sent Izumi to the evacuation point. Wearing grey plain clothes and a pair of stern eyes on his broad face, Uchiha Fugaku raised his head and saw the person clearly. How could it be you? The tone seemed to be extremely unexpected. What happens outside has nothing to do with us, but your proud son will soon be killed. Tang Ping means something. The two sides seemed to be talking dumb, but in fact the communication was very simple. Uchiha Fugaku thought it was the village's senior officials who took action, so he was surprised when he saw them. However, Dohei's answer showed that it was the other party's son who did it. That's it, it seems like he chose that side. Uchiha Fugaku's side. For this, he had actually expected it. Even an outsider like me can't stand this type of Urwuza who eats a bowl of rice and turns his back on the bottom of the bowl, so I have a suggestion. Dohei said a few words, which made Uchiha Fugaku unable to refute even if he was angry. Because it's true. It may be that Itaki is a hero from the standpoint of the village, but from the standpoint of the Uchiha clan, he is definitely a traitor that everyone can punish. Then what's the purpose of your shell organization? Uchiha Fugaku did not answer, but asked suspiciously. The other party appeared during the last Nine Tails rebellion, and he appeared again this time. He felt that this was too much of a coincidence. Didn't I tell you? Do I have a suggestion? Dohei asked in disbelief. People in Konoha have forgotten how powerful Uchiha is. Tonight is a perfect stage, right? He followed suit. What's the meaning? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, not understanding what this meant. Anyway, you are already determined to die, so why not show the power of Kaleidoscope to the village so that they will pay more attention to your son in the future? Tang Ping is blunt. He really looked down on the other party. Sometimes they are doves, sometimes they are hawks, but they cannot stick to it. It is completely a good hand turned into a scumbag. I won't listen to a guy like you. Even though Uchiha Fugaku felt that Dohei's words were reasonable, he still chose to refuse in the end. He still has great feelings for the village, so he is naturally unwilling to cause damage to the village if he is destined to lose. Really? Tang Ping said with a hint of malice in his tone, if you do as I say and a group of tribesmen can escape, what will you choose? Yes, the people they want to take away can be used as bargaining chips to force the other party to listen to them. What? Uchiha Fugaku looked stunned, and then asked, what is the purpose of your shell organization, and who is behind it? He was sure that there must be something wrong with the shell organization. Maybe it was hired by some force. After all, the other party is a mercenary organization. Last time, the Fire Country's daimyo successfully hired the other party. It is not impossible for someone to hire the other party to perform tasks in Konoha. The biggest suspect is naturally the castle tower. We were hired by the Mist Ninja to take a group of your people away. Do Ping honestly admitted that their Kara organization took on the Mist Ninja's mission to take a group of people away. Blaming the blame. Anyway, although the Kara organization will take action and make trouble, they are honest and innocent, just doing things for money. Mist Ninja. Is it the second elder? Uchiha Fugaku frowned, and couldn't think of why the other party would take action, and was connected with the second elder. The other party did not show up at the gathering, but held a celebration to compensate his wife. He thought that the other party was ignoring the overall situation at the time, but now it seems that the second elder did it on purpose. Just at this time, several gorgeous fireworks rose into the sky, illuminating the night sky. The plan has begun. Dohei glanced at the fireworks in the night sky from the window, and continued, if you don't do what I say, those tribesmen will not be able to escape the village. As the tribe leader, would you rather watch them die than take action? At this time, he wanted to complain. You really don't even want your tribe members for your family in the village. I don't know what sin Uchiha has committed to choose you as the tribe leader, so that they would choose a weirdo like you. Fortunately, Uchiha Mei is not here, otherwise I'm afraid she can't help but kill the other party directly. The other tribe leader is almost like his son who is a traitor. No wonder Itaka has such a personality, it must be related to his father who is affected by the will of fire. For example, the future Nizuzi, because he is not affected, has a normal outlook on life. It's a pity that he was beaten into the shape of the other party by Prince Naruto's mouth-to-mouth and personality correction punch. How can I believe that what you say is true? Uchiha Fugaku asked with gritted teeth. In fact, he was sure in his heart that the other party did not lie to him. Otherwise, the second elder would not joke with his reputation. The other party made such a great sacrifice, which was enough to prove a lot of things. You have no choice, and does this affect your original choice? Tang Ping looked at the other party with contempt. Anyway, it's all death. Those who choose not to resist will die in the hands of the filial son, or die after resisting with all their strength. Isn't it all death? That's right. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Also, if your wife wants to leave. Tang Ping suddenly looked at Uchiha Mikoto, who was kneeling quietly on the side, and gave a hint. He really admired this person. Whether as a wife or a mother, the other party was very competent and was considered a great woman. It was a pity that she followed a pit. My home is here, and I don't want to be separated from my husband. Uchiha Mikoto refused with a low voice, but her determination was firm. That's really a pity, Fugaku clan leader, have you made a choice now? Tang Ping asked. It's almost time now, the filial son should be here soon. Okay. Uchiha Fugaku made up his mind. In fact, if Dohei revealed his true identity, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. But who made the other party Uchiha Fugaku? If the other party got excited and revealed their identities for the will of fire, a lot of their layout would be destroyed, so they could only use the identity of the Kara organization to coerce and lure. They dared to reveal their identities only to people like the second elder who dedicated his life to Uchiha. Wait a minute, put the battlefield here, is it okay? Dohei unfolded a map of Konoha, and a red cross was drawn on a place on it. Sarutobi clan land. Uchiha Fugaku naturally recognized the red cross mark at the first time. Yes, Dohei targeted the Sarutobi clan. The legendary 3000 Sarutobi army was completely fake after his investigation. Because there were only about 2000. As for this number, how can we say it? Even for the Uchiha clan, before the eldest branch of the clan moved away, the number was only about 4000. Note that this number includes ordinary clan members. If only ninjas are counted, the entire Uchiha clan may only have about 1000. This is the rich Uchiha. Although the quality of the Sarutobi clan ninjas is far inferior to that of the Uchiha clan, such a large number of ninjas is a complete horror story. Now the number of registered ninjas in the castle tower is only about 2000. In other words, the Sarutobi clan is completely comparable to the rhythm of using the clan to defeat the village. So, this time, Dohei is going to expose this matter and weaken the other party by the way. Of course, it is also to buy time. The bigger the noise here, the later Konoha will find those Uchiha who escaped. If they really find them, the other party will definitely chase them at the first time. After all, such an Uchiha who leaves with the fire of revenge is definitely a huge hidden danger for Konoha. So, it is necessary to buy time for them. Do Ping wants to stir up trouble, not only for fun, but also for other purposes. Therefore, Konoha will have a feast tonight. Chapter 517 True Fatherly Love and Filial Piety. The residence of the second elder. Puff, puff. The sound of a sharp blade tearing through flesh and blood continued to sound from outside. And the second elder, the old man, was sitting alone in the pavilion admiring the moonlight. Well, except that the moonlight is a little bloody, everything else is good. Phew. The door was blown open by the cold wind, but there was no one there. Sure enough, the village still attacked Uchiha. The second elder murmured to himself. How could he not smell the strong smell of blood when he came out of the battlefield, let alone the screams? As for resistance? Ninja is not a profession in which the older you get, the stronger you get. The older you get, the lower your strength becomes. Unless you are one of the three great immortals, you will become more demonic as you get older. Poof. A ninja sword stabbed the second elder through the chest from behind. Behind him was Itaki, whose whole body was in shadow, except for his blood-red eyes, which were becoming more and more strange. For him at this time, there is no turning back. Is it Itaki? At this time, the second elder naturally knew who killed him. But Itaki behind him didn't answer. What he didn't expect was that the second elder pulled the wire with a slight hook of his finger. Of course it's not a trap. For Itaki, who has a kaleidoscope, his insight is amazing, and the trap can definitely be seen at a glance. But what if it's not a trap, but just a simple trigger? Brilliant fireworks shot into the sky. These are also the fireworks that Tang Ping of the Patriarch's house saw. But the fireworks were purchased openly. After all, the second elder is going to hold a celebration, so it's normal to set off some fireworks, isn't it? It was just that Itaki's heart tightened as he looked at the fireworks rising into the sky. Why did the other party do this? Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Itaki was naturally a little uneasy. However, even if he felt uneasy, he did not panic. Instead, he immediately walked around to the front of the second elder and looked at each other. With the power of his kaleidoscope, he is enough to get the answer from the other party. It's just that Itaki realized that he was a step too late. The second elder's eyes had slowly closed, but there was a mocking smile on his lips. Hiss. The sound of ignition sounded. It's the detonating talisman. The detonating talisman attached to his body was the gift left by the second elder to Itaki. The wolf is destroyed. No, in the ninja world, disposing of one's own body is a compulsory course for ninjas, so this situation is not uncommon. Faced with this situation, Itaki could only distance himself and left the body. Boom! The huge flames and explosions directly engulfed the second elder and the small pavilion. Step! Itaki stood on the rockery, silently watching the aftermath of the explosion not far away. A detonating talisman was attached to his body, and he had not used any ninjutsu to defend himself. Naturally, he was dead to death, and not even his intact flesh and blood was left. Cruel enough. It seems that the second elder also knows very well how many methods Konoha has for corpses, so he doesn't even leave the corpses to the opponent. For the sake of those tribesmen who escaped, he would naturally not leave any hidden dangers. Because he had met Uchiha, he naturally knew how serious the consequences would be if the village leaders knew about it, so he carefully arranged a lot of backups. Now it's just an appetizer, the main course hasn't been served yet. The other side. Located in a small cave in a hidden place in Uchiha. Second elder. Dora looked up at the fireworks in the distance, knowing that the second elder was dead at this time, and that the village's senior officials had indeed taken action against their Uchiha. The next thing he has to do is to send away these specially selected tribesmen. Since Uchiha is a ninja, he will not panic easily like ordinary villagers and has good discipline. Previously, the second elder had told these people the plan in advance. Said that if nothing happens until tomorrow morning, then he will let them handle it, but if the village really takes action against their Uchiha today, then they will follow the command and escape from Konoha. The second elder used himself as a guarantee. With his prestige, these Uchiha would stay quietly in this cave. Otherwise, do you really think that Duoliang can control so many people by himself? Now, anyone with a clear mind would be able to tell from the dissipating poisonous mist and the strong smell of blood that the Uchiha clan was being slaughtered, and high-level village officials were involved. Otherwise, with such a huge movement, do you really think that the ANBU is dead? Usually the other party has been monitoring them, but now there is no reaction at all. It is strange that there is no acquiescence from the village senior officials. Anger and hatred burned in the eyes of these Uchiha in the cave. Set off. Dora picked up the unconscious Uchiha Izumi, who had just been brought here, and pulled away a camouflage on the stone wall inside the cave, revealing a passage. The Uchihas in the cave also understood that this was the only way to survive, so they naturally followed. Note that those tribesmen who were disobedient or would go to extremes had been eliminated during the selection, so these Uchiha followed silently. After advancing for a certain distance, you will see backpacks one by one. There were sleeping bags, kettles, medicinal materials, food, and other supplies inside, as well as 4 figures in black robes waiting for them. Yes, it is Uchiha Shizuka, Yashiro, Ineu, and Teihuo. Wearing a camouflaged black robe is for fear of revealing your identity. After all, the castle tower doesn't have the participation in the day exchange plan was entirely done by the Mist Ninja, so be careful. The 4 nodded to Terra and began to direct the team forward. The 2 sides would not have much communication. Anyway, the second elder's instructions to Terra were that these people were absolutely trustworthy. Terra naturally trusted the second elder's orders, so he resisted the tears and sadness in his heart and cooperated. The plan officially began. No one could have imagined that such a nearly 2-kilometer-long tunnel would appear in Konoha. Fortunately, the Uchiha were driven to the edge of the village. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult to dig a tunnel leading to the outside of the village. How is it possible? As the Uchiha advanced, they naturally noticed that this underground passage was located dozens of meters underground, and judging from the freshness of the soil, it was definitely just dug out. The difficulty was completely amazing. Because it was obvious at a glance that it was not a soil escape. It was a miracle that such an underground passage was dug out by humans in a few days. The Uchiha clan land on the other side. It has become a deadly place now. There are not many people who can survive the poisonous fog by chance. The security department was dealt with by the ungrateful wolves, and the filial son dealt with the survivors in the clan, and then went straight to the clan leader's house. At this time, on the telephone pole outside the clan leader's house, Tang Ping squatted on it and looked down at the street in front, imitating the posture of the filial son. It must be said that this posture is really high-end without mentioning other aspects. No wonder the filial son will be called a Takagod in the future. Let's not talk about the strength first. Whether it is ninjutsu or style, he is all pretentious like the wind, which is really eye-catching. It's finally started. Hinata Kangyu on the roof behind, with a touch of excitement in his tone. Next is the father's love and son's filial piety segment. It was not until this time that she and Uchihame realized how bad it was for Tang Ping to give the other party the title of filial son. Because he is about to kill his father and mother with his own hands. It is indeed filial. In the clan leader's house, in the quiet room. Itaki, holding a bloody long sword, walked out of the shadows, and the blood-red kaleidoscope contained lingering sadness. It seems that you still chose that side. Uchiha Fugaku said this again. Hey! Why is there a word again? Itaki's eyes were sad, but there was no tear, because the tears had long been dried. Compared to us, you have worked harder. Uchiha Mikoto looked at her son and felt heartbroken for his future. Itaki, promise me, Sasuke will be in your hands from now on. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. He knew that the other party would protect Sasuke no matter what, so he was not worried about his youngest son. Itaki slowly walked behind his parents and swung the ninja sword in his hand. Although he felt something strange, he naturally would not pay attention to it at this time. 2 bodies fell to the ground, and the blood dyed the ground red. The filial son completed the achievement of parricide. Well, Uchiha Fugaku clearly agreed to Do Ping's conditions but died. What's going on? Of course, he didn't want to do this, but because it was one of the conditions. Let him die first once, and the battle will have to wait until the 2 sons meet. And someone asked Do Ping about this question. Chapter 518 Famous Scene, My Stupid Odoudou. Why did you? Uchihame looked at Do Ping who had been squatting on the telephone pole and asked in great confusion. Because Uchiha Fugaku was completely unnecessary. How can there be no such famous scene? Do Ping said without looking back. He didn't forget that the second pillar should be on his way back now. The filial son's words my stupid Odoudou are very interesting, and for a fun person like him, how can he miss it? The key is that this is an important turning point for the other party, and he naturally doesn't want to change it. The advantage of foreknowledge is his real trump card. He will restore it whenever possible. Only by letting history maintain its original inertia can he get the most benefit. Just like this genocide incident, if he hadn't known it in advance, how could he have gotten so many benefits? The second elder selected those seeds with the highest potential. Even the 500 Uchiha who are not ninjas are of excellent bloodline. These people alone can multiply the potential of the Uchiha of the main house of the castle tower, not to mention the various treasures and heritage. For example, the psychic contracts, prescriptions, chakra medals of the Ninja Cat and Ninja Crow clans, etc., with the preparation of Dohei in advance, they will not be cheap to the village leaders as in the original plot. The Sarutobi clan was known as the strongest fire escape during the time of Prince Naruto, but after the Uchiha clan was exterminated, it can be seen how much they got. Of course, there is no such opportunity now. Just as they were talking, Hyuga Kangyu looked towards the end of the street. Someone is coming. It's the second pillar. Uchiha Sasuke. The other party was let in by Danzo, otherwise, how could a kid who just entered the ninja school pass through the surveillance of the root and the Anbu? The reason is also very obvious. The Uchiha clan annihilation needs a witness. Otherwise, who would believe that a famous and wealthy family was annihilated silently? Therefore, there is no better thing to let an Uchiha orphan as a witness. With Uchiha Sasuke as a witness, it can be explained that the Uchiha clan annihilation and the village high layers are irrelevant. Even if many ninjas can see the problem, as long as there is a reasonable excuse. Hypocrisy. The top management of the village has simply done bad things and is pretending to be a white lotus. Like Yunren, although I am said to be domineering and cruel, I admit it directly, but I will never change my true nature as a gangster. Father, mother, brother. Urjuzi rushed into the home in panic and worry, and saw two corpses lying in a pool of blood in the quiet room, as well as the filial son holding a knife with blood on his face. Brother, what's going on? Even though he had some guesses in his mind, Sasuke still asked with a touch of hope. In order to measure myself and get these eyes, I killed them. Itake's voice was careless, as if it was a small matter. You. Furious Sasuke rushed towards Itake. Relief. However, he was knocked against the wall with a casual blow. Before he could hit the ground, Itake grabbed his neck with his hands, and the two sides looked at each other. My stupid Oyudaodu, brother, you are too weak, so weak that you are not even qualified to let me test my weapon. If you want revenge, make yourself stronger and come to me. While speaking, his pupils turned into kaleidoscopes. Tsukuyomi. It was just a kaleidoscope illusion that gave his dear Oyudaodu. It has to be said that Itake really loves his brother and would rather consume his eye power to stimulate him. In the illusion space, Sasuke continued to endure torture, and saw the corpses of his clan members and his parents in a pool of blood again and again. Then, angrily opened, a Megatama Sharingan. Well, there is nothing like directly reaching the stomach and starting the kaleidoscope. After finishing the Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Sasuke fell into a coma instantly. Tsukuyomi, who can kill even elite jounin with one move, can be considered merciful even if he doesn't have a nervous breakdown when dealing with a brat like Sasuke who is new to the ninja school. Forgive me, Sasuke. Itake gently put the person on the ground. Suddenly, he shot a kunao backwards like lightning. Boom! The kunao plunged deeply into the bloody floor, but missed its target. And Itake's pupils contracted. Because my father's body is missing. Yes, that's exactly what it means. Of the two original corpses, only the mother's body remained. Impossible. He was a little out of sorts. Because he knew clearly that his father was dead. But now? The strange situation made him chase towards the window immediately. Because there are hidden traces there, indicating that someone has just left there. With Mangekyo's terrifying observation ability, Itake was able to cling to his opponent's whereabouts and avoid being surrounded by darkness and roots. At this time, the Uchiha clan was outside the land. The Hokage arrived after hearing the news. Danzo, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly. At this time, the barrier has naturally been removed long ago, and no trace can be seen at all. The root found that something was wrong with Uchiha, so I came here. Danzo reported in a natural tone. Well, I just arrived a few hours ago, so there's nothing wrong with me at all. Anyway, these people at the scene are all the root, so of course he is not afraid of being exposed. Go out. Sarutobi Hiruzen led a group of ANBU into the Uchiha clan. The streets were filled with corpses and blood. What's going on? Impossible. Who did it? Various thoughts rang in the mind of the ANBU who had just arrived. Soon, a famous ANBU came back to report. Lord Hokage, of the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Sasuke is alive, the others. The implication is that in the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Sasuke is alive. Everyone listens to the order, collect all the bodies, and even move those from the house. We must find the murderer. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order with great anger, as if he wanted to cut the murderer into pieces. Excellent acting. As Hokage, he is definitely an actor. He clearly knows the truth, but it seems as if he doesn't know anything. After giving the order, he turned to look at Danzo who was following him. The Roots have been monitoring Uchiha, and something like this happened. From now on, Danzo, you will no longer be the leader of the Roots. How wonderful! It was obvious that he allowed the other party to cooperate with Itaki, but now he used this incident to make Danzo take responsibility. It can only be said that it is not unreasonable for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be able to firmly suppress Danzo. At least in terms of scheming and means, Danzo is really far inferior to him. It is precisely because of this that even if Danzo assassinated him, he would regard it as an interest between friends. Well, luckily the ninja who died protecting the Hokage couldn't get up from the grave, otherwise Hiruzen and Sarutobi would have been torn apart, because their deaths were worthless. Hiruzen, you. Danzo may not have expected that before, the two sides had a tacit understanding to deal with Uchiha, but now they would suddenly attack him. I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly suppressed what the other party wanted to refute. You will regret it. Danzo retorted subconsciously. This was also an acknowledgement of the punishment. After all, the ninjas were not as easy to believe their explanations as civilians, so the Root had to bear the blame. Danzo was used to taking the blame, so he did not argue. Because he knew that this was for the other ninjas to see, and it actually had no effect on his control of the Root. While the two were talking, Anbu also began to deal with the bodies separately. The bodies carried a lot of information, so the bodies of ninjas were really important. As for Danzo, he looked at the bodies with fanatical eyes. Of course, he didn't have any weird hobbies, but there were many Sharingan among these bodies. Sharingan was a resurrection coin for him. It would be strange if he wasn't excited to see so many resurrection coins suddenly. However, he didn't know who triggered the mechanism, and an unexpected upheaval occurred. The main meal left by the Second Elder began. Chapter 519 The Ruthless Second Elder. Boom, boom. A series of huge explosions suddenly appeared from all over the Uchiha clan. Houses were blown to pieces, flames and strong winds engulfed everything, turning the entire Uchiha clan into an extremely dangerous battlefield. Yes, although the Second Elder was a dove, he was a standard Uchiha. He could really go crazy at the critical moment. If the village really attacked the Uchiha, he would leave nothing for the other party. Detonating talisman. As the Second Elder, he could naturally get a lot of them. And with his identity, it was not difficult to arrange them, so he set up detonation traps in various places in the clan in advance. As long as he didn't remove them, they would be activated once someone touched them. Of course, he didn't want to destroy the Uchiha. He just understood one thing more, that is, the more chaotic the situation is, the more beneficial it is for those who escaped. That's why he made this arrangement of burning both jade and stone, just to stir up the water. It can be said that in order to allow the clan members to escape smoothly, the Second Elder really gave everything. The reason why he trusted and felt at ease was because Mei showed up. If he used the identity of the Kara organization, he would never risk all this. Retreat quickly. Be careful. Listening to the explosions coming from everywhere, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order with a sullen face. Retreat. It's over. This thought flashed through his mind. Because they tried every means to conceal what happened tonight, but now this movement will definitely alarm countless people. The only good news is that the Uchiha clan is on the edge of the village. If it was somewhere else, there would be no way to block the news. Unfortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know that in addition to the main meal prepared by the Second Elder for them, there was also a big gift to be presented. On the other side, Itaka chased to a familiar place. Sarutobi clan land. Compared to the high-profile rich Uchiha, the Sarutobi clan is much more low-key. The clan land is located on the edge of the core circle of the village. Although the location is not as good as before the Uchiha clan land, but the difference is not too big. The key point is that the area is large. And it is close to the commercial street, hospital, and school. In terms of value, it is not much worse than the core area. It can be said that most of the houses and shops in this area are named Sarutobi or related to this surname. Even if this area is not as rarely visited by outsiders as the Uchiha clan land, there are not too many people who come here on purpose. Quiet in a bustling place. This can be used to describe the Sarutobi clan land. And not far away are the clan lands of the Tenshin, Mitamon, Shimura, and other clans. It can be said that the major ninja clans of the Hokage system are completely distributed around the Sarutobi clan land. Step. Itake was in the huge wooden roof of the building stopped. Because of that familiar figure, it was standing steadily on the roof at this time. After seeing the other person clearly, Itake couldn't calm down. Uchiha Fugaku. His father was standing in front of him. You know, he killed the other person with his own hands just now, but now he appeared alive in front of him, how could he calm down? Fortunately, he was born with facial paralysis, even if his emotions fluctuated, his expression didn't change much, as if everything was under control. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called a Takagod. He is completely calm when facing a mountain collapse. Ugly people are called facial paralysis, handsome people are called cold. Although Itake was prematurely aged, but you can always trust Uchiha's looks, plus his cool and powerful fighting style, he is indeed worthy of the title of a Takagod. Anyway, watching the hidden doping quietly grit his teeth, he decided to follow this cold and pretentious route in the future. Although the second-year route is very exciting, it doesn't attract fans. Well, while he was secretly complaining, the father-son game on the roof also began. True. Father-son game.jpg. Fire escape. Phoenix fire technique. Itake blew out a lot of flames. He wanted to determine the other party's identity through fighting without communicating. After all, appearance and voice can be disguised, but some fighting skills and habits, as well as ninjutsu, cannot be disguised. And Uchiha Fugaku did not speak, as if like a puppet, he avoided the Fengxian fire attack somewhat stiffly. Like a puppet. What happened to him? Hinata Sogitsu didn't quite understand why Uchiha Fugaku became like this. You can tell there is a problem at first glance. It seems like he's smart for once. Tang Ping was puzzled at first, then he exclaimed in admiration. Yes, he has thought it through. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was deliberately pretending to be controlled. Then, no matter what he did next, it had nothing to do with Uchiha. Really? Uchiha Mei understood what Dohei said and nodded. The other party's action shifted the blame to others. It is not surprising that they probably sold their shell organization. For example, use some clues to put the blame on them for being controlled. After all, it's just cooperation, and there's no requirement to keep it confidential. All we can say is that Tang Ping had taken precautions in advance. If you are an identity of a shell organization, it doesn't matter if you are sold out. And their Kara organization can also put the blame on the Mist Ninja. After all, they are just mercenaries who are doing the job for money. On the rooftop, the game between father and son is going intensely. I have to say that the filial son is indeed a genius. Even though he is much younger than his father, he does not lose out at all in public. For the ninja profession, combat experience is gained through killing. Although Fugaku has the nickname Evil Eyes, he has not been on the battlefield or on a mission for a very long time since he became the clan leader, and he lacks practical experience. But Daxiaoza has been fighting his way up since he joined the Anbu, so his combat experience is really not weak. Mangeki can greatly enhance chakra, insight, reaction speed, etc., so after using Mangeki, you will be able to start from cage level. Impossible, how could Uchiha Fugaku block? Uchiha Mei was naturally aware of the effects of the Mangekyo, so she was extremely surprised to see Uchiha Fugaku was able to stop the filial son. You have the Mangeki, but you just avoid the pressure from the Hokage. You are such a waste, aren't you? Tang Ping continued the conversation leisurely. He knew very early on that the other party must have a kaleidoscope, otherwise he would not have let him show it off. It's just that although he had a kaleidoscope, his death in the original plot was as easy as a child's play. How could he not despise him? Even rabbits know to bite when they are angry, let alone humans. But the other party clearly had the power to resist, but chose to die at the hands of his own son. This kind of mentality is not worthy of being the leader of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Tang Ping's attitude was impolite from the very beginning. Uchiha Mei had nothing to say. Because if she had been the clan leader and had the Manjiki, the Uchiha clan would definitely not have become what it is now. It's all the Will of Fire's fault. So, she could only blame it on the Will of Fire, otherwise she couldn't say that Uchiha people were prone to weirdos, right? Although this is true, it cannot be admitted. While they were watching the show, the people from the Sarutobi clan also noticed the situation. They jumped onto the roof and saw the two people confronting each other. You are Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku. While asking, all the Sarutobi ninjas were stunned after seeing the two people fighting clearly in the moonlight. As members of the Sarutobi clan, how could they not be aware of the situation in the village? Now the other party appeared on the roof of the clan leader's house in their own land, and they were fully armed. It was very likely that they had already started a rebellion and were preparing to attack their Sarutobi clan first and use them as hostages to threaten the Hokage. These thoughts instantly flashed through Captain Sarutobi's mind. It's no wonder that he had wild thoughts. This was because only a few people knew about Uchiha Itachi's plan. Now two fully armed Uchiha came to the clan's territory quietly, which definitely showed that they had bad intentions. Hurry up and let the tribe members retreat. We will stop the enemy first and find a way to call for support to resist the Uchiha invasion. Captain Sarutobi gave loud orders. As he spoke, he attacked Itachi who was closest to him. The situation is getting interesting. Chapter 520 He is really serious, I am crying to death. What a talent! Tang Ping, who was watching the play, sighed. Even he had never thought of such a wonderful start. Was Uchiha Itachi attacked by the Sarutobi clan? It's really gratifying. He had no way to explain his identity because he was now a rebel ninja of Konoha. When do we take action? Hinata Kangya was eager to try. If Uchiha Fugaku is not able to do it, then it will be the turn of the Kara organization to bring justice from the sky. Anyway, the goal is to create trouble while attracting everyone's attention so that they will later discover the Uchiha people retreating from the tunnel. Change of day plan. The focus is on those Uchiha. With this group of people, the development potential of the castle tower will greatly increase. After all, the Uchiha clans are different from other ninja clans. Great potential. After allowing them to join, they will be able to bring a large amount of mid to high-end combat power to the castle tower in the future. The castle tower has no shortage of resources, money, ninjutsu, but what it lacks most is people with ninja talent, so this group of Uchiha becomes important. However, if you want to eat this piece of fat meat, the prerequisite is to contain Konoha and prevent it from chasing. Otherwise, if Konoha Shin sent a large force to pursue them, even if they could easily escape, those Uchiha would not be able to escape. It depends on the situation. Tang Ping'an comforted Xiang Kangyu, she really wanted to carry rice. She used to carry rice in the hidden cloud village. One remember the Super Shinra Tensei, and only later did she know that several thousand villagers in Kumagakure were killed or injured. That was because the population was distributed on the mountain pillars, and she was only in the fetal movement period at that time, so the casualties were limited. If she had been attacked in Konoha. With her current strength, thinking about the future scene of Nagato destroying the village with one move, she can now at least cause nearly half the damage of the power. It's not that the Samsara Eye is weaker than the Samsara Eye, but her Samsara Eye has not reached its peak. The limit of the Samsara Eye Chakra mode is 9 truth-seeking jades, and now there is only 1, the difference is so big. Okay. Hinata Kangyu immediately restrained her emotions. For her, Dohei's order is the highest priority. Just then, in the Sarutobi clan, the red flare cut through the dark night sky. This is not a firework, but a warning flare, and the reactions caused by the two are completely different. Then there is a scene of ordinary clan members fleeing and being surrounded by ninjas one by one. Only at this moment can we see how terrifying the Sarutobi clan is. Whoosh, whoosh. The endless Sarutobi ninjas seemed endless. If it were somewhere else, they would definitely not be so anxious. But this is the Sarutobi clan's territory, so after seeing the warning flares, these Sarutobi ninjas rushed here as soon as possible no matter what they were doing. As for other ninja clans, they must first find out the situation and negotiate before entering the Sarutobi clan's territory. After all, each ninja clan's territory is almost equivalent to a village within a village, and there are really many rules. So all the ninjas who came here now are from the Sarutobi clan. If Dohei and his men hadn't used the barrier to disguise themselves, they might have been squeezed out long ago. 3,000 Sarutobi army, is really not a joke. Looking at the dense Sarutobi ninjas around him, Dohei sighed in a low voice. Because the number has exceeded 3,000. The more than 2,000 mentioned before refers to the unregistered private army. There are more than 1,000 registered Sarutobi ninjas. If you add them all up, let alone 3,000, they are almost 4,000. Even for ordinary people, this number is not small. Not to mention ninjas. Just think about how many people there were in the Southwest Ninja Army when Dohei was in charge, and you will know how exaggerated this number is. At its peak, the Southwest Ninja Army was only about 1,500 people. It is simply ruthless. In other words, the Sarutobi clan alone can form 2 Southwest Ninja armies. During the Ninja World War, the private armies of the major ninja clans suffered heavy casualties, and there was no compensation. But if they knew that the Sarutobi clan actually hid such a force, it would be strange if they didn't collapse. This is too inhuman. They let us die as cannon fodder, and used the will of fire to convince us to burn for Konoha. But what the hell are you? They hid such a private army and did nothing, watching their private army suffer heavy casualties. Even if there is an excuse of sitting in Konoha, it is too ugly to eat. Therefore, this time, Dohei deliberately chose the Sarutobi clan as the place for trouble, not just to cause destruction. If it is just destruction, if he directly carries a bag of rice to several floors, Super Shinra Tensei, maybe Konoha can be rebuilt. What he wants is to kill people and destroy their hearts. Directly expose the Sarutobi army and put the Hokage system in trouble. Not only do they have no energy to chase the fleeing Uchiha, they don't know that the second elder blew up the Uchiha clan's land, but they also have to behave for a long time in the future. Who made the other party trouble the castle tower as soon as they have time? Since this is the case, it is better to take the initiative. As for destroying Konoha? Theoretically, it is possible. What Nagato can do, there is no reason that Dohei and others can't do. But let's not talk about how the 6 paths LYB hiding in the Pure Land will react, whether they will come to them for a heart-to-heart talk. The destruction of Konoha alone would mean the start of the 4th Ninja World War. Other ninja villages would not miss such a good opportunity. This is absolutely the worst news for the castle tower, which is in a period of rapid development and is using its energy to digest the Hidden Mist village, attack the Land of Water and lay out the Hidden Sand village. Not to mention, once Konoha is destroyed, Dohei's advantage as a prophet will be almost gone. He would be crazy to do this now. Find ways to attack the prestige of the Hokage system and secretly suck the opponent's blood, isn't it good? Just like the Uchiha, Abarame, and other ninja clans, they all moved from Konoha to the castle tower. Boom! A huge roar. The huge clan leader's house of the Sarutobi clan collapsed in the battle. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Uchiha Fugaku was covered in a huge purple skeleton. What is that? So scary. Don't be afraid of them, there are only 2 of them. The surrounding Sarutobi ninjas whispered. At this moment, they felt that it was impossible for the 2 Uchiha to escape, so they were extremely relaxed. Catch them! An elder Sarutobi ordered. No matter what the situation is now, if the Uchiha dares to trespass into their Sarutobi clan, they will definitely be caught. Besides, they have the support of the 3rd Hokage, so they are really not afraid at all. Swoosh, swoosh, several Sarutobi ninjas jumped forward. Phew! The huge skeletal arm swept across, setting off a fierce wind. At the same time, it also swatted several Sarutobi ninjas who came forward like flies to death. Stop! Itaka shouted loudly. Unfortunately, Uchiha Fugaku was completely a puppet at this time, his movements and expression were still sluggish, and he had no reaction at all. It can only be said that the filial son is an expert in civil war and an outsider in foreign war. When facing the same clan, he punched hard and wiped out the clan by one person, the White-Eyed Wolf village did not know. But when facing the Sarutobi ninja, he could only subdue him and had no intention of killing him. I have to say that he does have a Hokage mind and is extremely protective of the villagers. He really made me cry to death. Of course, the villagers in the eyes of the filial son will not include the arrogant Uchiha. Phew! The translucent giant skeleton half-body formed seals with both hands, as if it was about to perform ninjutsu. Run away! An elderly Sarutobi elder who had just arrived roared angrily as if he had recalled something. Susanoo! Once you see it once, you will never forget it. When the surrounding Sarutobi ninjas heard this, they naturally prepared to disperse. But now it's too late to avoid it. Fierce. A huge purple fireball appeared on the hand of the skeleton. The extremely terrifying chakra fluctuations can be detected by anyone with a slightly keener perception. If he really wanted to use this technique, he would definitely suffer heavy casualties. Just when the fireball was thrown, an unexpected situation occurred. Chapter 521 Officially Designated Truth. Fierce. The spreading flames swept across the surrounding area. The purple flame seemed to be the flame from hell, still burning fiercely even on the ruins. What's even more astonishing is that these flames don't have any temperature at all. Not only do they not increase the surrounding temperature, they actually become colder. And in the sea of purple fire, two translucent giant skeletons, one purple and one red, faced each other. Just now, the red skeleton giant made a half-body move to block the purple flames. Otherwise, these purple flames would not have touched people. I didn't expect you to have these eyes. Itaka calmly looked at the figure standing opposite him in the center of the skeleton. For his father, he actually had some hatred and contempt in his heart, otherwise he would not have disobeyed him everywhere before. Especially after having these eyes, I feel that Uchiha talks about rich family every day, but he has no right to call himself such a person. Unexpectedly, the other party actually had a pair of eyes. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, Koharu, Mito Kabuto, Shikaku Nara, and others also arrived, and they happened to see two transparent skeletons nearly 10 meters high confronting each other. What is that? Nara Shikaku murmured to himself. Even he, the Konoha military advisor, has never seen such a thing, and he doesn't even know about Mangekyo. After all, this information is the village's top secret. It's a pupil technique that can only be used after the Sharingan is promoted to the Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo. Normal ninjutsu and attacks have no effect on it. It is also the strongest power of Uchiha. After Mito Kadoyan and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at each other, they began to explain aloud. Of course, it was not for themselves, but for the heads of the ninja clan who came with them. Inazukeiko, Inyazuka, Hinata, Kazamatsuri and other Naruto clan ninja clan leaders are all there. It was not easy to rush in rashly before, so they would follow Sarutobi Hiruzen in. As for the clan members, they would see if they needed it. After listening to the introduction, they felt extremely sad. Originally, the Sharingan was enough to make people envious and jealous, but now I know that it even has a Mangiotoscope form, which makes people completely jealous to the point of separation. Guobi must die. If Uchiha hadn't died, they would still be playing with wool. All the ninja clan leaders had this idea in their minds, and this also allowed them to temporarily suppress their dissatisfaction after seeing the Aru family army. Yes, when they entered the Sarutobi tribe and saw the densely packed Sarutobi ninjas, they were completely confused. A little bit too ungrateful to be a human being. Using the will of fire and the safety of the village to force their private army to go to the front line, but their own private army is huddled in Konoha, who can bear this? But after hearing how terrifying Uchiha was, they felt that it was not intolerable. Hokage-sama, what happened today? Nara Shikaku suddenly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, while also holding down Akimichi Choza. This inquiry is of great significance. The previous explosions on the Uchiha side, as well as the roots and ANBU that blocked various places, are enough to show how complicated the situation tonight is. All the major ninja clans are huddled in their families. If something hadn't happened to the Sarutobi clan, they would never have taken action. But if something happens to the Sarutobi clan, they, the Hokage ninja clan, will naturally come as soon as possible. People may not remember those people who came, but they will definitely write down those who didn't come in their notebook. Nara Shikaku's current inquiry is actually asking for an official explanation. In other words, no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen explains it next, it will be the only truth, a truth recognized by all of them. As for what the truth is it important? It's not important at all. What matters is whether these ninjas will approve it. There was civil strife in Uchiha. Uchiha Itaka massacred the entire clan, and only the orphan Uchiha Suzuki was left, who was saved by me. The other party is now chasing Uchiha Fugaku. Sarutobi Hiruzen said the truth in a calm tone. Anyway, he did not lie, this statement is absolutely tenable, and he is not afraid of being exposed. As for selectively ignoring the small movements made by the roots, and Itaka's communication with him in advance, it's nothing at all. I see, I think the village should block the news and surround and kill Uchiha Itaki at the same time. What do you think, Hokage? Narashikaku sighed softly. Not only was he sighing for the Uchiha family, but he was also relieved that such a powerful competitor was gone. Competitors. The Uchiha clan occupied a lot of the village's interests, so naturally they would compete with the major ninja clans for interests, so there were many secret fights. Now it's good, there is no need to compete in the future. It can only be said that Konoha F4 is really incompetent, and there is no way to open source, so the major ninja clans can only let the internal competition. And the ninja clans have to fight. Because the cost of training ninjas is really exaggerated. Whether it is various medicinal materials or ninja tools, they all require a lot of resources. If they don't fight for interests, the ninja clan will only decline. Yet, I didn't expect that this would happen to the Uchiha clan. Although Inyazuka Hana nodded, her expression was extremely ugly. After all, the Hokage could use this method to deal with Uchiha today, who knows if they will use this method to deal with themselves in the future. The ice is 3 feet thick, and it is not cold in a day. From the time Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power until now, the major ninja clans have not really recognized him. After all, his abilities are all focused on internal fighting, otherwise he would not be an expert in internal wars but a layman in external wars. Naturally, the other clan leaders also expressed their opinions and decided what tonight would do. At this time, the two Gundams began to collide. Uchiha Itachi tried many times to lead the opponent away to avoid causing damage in the battle on the Sarutobi clan's territory. But Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have identified this place and would only fight here. However, his stiff expression and dull eyes were also people saw it. Boom, boom. Every attack from both sides was extremely terrifying, no less than a high-level ninjutsu. The solid ground was no stronger than tofu in front of two huge skeleton halves. And this performance also made people understand why Uchiha was so feared by the Hokage system. It was really terrifying. After having the Manjiki, his strength started at the level of Kage, and he also had 2 Manjiki abilities starting from the S-level effect, and a super S-level Susanoo. It can only be said that there is a reason why Uchiha people are jealous. Just like now, the sourness in the eyes of Hyuga Soji, the new Hyuga clan leader, was completely uncontrollable. The Byakugan is on par with the Sharingan. But the gap in strength improvement is a bit too sad. Then shall we take action now? Narashikaku asked for everyone. With the Hokage here, he naturally would not make decisions on his own. We will go up after they decide the winner. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the order. And this order did not surprise everyone. Although they did not know the inside story, they knew that there must be something wrong. Otherwise, it would be a dream for a mere Uchiha Itachi to want to destroy the Uchiha clan. They just saw through it but did not say it, and they would keep it secret. The grass on the grave of a ninja who cannot keep a secret is unknown how high it is. So, such a weird scene appeared next. The two Uchiha staged a father and son game in the Sarutobi clan's land, and the key is that there were also village leaders and patriarchs of major ninja clans watching. As for the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan, they are evacuating one after another. Because they don't need to take action next. In the purple sea of fire, Itachi covered the corner of his eye with his right hand, and blood was flowing out of his eye. The Manjiki cannot be used recklessly. Besides, he is only a teenager, and his body can't bear these eyes at all. Uchiha Fugaku is in much better condition, because his body is at the end of its peak. So, Itachi must make a decision whether to retreat. He can't die here. Once he dies here, he can't bear the crime of destroying Uchiha. In other words, he has to save the strength to escape. Let me test my ability. Itachi deliberately raised his voice so that everyone around could hear it. In other words, this was the rhythm of taking the blame in public, and the reasons were given. Tester volume. Anyway, this reason is really normal for Uchiha, because their clan is so crazy. Swish. A large amount of red chakra covered the half-body skeleton giant, forming meridians and flesh, as well as a coat-like chakra wrap. At the same time, the body size also grew by several meters, exceeding 10 meters in height. Second form. Itachi is worthy of being a genius, having grown to this point. Next, of course, it will be a move to decide the winner. No matter what the result is, he will retreat immediately. Chapter 522 I won't watch Oscar without them. Yasaka no Megatama. Itachi shouted softly. The second stage of Susanoo, red Megatama appeared in his hand, and then thrown out like a shuriken. The terrifying with the sound of breaking through the air, This Megatama, which was comparable to a large wheel, tore open the purple skull with indestructible force and hit Uchiha Fugaku. True Filial Piety.jpg. And after Megatama tore apart Susanoo and Uchiha Fugaku in the first stage, it continued unabated and drilled into the ground, leaving a huge deep pit. Catch Uchiha Itachi, who massacred his tribe. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately gave the order and also told the crime. Whoosh, whoosh. An enby rushed out. Among them were a guy with white hair and a guy with dead fish eyes. Yamato. That is, the wooden escape experimental subject. The other party is Kakashi's junior, so he is left to lead it. Kakashi and Yamato. It was definitely a combination that could withstand a few attacks against a shadow-level powerhouse, so the two of them rushed to the front. Phew! Kakashi. Akane formed a seal with her hands, her right hand flashed with blue lightning, and her sprint speed increased dramatically. Is the Chidori's strength due to its piercing power? No. It's the body that's activated in the thunder release state, and its speed is countless times faster, so it needs the Sharingan to control it. If there is no Sharingan, it is not impossible to use it, but it can only rush forward in a straight line, and there is no way to control it accurately. Yamato, on the other hand, stopped instantly and formed seals with his hands. Wood escape, the technique of silent killing and binding. Directly turn your right arm into a wooden stick and spread forward. Zera. Chidori penetrated Itachi's chest to relieve Susanoo, but Kakashi did not relax. Pipipi. A dense crow sounded. A crow flew out of the weasel. Crow clone technique. Whether it is strong or not is another matter, but this style is really exaggerated. Careful. The voice of Sarutobi Hiruzen made everyone watch their surroundings solemnly and not in a hurry to take action. Tacit agreement. What is tacit understanding? If a group of clan leaders really take action, there is no way to break the crow clone technique. But they all followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders to be on guard, and this also gave Itachi a chance. A chance to escape. This scene also made the spectators unable to help but complain. What a great group of actors. I won't watch the Oscars this year without them. Tang Ping truly admires the acting skills of these people. There was no rehearsal or notification, but these patriarchs acted so naturally, it was simply amazing. By the way, what is Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope ability? Hinata Kangyu ignored Tang Ping's complaints and asked. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku is not dead. Even if the opponent looks like he was killed instantly by Itachi's Yasaka's Megatama. But none of them thought that the other party would die like this. The other party had died once just now, but even a kaleidoscope couldn't see through it. It wouldn't be surprising if he died again now. What's more, if the other party really wants to die, he won't die so easily. There was not even a move to dodge, so there was only one conclusion. On purpose. After Uchiha Itachi fired this ultimate move, he had to retreat no matter what the outcome was. This was exactly what Uchiha Fugaku wanted, so he resisted the ultimate move. One should be similar to a Kinaki's effect, and the other is the purple flame, which should be an attack on the soul or spirit. Tohei knew a lot about kaleidoscopes, and with the information and imagination he had, he could instantly guess Uchiha Fugaku's two kaleidoscope abilities. The other party's kaleidoscope ability is not a prophecy, as those netizens speculated before the time travel. One is the resurrection coin, and the other is to attack the soul and spirit. If the opponent was not a weasel but a white-eyed wolf, the opponent might capsize in the gutter. Especially the purple flame, which can be called a special attack against the white-eyed wolf. This is a continuous burning type. Even if you can use divine power to avoid it, you will still be hit by the flames after the duration of divine power has expired. I didn't expect that both of them could have a kaleidoscope. Uchiha Mei sighed. Regarding the kaleidoscope, absolutely no one knows better than her how difficult it is to own it. But not only does he have it, but both father and son have it, which makes people have to wonder if there is something special about the other person's bloodline. The last pair of relatives who owned a kaleidoscope were Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna. If I say that there are more than 2 people in this family who own kaleidoscopes, what do you think? Tang Ping revealed a little bit. That means the other party's bloodline is really awesome. Not only does he and his eldest son have kaleidoscopes, but his younger son also has one. Uchiha Mikoto, Suzuki. Uchiha Mei's first suspicion was Uchiha Mikoto, the patriarch's wife who once had the reputation of a genius. But considering that the other party is dead and there is no kaleidoscope, we can only exclude the other party, and the only one left is the kid. Hiss! The two of them gasped at the same time. A family of 3 fathers and 1 son can awaken the kaleidoscope. What a horror story this is! Yet, what a scary story this is, and there are even scarier ones behind it. Tang Ping sighed. It's not that he wants to be a mystic man. On the contrary, he hates mystical man very much. But the second pillar involves the immortal of 6 paths, and it's really hard for him to make it clear. Anyway, he also knows his own character, that is, he will only hint at information and intelligence that is not suitable to be said openly. Just as they were chatting, a figure jumped out of the pit that was unknown how deep it was, with dull eyes and amazing momentum. Uchiha Fugaku. He was also the one who was killed instantly just now. Yes, he appeared again, and he was still unscathed. But Doping knew very well that the opponent's pupil power had been consumed a lot. Activating the Mangekyo will consume pupil power even if it does not consume chakra. And the pupil power of the Mangekyo can only go out but not in. That is, there is no way to replenish it after it is consumed, and when the pupil power is gone, the light will be lost. This is why the Mangekyo is said to be a curse. That is, they don't know that both the white Zetsu cells and the Hashirama cells can replenish the pupil power. If it weren't for this, Uchiha would have been blinded long ago after using the Mangekyo so many times. Now not only is she not blind, but her pupil power is even more abundant, precisely because of the credit of the Hashirama cells and the white Zetsu cells. But Uchiha Fugaku didn't have such a good thing. His pupil power was consumable. Once it was used up, it was completely gone and would never recover. Just like the 2 pillars in the original plot. It only took a short time from awakening the Mangeki to going blind. If it weren't for the transplant of Daxiao's eyes later, he might have become blind. And Uchiha Fugaku was determined to die, so he naturally didn't care whether he was blind or not, let alone consumption. How terrible is an Uchiha who disregards his safety and has a Mangeki. The Sarutobi clan now has experienced it. Rain. The purple flame swept across, igniting a group of Sarutobi ninjas who had not yet retreated. Ah! It was so harsh that the screams from hell came out of these ninjas. You know, ninjas have a strong tolerance for pain. Even if they were tortured, most of them could hold back and not make a sound. They were completely tough guys per capita. But now, it was a completely pig-killing scream, making people unable to believe that this was a ninja. But knowing the effect of these purple flames, it would be understandable. This purple flame without temperature has no effect on flesh and blood, not even a little temperature. But once the target is a living creature with a soul, the soul will be ignited. Burn the soul. It is simply the most terrible punishment, and no one can really withstand it. At least not ordinary ninjas can withstand it. These flames attack the soul, everyone retreat. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered loudly. As a doctor of ninjutsu, he naturally saw the horror of these purple flames. And Uchiha Fugaku did not mean to kill indiscriminately, but began to play hide and seek. After all, the longer the delay, the more he could cover the escape of the tribesmen, so of course he would not confront them head-on. A unique hide and seek began. Chapter 523 4 Purple Flame Formation. Stop him. Be careful, don't use ninjutsu. Disperse, don't let the flames hit you. Various sounds continued to sound in this area, and occasionally there were roars. In order to delay, Uchiha Fugaku also tried his best. At this time, he also showed the source of his title of Evil Eyes. Vicious and terrible. One Sarutobi ninja after another fell in front of him. Kunao, shuriken, senbon, detonating tags, anything can become his weapon to harvest lives. Facing a cage-level strongman who was fleeing at full speed, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen led Danzo and others, as well as Kakashi and Yamato and other Enbu, it would not be easy to stop the opponent. The key is that this is Konoha. Although there is a huge advantage of fighting at home, there are also various concerns. At least most people are scattered everywhere, forming an encirclement to avoid being rushed out by Uchiha Fugaku, which would be troublesome. In the pursuit team. What kind of illusion did he suffer? It's Kota Amatsuki. Tatsune Koharu suddenly stopped talking. Because no information about Kota Amatsuki can be leaked. Yes, they naturally saw that Uchiha Fugaku was being controlled by someone, so he was extremely cautious. In addition to dispatching some people to chase and intercept, he also asked others to be on guard in various parts of the village. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Uchiha Fugaku used a ninjutsu and smashed it into the street on the side. Boom! The fireball instantly ignited half of the street. A cage-level strongman performing a sea-level ninjutsu is not at the same level as a genin. The Great Fireball technique, which was originally used to save the dying and the wounded, may be much more terrible than some B-level ninjutsu in terms of destroying buildings. And a large number of buildings in Konoha are made of wood, or at least some wooden materials, so the destructive effect of fire is excellent. At this time, a small part of the entire Sarutobi clan territory has been engulfed in flames and thick smoke. All of this naturally satisfied the few people who were secretly observing. I didn't expect this guy to be so capable. Uchihame reluctantly recognized Uchiha Fugaku. The opponent, in terms of combat wisdom and strength, was like a different person in an instant after not playing the father-son game with his son. Terrifyingly strong. This is because the opponent has not been on the battlefield for a long time. If he has been training on the battlefield, it is not surprising that he might be able to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen alone now. The arrangements are almost done. Hinata Kangyu suddenly spoke. With the turn with her sharp eyesight, she can naturally see a lot of things. Denzo, Mito Kadoen, Koharu, and an elder Sarutobi stood at the four corners with Uchiha Fugaku as the center, and then began to form seals at the same time. Tenshin Si Mao Yin. 4 Purple Flame Formation. With their voices. A huge purple transparent rectangular barrier covers the middle area, and there are purple flames attached to the barrier array. That's right. This is exactly the barrier that the 4 sound ninjas used when Orochimaru killed Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future Konoha collapse plan. Even a shadow-level expert cannot break out of it. Since even Orochimaru knows this barrier, then Konoha will naturally do the same. And the people who maintain the barrier now are far more powerful than the 4 sound ninjas. Even the powerful cage level cannot destroy the barrier from the inside. Just now, in order to force Uchiha Fugaku into the ambush point, more than 2 digits of Sarutobi clan members were killed. Not to mention the destroyed buildings, it was a huge waste of money. Fortunately, the ordinary tribesmen retreated in advance, otherwise the number of casualties would definitely collapse Sarutobi Hiruzen. But now, even if he doesn't collapse, he is still full of anger. No matter who you are, I declare as the Hokage of Konoha that I will never let you go. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also standing in the barrier, glanced at the clan land filled with flames and smoke, as well as the corpses of the clan members, and he was really angry. Well, he said this to the controller behind Uchiha Fugaku. And not only him, the Hokage, but Narashikaku, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka Hiki, Kakashi, Yamato, and others are also in the barrier. With this lineup, it is absolutely foolproof. It's about to happen. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted softly and threw a giant shuriken at the same time. The high-speed rotating shuriken flew towards Uchiha Fugaku, and he quickly formed seals. Shuriken Shadow Clone. Directly used this A-level ninjutsu. Whoosh, whoosh. The shurikens were as dense as a torrential rain, with the high-speed rotating giant shuriken as the core, covering the area in front. A large area was covered with thousands of shurikens, like a heavy rain. If it is released on the battlefield, then this hand alone can cause a large number of casualties. This is also the reason why this technique can be rated as A-level. Otherwise, in terms of single-target lethality, it might not even be as good as a C-level fireball. Faced with this kind of attack, Uchiha Fugaku did not take it hard. Instead, he hid behind the wall and used the ruins to block this large-scale, low-power ninjutsu. But this is also Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose. Because he never thought that he could end the battle with just one A-level ninjutsu. Narashikaku took the opportunity to take action. Phew! The shadows under the moonlight spread from the ground toward the back of the building like poisonous snakes. Got it! Narashikaku's face was filled with joy. Because the shadow he controls is connected to the opponent's shadow. Shadow mimicry. So I used this secret technique. They did not use the lethal shadow stifling technique, shadow seam technique, etc. Facing a shadow-level powerhouse with a kaleidoscope, being able to control it is already the limit. If you want to cause damage, it is completely overthinking. After the successful operation, Narashikaku immediately moved to the side. In this way, Uchiha Fugaku, whose shadow was connected, naturally walked out from behind the ruins. The art of turning your heart around. Shan Zhonghai took action in an instant. For heart turn and shadow imitation, one starts from the spirit and the other starts from the shadow. The control effects of the two can be completely superimposed, so there is no need to worry about interference. Ninjas never lack attack power, but they lack hits. As long as Uchiha Fugaku is controlled, continuous attacks will overwhelm him. Wood escape, silent killing and binding technique. Yamato formed a seal with his hands, and his right hand suddenly turned into a wooden stick and swept forward. No close combat. Naturally, because the purple flame is too terrifying, and the kaleidoscope's bonus to illusions, once one is hit in close combat, it may be too late for anyone else to come to the rescue. Under the premise that one's own side has a lot of advantages, it is naturally best to be able to solve it remotely. Ninjas are not warriors. They do not insist on killing the enemy with their own hands. As long as they can kill the enemy, there is no psychological burden whether it is a sneak attack or poisoning. Uchiha Fugaku, who had hit 2 control marks in a row, was unable to fight back and was caught in the wooden stick. It's the shadow clone. The wooden strips formed by Yamato's right arm were tactile, so he alerted others immediately. Clone, shadow clone. There seems to be only one word difference between the two. But one is the basic 3-skin jutsu that all ninja school students can master, and the other is the B-level ninjutsu that only jounin are qualified to learn. Even the Byakugan and Sharingan cannot see through the shadow clone technique. It's so outrageous. Therefore, some strong men with amazing combat intelligence can use this technique to their full potential. The layers of nesting doll-like tactics make people doubt their lives. Kakashi is like this. That is to say, the chakra is limited. Otherwise, with the shadow clone technique, he would be terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen's first time bite your finger. Psychic art. Directly channeled the ape demon who was several meters tall and wearing a tiger skin skirt. The 4 purple flame formation does not limit psychic abilities. Transformation. The ape demon king didn't waste any time and immediately turned into a Vajra Ruyi stick. With a stick in hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen also entered the fighting state. At this time, he was not yet in the Chunin exam stage a few years later, and his strength was much stronger than that then. At least there was no trace of cage-level strength at all. Others were also on the defensive. Fierce. A wave of red fire swept from behind several people. This is the bad thing about fire escape type attacks. Speed. The attack speed is really slow, so the result is such a crotch-stretching result. It can be called a release type escape technique. Whoosh, whoosh. Naturally, it was impossible for a few people to stand firm and disperse directly from where they were. Just doing this will give you a chance. Poof. The sound of a sharp blade piercing the body sounded. Chapter 524 Uchiha Fugaku, Personal Grudge. Yamato. He was stabbed through the body with a ninja sword by the expressionless and dull-eyed Uchiha Fugaku. It seems that he is the one who manipulates this group of people into applause. But actually, I haven't been on the battlefield for a long time, and I can't keep up with my combat experience. Tang Ping, who was watching the battle, gave his evaluation. Although his tactic of using a kaleidoscope to separate several people and prepare to defeat them all was a good one, this also clearly exposed his tactical intentions. So it's not surprising that these people who were killed directly from the war were plotting against them. But it's okay, Uchiha Fugaku has completed his mission. First, they kicked up the Asara family army incident, and then destroyed the place like this, attracting enough attention and giving the Uchihas in the Change of the Sun plan enough time to escape. At least we have left the village now and are heading south with all our strength. Although there are still a few days until we meet up with the corresponding mist ninja, as long as we are not too close to the village, the probability of accidents will be greatly reduced. Just when Dohei was commenting, Yamato's body changed. A large number of roots grew out of the pierced body, tightly entangling Uchiha Fugaku. Yes, wooden clone. It is this wooden escape that Yamato uses. Even the original Uchiha Madara couldn't see through this technique, let alone Uchiha Fugaku, so he was directly fooled. I have to say that wood release is really easy to use. Even if it is not used by Senju Hashirama, it is not too weak in the hands of others. 0. Before Uchiha Fugaku could break free, he was blasted to pieces by a Chidori or Reikuri. It's Kakashi. I don't know when I touched something close, and also used Chidori silently, and came directly to do this. No wonder Chidori is said to be an assassination ninjutsu. It turns out that it can be performed silently. Normally, the sound of 1,000 birds chirping seems very powerful, but if it is used for assassination, it is completely afraid that no one will hear it. One blow destroyed the wooden clone and Uchiha Fugaku at the same time, but Kakashi and everyone did not relax. Now, no one can see that Uchiha Fugaku may have some special technique that can resurrection from the dead. Ninjas have extremely amazing powers of observation. Because those who were not observant enough, they all lay down on the commemorative monument. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku appeared again. It seems that he is planning to use this kaleidoscope ability to delay time. Not even Susanoo. Although the power of God is extremely terrifying, at most it has almost invincible offensive and defensive capabilities, but it does not have the effect of one hammer of treasure sound. Because if people don't get close, it's really difficult to catch up with the target. As for the long-range attack, are you sure he can withstand this kind of consumption? Maintaining Susanoo is an extremely heavy burden for Hitomi. If you still need to use long-range attacks, it will be a double consumption. No matter how much Hitomi you have, it will not be enough. What's more, he doesn't have much pupil power. To illustrate with data, Uchiha Mei's pupil power when promoted to Mangekyo was 5, then Uchiha Fugaku only had 1. The gap is so exaggerated. It can only be said that the gap between people is sometimes wider than that between people and dogs. If it were a civil war, Uchiha Mei would be truly invincible. Because during the Uchiha Civil War, the power of the Sharingan-I was the decisive data. However, she will naturally be crushed by Uchiha Madara. In order to delay for longer, Uchiha Fugaku did not have any large-scale ninjutsu or the like, and constantly used physical techniques and illusions to attack and contain. Obviously, he and Hiruzen Sarutobi had a personal grudge, so some extremely dangerous attacks were handed over to the other party. Even the purple flame was used. Fierce. Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the thick Vajra Rui rod in front of him. Ah! The scream of the monkey demon sounded from inside the stick. Although having an indestructible body means that physical attacks are almost impossible to break through, even Amaterasu is not unable to resist. But this does not mean that the spirit or soul also has such a strong defense. It can be said that this kind of purple flame is definitely the nemesis of the ape demon. Relief. As the white mist rose, the ape demon disappeared in place, dispelling the spiritism. 1 move second. It can only be said that the ability of kaleidoscope is indeed terrifying. As long as it is used correctly, it can definitely make a comeback. Fortunately, the purple flame couldn't be traced along with the necromancy, otherwise, the ape demon would have been able to choose where to bury it. But even if he didn't die due to the necromancy, the ape demon must have been seriously injured. And just thinking about it, you know how troublesome this kind of soul injury is. It's not surprising that the monkey demon simply retired. Uchiha Fugaku could be considered as seizing the opportunity to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's not surprising that this would happen. How could he still not know at this time that the tragedy of the Uchiha clan was definitely related to Sarutobi Hiruzen? Even if it wasn't him who pushed it but Danzo, it still couldn't be separated. After all, Danzo is his shadow. It's strange that he has no responsibility for what the other party did. Even if he didn't know it, he had a lot of responsibility as Hokage. And Uchiha has been suppressed and excluded. It's not like he has never found the other party, but he promised well every time, but in the end. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to change from a dove to a hawk. Completely forced by reality. That is to say, Danzo did not enter the barrier, otherwise, Fugaku would never mind dragging him to death. Of course, now, all I can do is try to vent my anger on Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, you can also see the difference between Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope and Akinaki's. Chakra. After Akinaki uses it, chakra will not be restored. But Uchiha Fugaku's kaleidoscope ability can restore chakra, which is why he can fight 1 against 6 and even take the initiative. But the cost is that it consumes pupil power, which will directly use up his kaleidoscope. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly knew the biggest shortcomings of the kaleidoscope, so even if he encountered this weird kaleidoscope ability, he would still fight steadily. If you didn't see the anger flashing in his eyes from time to time, you might think that he really has no temper. Drag. Both sides are stalling for time, it depends on which side can't bear it first. But what I really couldn't bear was not both sides, but the 4 purple flame formation. After holding on for a while, I couldn't hold on anymore. The chakras of Danzo and the others are not weak either, they are definitely far superior to the 4 sound ninjas. The problem is that it takes too long. Such a large-scale barrier consumes a lot of energy. Since they are not Jinchuriki, they are not Uzumaki or Senju, and they are not young, how can they withstand it, Danzo said separately. Therefore, while the two sides within the barrier were still stalling for time, the 4 purple flame formation used to seal off the battlefield had already dissipated. Even before it dissipated, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been notified in advance, and the latter went all out to resolve the battle before the barrier disappeared. But Kaleidoscope is too shabby. A kaleidoscope like a resurrection coin makes people's plans for a quick victory fail. That is to say, they cooperate well here, and their strength is not weak. At the worst, they are as big as Jounin with wood release. He is not very old at this stage, he is just a Jounin, so nothing happened, otherwise they would have been killed long ago. And Uchiha Fugaku consumed 3 lives and finally waited until the end of the 4 purple flame formation. Of course it's not without paying a price. At this time, the corners of his eyes were almost stained red with blood, and his eyes were on the verge of blindness. This is a way for him to save his eyesight. If he really dared to face him head-on, he might have gone blind long ago. Whoosh! At this time, he immediately rushed in a certain direction. On the side of the Sarutobi clan, a small half of the area was reduced to ruins when he escaped just now, so there was not much meaning in destroying it, so he was going to kill people this time. The members of the Sarutobi clan all fled to the neighboring clans, namely, the Tensho, Shimura, and Midaman clans. The Sarutobi ninjas who retreated also went to protect the clansmen. So now Uchiha Fugaku is rushing in one of the directions. Among the 3 clans, if you had to choose one to attack, there would be no other possibility, only the Shimura clan. Danzo. In a one-on-one challenge, it's not difficult to deal with the opponent. The problem is that the opponent will not confront you stupidly, and there are a lot of teammates at the same time. If it is the first time to kill, there is still a chance, but now, there is really no chance to kill the opponent, so I can only settle for the second best, and I can't deal with you. Danzo, can't you still deal with your tribe? Sarutobi and Shimura were both targets of Uchiha Fugaku's hatred. Murderous aura leaked out. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was charging forward crazily and stiffly, as if he was being manipulated. Chapter 525 Shocking Asuma. The Shimura clan can be called a die-hard Hokage. But the life of this clan is a bit hard. Because of Danzo's roots, he likes to use his own clan the most, and his reliable strength is not weak, so he will definitely fight to the end. It can only be said that Danzo is truly selfless. The good news is that even if the Shimura clan did not escape the clutches of the devil, they were still members of the Danzo clan, and they still gained some benefits by taking advantage of their relationship. Danzo does not allow his clan members to use him to gain benefits, but that does not mean that the Shimura clan members really have no way to gain benefits. If there was really no benefit at all and they were still being exploited at the root, the Shimura clan would have dispersed long ago. However, compared with the Sarutobi, Tendon, and Midaman clans next to them, the Shimura clan is indeed a lot shabby, and its population is far smaller. At this time, a large number of Sarutobi clan members were coming to the Shimura clan for refuge. In the direction of the tribe close to Sarutobi, there were a large number of Sarutobi and Shimura ninjas on guard, the total number being nearly 1,000. This is the result of the fact that there are still many people scattered throughout the village on guard, and there are also so many people from the other 2 tribes. Uchiha is here. Block. Use Kunao first. These sounds kept ringing on the rooftops and everywhere. There is no other way. Facing a shadow-level warrior with full firepower requires courage. Not to mention that many of these ninjas are mission ninjas. That is to say, he is the type who usually does some missions and does not go to the battlefield. His real combat experience may not even be comparable to that of Uchiha Fugaku. Whoosh, whoosh. Numerous kunao, senbon, and other ninja tools were thrown at the rushing Uchiha Fugaku. The effect was not much worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen's A-level ninjutsu and Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, or even stronger. Faced with such a long-range attack that covered a large area and had no place to dodge, Uchiha Fugaku could only take action. Clang clang. All the ninja tools were bounced away by several transparent skeleton ribs and a bone claw beside him. Susanoo. But it's just the initial form. Even Chidori can penetrate this level of defense. But it cannot be penetrated by ordinary ninja tools. Initial form. The consumption is not too big, so it is a very good choice. However, after discovering that there was no way to stop throwing ninja tools, these ninjas from the Shimura and Sarutobi clans naturally could not stand still. Then a famous ninja rushed forward. Phew! A few meters long bone hand was waved out, instantly beating several ninjas into pieces. Even if it is only in the initial form, it does not mean that the attack power is weak, at least ordinary ninjas cannot withstand it at all. Fire escape. Fire extinguishes. Uchiha Fugaku stopped pretending and just used a powerful fire escape. Due to the influence of the kaleidoscope, his chakra was full once he died, so he now lacks eye power, but he has enough chakra to use ninjutsu at will. Fierce. A terrifying wave of fire swept out towards the Shimura clan. That is to say, those ordinary tribesmen have already taken refuge, otherwise, this ninjutsu would be enough to cause a large number of casualties. After all, Ninja Village is also a combat organization, so it has regular training on evacuation, so the efficiency is naturally high. If it were an ordinary village or city, let alone an organized evacuation, it might be normal to be in chaos now. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku was in a happy mood. He has wanted to do this for a long time. It's just that he used to be the leader of the Uchiha clan, and under the pressure of heavy responsibilities, he could only endure everything. But it was only now that I realized that no matter how much I endured, there was still no way to save Uchiha. That's why I'm ready to cause trouble. As a result, she was frustrated by her son's siding with the other party, so she chose to help the other party. But due to the emergence of the shell organization, he had the opportunity to vent his anger and unwillingness, and also save the escaped tribesmen, so his mentality at this time. There has never been such a wonderful time. Well, just to pretend to be controlled, otherwise he would have laughed out loud. Question: what is the biggest advantage of Susanoo? Is it a powerful attack, or is it that huge size? No, not at all. Susanoo's greatest advantage is his amazing defensive power. The biggest shortcoming of ninjas is their defense. Even a strong cage-level person may be stabbed to death by a genin if he is not careful. But the appearance of Susanoo completely made up for this shortcoming. As long as you drive the Gundam, you don't have to worry about your own safety at all. Even in the Ninja World War, you don't have to worry about capsizing in the gutter. Moreover, the Susanoo formed by the Yin escape can not only have explosive physical defense, but can also defend against various secret arts and illusions. Otherwise, why don't you, as a filial son, use the illusion of Tsukuyomi, but the Megatama of Yasaka, which consumes more energy? It is precisely because of Susanoo's defense without blind spots that he is called the Power of God. Because I really deserve it. On the battlefield, once Susanoo is activated, the enemy's attacks cannot break through the defense, even if he calls himself a god. It is only in the initial state now, but ordinary ninja attacks have been eliminated. It can be said that as long as the power of the eyes can be sustained, Uchiha Fugaku can ignore ordinary ninjas and just keep an eye on those powerful Konoha ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo's furious voice sounded. Even though he would usually sacrifice his family for the sake of his roots, he must have feelings for the Shimura clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't pretend that he didn't know that the family was using his name to develop. Now that the Shimura clan has suffered so much damage, and the family ninjas were slaughtered, how can he not be furious? At this time, Danzo wanted to eat him alive. That is to say, this situation is not right. He cannot remove the disguise. Otherwise, he will definitely let the other party understand what cruelty is. Danzo, now is not the time to be impulsive. We must first find out who is behind it. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly held down his old friend. If it's just Uchiha he wouldn't be so cautious. But it was obvious that the other party had someone behind him, so he took the opportunity to deploy defenses everywhere. He really couldn't be impulsive now. Humph, I will make him pay the price. Danzo made harsh remarks. There was no way, this kind of loss really made him heartbroken. The Shimura clan is his base, and even many resources of the root are provided by them. Some business matters are also under the name of the Shimura clan, so they can support the root. From this perspective, he is truly selfless. At least compared with the other three families in F4, he truly regards the village as more important than his family. Suddenly, whoosh! A figure came from a distance and rushed straight towards Uchiha Fugaku. The other party's appearance also attracted attention, and someone shouted a warning. Asuma! Careful! Don't get close to each other. Yes, Asuma Sarutobi has arrived. Just his appearance made some of the audience stunned. Is this Asuma? How is that possible? Tang Ping muttered to himself in complete disbelief. Ever since he cheated this second-generation Shadow Master last time, he no longer took the other party seriously. But now when he saw him again, his hair stood on end. It's not that the other party has turned into a monster. But it's because this guy with a clean face, no beard, clean and tidy, and a feminine temperament, doesn't look like Asuma at all. Especially the opponent's iconic beard, which is now gone without even a single strand, and his skin is much whiter, he can definitely be given the title of a pretty boy. It's really beautiful. Well, not handsome, but beautiful. Could it be? Tang Ping suddenly thought of something. At the beginning, he destroyed the other party's male physiological function, and then cast an illusion on Danzo, allowing him to transform into Tai Rishan. Finally, the two were locked in a cave. As for what happened in the end, all I can say is that only those who understand will understand. The person now, both in appearance and temperament, is completely different from the one in Tang Ping's mind. Of course, it's not just the appearance and temperament that change, there are other aspects as well. Chapter 526 Tang Ping, Num. Strength. At this time, Asuma's strength was definitely at the level of an elite jonin, even approaching the Quasi-Kage level. It's so ruthless. The key is that the opponent's speed and agility have increased exponentially. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu have almost no shortcomings. Even if he faced Uchiha Fugaku head-on, it would be a head-on attack and at most he would be beaten badly. Seeing the monstrous Asuma now, it's no wonder that Tang Ping and the others looked at each other in bewilderment, totally unable to believe the reality they saw. Because they knew Asuma in the past very well. Elite Jonin is the opponent's limit, and this is forced up by resources, not the opponent's talent. But now? It's not impossible to reach the movie level. Darkening is 10 times stronger. Tang Ping muttered to himself. He had never expected that Asuma would undergo such a drastic change. Now the other party must have turned evil. He sensed this a little from the other person's temperament. And this is the only possibility. Chakra is originally related to the spirit. Now the opponent's yin escape, that is, the spirit, has skyrocketed due to his darkening, so the chakra will naturally increase as well. And the thoughts will be influenced by chakra, becoming more and more paranoid. Therefore, it is completely wishful thinking to think of improving your strength by first becoming evil and then whitewashing yourself. Unless you are Prince Ming, who has the magical skill of mouth-to-mouth combat, it would be enough. The ninja's spiritual will affects the chakra, so no one will go against his own ninja way. Otherwise, once one violates the ninja code, it means that one has collapsed mentally, and the strength will definitely collapse terribly. The stronger Asuma Sarutobi is now, the more it shows that he has turned evil. It's just not clear whether the other party knows the truth. When they captured the person out of Konoha, they kept him unconscious the whole time, so it stands to reason that the person would not know that it was their disguises who did the attack. However, if he asked Danzo, he would definitely be able to find out the truth. But the relationship between the two makes it impossible for him to ask, right? I can only say that Tang Ping is numb. But those are things for the future. It will be useless even if Asuma explodes now. Uchiha Fugaku, with blood in the corners of his eyes, was blood-stained at this moment, and would attack anyone in front of him regardless of the consequences. So the initial form of the skeleton raised his arms high, ready to slap Asuma who was held in place by his illusion. At this critical moment, a figure stood in front of the other party and quickly formed a seal. Wood release, wood wall. I saw that on both sides of Yamato, there was a row of wooden pillars bending from the ground to form an arch to protect him. Of course, Asuma is also within the protection range. Boom! A huge crash was heard. The power of wood release is really good and it successfully blocked the attack. If it was the higher level wood release of this technique, which is the ranking technique, it would be able to withstand even the slash of the powerful Nine Tails. Yamato only used lower level wood release ninjutsu, and he was completely incomparable to Hashirama Senju. But the good news is that Uchiha Fugaku cannot be compared with Madara. Not to mention, this is only the initial form of Susanoo, and it hasn't even entered the first stage. Therefore, it is completely reasonable that the wooden wall can block this attack. Wood release. This thought flashed through Uchiha Fugaku's mind. Even though he had seen the other party before, he was still amazed by the legendary wood release and hated the village leaders even more. Because it was easy to guess who this hidden wood release Anbu would use. Wood release is the nemesis of Sharingan. Just the thought in his mind did not affect Uchiha Fugaku's expression. He still looked as dumb as a puppet, as if he didn't know that Yamato, who was fighting with him, used wood release. Instead, he turned back at the first time and ignited the attacker with the purple flame of the Mangekyo. Aggression. Kakashi was originally going to use Chidori to tear apart Susanoo in its initial state, but Fugaku noticed it in advance, so he took advantage of the situation and tricked the other party. It was just that Kakashi, covered by the purple flame, instantly turned into white mist and dissipated. It was the clone technique. It wasn't even a shadow clone. It should have been Kakashi before the kill, but after getting close, it changed to a clone, so this situation occurred. Brilliant. In terms of tactics, you can always trust Kakashi. He may not be the strongest in terms of data, but his combat wisdom is really strong. Just like White Fang. There is no S-level forbidden technique, just a simple short knife can kill the sand ninja and make the Sunin bow their heads. After the clone exploded, Kakashi appeared from the side. It was a little too late. A large amount of purple chakra spread, and the translucent ribs around Uchiha Fugaku grew rapidly, turning into a transparent purple skeleton giant half. And more than that. There is another layer of purple chakra that turned into webs and flesh, turning into a purple giant half. That's right, Uchiha Fugaku entered the second stage of Susanoo in one breath, which is the current limit of the filial son. He has been open for many years, even if his talent is not as good as his eldest son, but it will not be much worse, so he can naturally use the second stage Susanoo. Kakashi's Chidori left some scars on the translucent purple giant's body, and then he could not move forward any further. In the first stage, he might be penetrated. But in the second stage, the defense has a qualitative improvement. Yes, Susanoo is so shameless, and there will be a significant improvement in each stage. Of course, the corresponding power is the terrifying pupil power consumption. Upgrading Susanoo by one stage will increase the pupil power consumption, so in the second stage, Uchiha Fugaku will naturally not be able to hold on for long. But it's okay, he doesn't need to hold on for long, as long as he can burst out what he wants to do. A ball of Megatama light appeared in the palm of the purple giant's half-body. Stop the opponent! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared. It's too late to use the 5 essences and Great Links now, so he can only hope that others can stop it. So, one ninjutsu after another was thrown. Fire essence, lightning essence, water essence, and so on. Unfortunately, facing the second stage Susanoo, these ninjutsu naturally cannot break the defense. Just hold on a little longer. Just one more time. Uchiha Fugaku was already on the verge of a limit at this time, and he couldn't even see the people around him clearly, so the next one was definitely the last one. Originally, he was going to attack the nearest enemy, but suddenly he heard a mysterious and strange voice. Attack in this direction. The voice detailed the target he was supposed to attack. Shimura Ancestral Hall. Really? Even your ancestral graves were blown up. JPG. Susanoo's obvious big move, the surrounding ninjas had already retreated, and even if they didn't retreat, they would have dispersed, and would not gather together for him to kill. So Uchiha Fugaku's last attack was completely thunder and rain, and he didn't get much results. But it was different after he was instructed. Because a large number of Shimura and Sarutobi's clansmen were taking refuge under the Ancestral Hall at this time. This is the real version of Ancestor's Blessing. The original shelter was extremely secretive and would not be easily discovered, because under the protection of the barrier, even the Byakugan could not see through it. But who could blame someone for cheating and seeing through the barrier directly? When he heard the reminder, Uchiha Fugaku's face did not move at all, as if he had not heard it. Even the place where Susanoo was aimed was still a ninja from the nearest Anbu team. This Anbu team did not use the instant body technique to leave, but remained in place. Obviously, they were ready to sacrifice themselves. If they were attacked, the casualties would be minimal, but if they were attacked elsewhere, the casualties would be huge. They were deeply affected by the will of fire and were naturally willing to sacrifice. The purple giant half-body, more than 10 meters high, suddenly delivered the final blow. However, the target of the attack made the people around him unbelievable. Chapter 527 Really blow up your ancestral grave. Chapter 527 Really blow up your ancestral grave. Shimura Ancestral Hall. Before the huge Megatama flew out of Susanoo's hand, Susanoo suddenly turned its direction and shot out the huge Megatama in his hand. Yasaka's Megatama. This Megatama is a little different from the one that the filial son, Uchiha Itachi, had before. When in the air, the huge purple megatama was like a shuriken shadow clone technique, splitting into a sky-high amount of purple megatama fell towards the ancestral hall area a few hundred meters away. Buzz! A translucent barrier rose up, covering the ancestral hall and the refuge below. Naturally, a specially set up barrier cannot have only camouflage function. Tear. Faced with the torrential rain of megatama, the barrier was torn into pieces quickly like cloth. Too fierce. The destructive power is really amazing. The attacks of ordinary ninjas are simply not on the same level as the attacks performed by Susanoo. Just like Windohei uses the sword of Ama Murasakumo when Zurong's real body is tens of meters tall, the effect is completely different from when he uses the sword of Ama Murasakumo himself. The former can cut down mountains and break peaks, but the latter is not so exaggerated. Don't want. Under the panicked gazes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Denso, and other high-ranking officials, purple megatama fell like raindrops. Boom, boom. Each small megatama has a power similar to that of an explosive talisman. The key point is quantity. The number of small megatama split from the large megatama is in the tens of thousands. Although nearly half of them are consumed when the barrier is torn apart, the remaining number is still more than several thousand. With the concentrated fire of thousands of megatama pieces whose power is only a fraction of that of detonating talismans, the power is as exaggerated as it can be. The buildings were blown down and flesh and blood were shattered. Under this kind of attack, not to mention humans, even ants can't survive. Even the shelter located below the ancestral hall was affected by the continuous bombing, causing heavy casualties to the people taking refuge inside. Since it is not a detonating talisman, there will naturally be no smoke or flames, so the explosion comes quickly and goes away quickly. After seeing clearly with the help of moonlight, everyone fell silent. Because in the area where the Shimura Ancestral Hall was located, there was only a dilapidated bloody pit left. Uchiha Fugaku. Denzo rushed out in great rage. Sarutobi Hiruzen speculated that this might not be done by Uchiha Fugaku, but by a mastermind behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could the other party know that there was a shelter over there and that there were people hiding inside? They had been fighting with them all the time, so it was impossible for them to know this. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing there in a daze, was in an unprecedented good mood. Especially after hearing Denzo's roar of grief and anger, this good mood became even stronger. That is to say, he had to act like he was being controlled, otherwise he would have howled long ago. However, he has reached his limit at this time. Not only was his pupil power drained, leaving him almost blind, but so was his chakra. So even if Denzo rushed over, he couldn't see him. He just used the last chakra left to ignite the detonating tags on his body. Self-destruct. It would be best if he could drag Denzo into the water, but if not, he would also have to deal with his own body. He has too many secrets. Especially these eyes would never be left to Konoha, so he used them so unscrupulously. When Denzo arrived in front of Uchiha Fugaku, whose Susanoo had dissipated and whose expression was as dull as a puppet, he suddenly sensed a sense of danger. The strong have great trust in their own intuition, even more than their eyes, so he only had time to form seals with his hands before the accident happened. Boom, boom. The flames and explosions that shot up into the sky erupted with Uchiha Fugaku as the center, tearing Denzo and the surrounding root ninjas into pieces. Denzo. Grown-ups. Various exclamations were heard. Denzo really cannot die, at least in the eyes of the remaining 3 members of F4 and the root. Fortunately, what they worried about did not happen. Cough, cough. A light sound came from the side corner, and Denzo, who had just fixed his bandages, walked out. That old man is just a shadow clone, don't worry. Yes, he had just used a resurrection coin, so he was able to escape successfully. All I can say is that detonating talismans are expensive for a reason. Even a powerful warrior at the level of a shadow may capsize in a ditch if he is caught off guard and be killed directly by the explosive talisman. Yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He felt that the other party's body just now was not like a clone at all. However, now was not the time to pursue such a trivial matter. Instead, he had to see if the other party had left any clues. Even though there is no hope, we still have to have dreams. Once the opponent's body is preserved, then the Mangekyo. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen also stepped forward. Pity. After a few detonating talismans, there was not even a piece of blood or flesh left. After all, the detonating talisman not only explodes, but also produces a lot of flames. That's why ninjas like to use detonating tags when dealing with their own corpses. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the deep pit created by the explosion, and gazed at the Uchiha clan's territory that had become a ruin in the distance, the Sarutobi clan's territory that had been largely destroyed, and the current Chimera clan's territory, with extremely complicated feelings. This was not the original plan. Use Ataka's sword to wipe out the Uchiha from within. When the village finds out the truth tomorrow, we can issue a wanted order for the other party. But now? First, the Uchiha clan's territory was flattened by the detonating tags that had been set up in advance, and then with the movement from Sarutobi and Chimera, there was no way to suppress the situation. There was no such big commotion, so naturally the villagers believed whatever the village leaders said. But now, if you say that the village didn't know about Uchiha's accident, it would be a complete insult to people's intelligence. Headache. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a terrible headache. If there was a way to regret, he would never indulge Danzo, allowing the other party to make such a big mistake. Uchiha was exterminated and could have blocked the news, but now there is no way to block it. And once other forces know about this, they are likely to invade Konoha and directly trigger a war in the ninja world. The envy will take over the scene immediately, organize rescue and search for enemies, monitor the border from the ground up, and pay attention to the movements of major ninja villages. Let's discuss how to deal with the following things first. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered loudly. The top priority now is not to find enemies, but to figure out how to deal with the major ninja villages. The simplest way is to increase troops at the border to deter the major ninja villages. Once they knew that Konoha was prepared, these ninja villages would naturally have some scruples. After all, no matter how weak Konoha is, no one can deal with it alone. Once someone dares to attack first, they will definitely stare at the opponent and beat him to death. With several great ninja villages being suspicious of each other, no one would dare to step forward. The discussion was carried out directly here, naturally because of the tight time limit. The heads of all the major ninja clans of the Hokage family were present, and this was considered a relatively safe place. Who knows if the other party did anything in the Hokage building? Hiruzen, find Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately, the village must need them now. Mito Minion was the first to speak. Konoha is in a state of turmoil right now. No one understands the intimidating power of Uchiha in the ninja world better than senior officials like them. Once the other party is gone, the consequences will be extremely serious. No, Tsunade's whereabouts have been kept secret. Jiraiya won't be able to come back in a short time. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in denial. In this case, let Team 404 come back and take charge. As members of Konoha, they have this obligation. Mitoman reluctantly suggested. Now, this is the only option. Originally, they had a tacit understanding to block the information of several people and stifle each other's influence in the village. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible. I will discuss it with the other party. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. If given the choice, he would definitely not agree. The greater the influence of the other party, the more dangerous it is for the Hokage system. Who makes the other party not the Hokage system? After confirming this, the following matters will be much easier to discuss. However, after being so busy the next day, Hiruzen Sarutobi was shocked by a piece of news just a few hours after falling asleep. Chapter 528 Horror Story, a large number of Uchiha escaped. What? You said the number of Uchiha corpses is wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the ANBU kneeling at the door, his sleepiness disappearing. No way, this news is too shocking. Last night, I thought that the entire Uchiha clan had been eliminated by Itaki, leaving only Suzuki alone. Due to the explosion later, it was extremely difficult for them to count the corpses, and there were too many things to do, so they did not focus on this. But now we know that the number of corpses is wrong? Even if the bodies were blown up and buried by detonating talismans, it would not be difficult to count them. After all, those detonating talismans were placed everywhere in the Uchiha clan, and they were not on corpses. There was no way to completely destroy the corpses. At least the approximate number could be known. If there were one or two less, it might not be possible to count due to the explosion, but if there were more, how stupid would Konoha have to be to not notice it? Yes, there are more than a few hundred bodies missing. The ANBU lowered his head and reported. If it wasn't such an important matter, how could they dare to come and wake each other up just after the Hokage had rested? Go immediately and notify several advisors and elders to the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly thought of the consequences of this information and issued the order. The matter is serious. If the Uchiha clan is wiped out and only Suzuki is left, things will be fine. But if not only Suzuki is left, but also a large number of Uchiha escape, then this only orphan will no longer be conclusive evidence. If it were just like this, those Uchiha Konoha who escaped could not admit it at all and could start a propaganda war with the other party. The problem is, hatred. Those Uchiha must have an unforgettable hatred for the village. After all, even though the village did not directly participate in the night of genocide last night, anyone with a clear mind could guess that the village must have acquiesced to it. Otherwise, for such a long time, no one has entered the clan to check, and no one would believe it. Not to mention, it's not like Uchiha Itachi can create those poisonous mist by himself. Overall, there are indeed a lot of flaws. In this case, the escaped Uchiha might be an avenger. Thinking of the large number of Uchiha who hated Konoha in the future, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill on his back. Although he has always been trying to suppress Uchiha, he can also easily control the strong ones in the opponent's clan. But that's because Uchiha is a member of Konoha and a subordinate of himself, the Hokage. If the other party really wants to side with the enemy, it would be too dangerous. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly changed into his uniform and prepared to go to the Hokage building. When passing by the living room, I saw my youngest son enjoying tea. Asuma, you performed well last night. If you want, you can come to ANBU help me, think about it first and answer me later. He praised and at the same time extended an invitation. After the other party came back from being a guardian ninja, he seemed to be a different person. Not only is he no longer rebellious, but he has become extremely hard-working. At the same time, he has shown a strong talent, which allows him to trust the other party with some things and even wants him to join the ANBU to help him share some of the pressure. It can be said that now Sarutobi Hiruzen has regarded the opponent as the future hope of the Sarutobi clan, and his attitude towards him has changed significantly. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not without his dissatisfaction. That is because the other party seems to rarely see Yui Kurane. He was extremely satisfied with Yui Genhong's daughter, so he would acquiesce to some small actions. But now that his younger son is back, he has no contact with the other party, which naturally makes him worried. But in the end, he didn't say much and went straight out. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Asuma put down the tea set and raised his head, his eyes flashing with undisguised ambition and hatred. Yes, Asuma has really turned dark. Since that time, he has hated this dirty world, so he wants to become stronger and take revenge on the world after becoming Hokage. Of course, the number one enemy is naturally the Shell organization. He still chose to ask Denzo, and paid a lot of price for it. Well, he really didn't expect that the other party and his old man, no wonder he never married. However, Asuma also seemed to have opened the door to a new world. It is precisely because of this that he did not go to Hong later, but focused all his energy and time on improving his own strength. As the son of the Hokage, he has everything from teachers to resources at his fingertips. As long as it is worth the hardship, growing up is not difficult. Of course, it is also because his chakra has undergone qualitative changes now that his growth rate is so exaggerated. Otherwise, no matter how hard he works and spends resources, he will not be able to grow so fast. Taking out a handkerchief, he wiped his white right hand carefully. Mysophobia. Now he has this problem that he never thought of before. You know, he used to be proficient in smoking and bullying, but now, let alone smoking, he can't bear even a stain on his body. Of course, if it's for a mission, that's another matter. Shell organization. An extremely fine wind blade appeared in Asuma's hand and tore the handkerchief into pieces, as if it were shell tissue. The other side. The Hokage's office. After receiving the notice, Denzo, Koharu who had transferred to his dormitory, and Mito Kadoyan had already arrived in advance. None of them complained about why they were found again within a few hours of going back to rest. Because they knew very well that if it was not an extremely important matter, it would be impossible to forcefully find them, and there were no outsiders, not even Narashikaku, the strategist. After Hiruzen Sarutobi entered the office, he spoke without any hesitation. The Uchiha corpses are wrong, there are more than a few hundred missing, and the ANBU are still counting them now. And these words were like a cold wave, freezing the air in the office. Several people were silent for a while before digesting this information. Big trouble. This idea came to their minds at the same time. If there were 1 or 2 Uchiha, they would naturally not care. Anyway, with the Uchiha orphans in hand, they have great righteousness. Even if there are a small number of Uchiha who escape, it doesn't matter how they want to manipulate and slander them. But if there are more than a few hundred Uchiha, then a single orphan of the Uchiha clan leader may not necessarily be louder than the other party. What's more important is the potential of Uchiha. Once those Uchiha grow up, it will be too scary for them in Konoha. Could it be God? After turning to bed, Xiao Chun spoke in a low voice. No, absolutely impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly denied Sanlian, and at the same time his eyes exuded a burning heat, suppressing Kohara's words after he went to bed. Yes, maybe don't say yes to this, I can't even think about it. If it were before the Third War, when White Fang was still alive and the Sunin were supporting Konoha's heyday, there would be nothing to say. Just investigate directly, and no matter who it was, the other party would have to pay the price. But now? Not to mention that the grass on White Fang's grave was several feet tall. One of the 3 ninjas had defected, one was missing, and another wandered far away. None of them were in the village. And not only that, the wealthy Uchiha family, one of the pillars of the village, also collapsed. At this time, how dare you doubt a force that has more than 2,000 registered ninjas and more than 1 cage-level powerhouse? Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning has been expressed very clearly. No matter what, this matter cannot and is not allowed to be related to the castle tower. Of course, even if the result is decided first, the truth still needs to be investigated. Didn't we order Team 404 to return to the village? Do we still want to continue? Mito Minion told a fact. That was last night. After they discussed it, they sent out the transfer order. With the ninja's efficiency, the other party might be about to set off and arrive. If this incident is related to the other party, then this order will be terrible. No, we must not let the other party return to Konoha. Danzo first Timmy's, he also thought of the dangerous place. If this incident is related to him, letting him return to Konoha is just inviting a wolf into the house. That's right, send another order, let him station the castle tower all the time, and he can't return to the village without orders. Tanzuru Kohara naturally agreed with Danzo's idea at the first time. She didn't want to see him either. Just as they were discussing, Kakashi entered the office. He was responsible for investigating Uchiha affairs, and now he came to report. Chapter 529 Protect Uchiha. Hokage-sama. Kakashi half-knelt and saluted and began to report. The missing Uchiha bodies should be around 700, and the specific identity will take time to investigate. But the other party's retreat route is a tunnel from the Uchiha clan to the outside of the village. And the other party fled to the south. The ninja's investigation ability is amazing. As long as there are clues, they can naturally find out everything. Although someone was constantly covering up the traces, such a big move would definitely leave traces. At most, it would just cost their enbu more time and energy. South, hey. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and muttered to himself. This direction made him completely confused. If it was really the castle tower that took action, there would be no reason to leave such obvious traces, right? I will lead the route immediately and make sure to stop the other party from escaping. Danzo was ruthless and prepared to take action without saying much. Although he was also afraid of the castle tower, as long as he didn't rush into the city to kill people directly, the other party would have nothing to say. The most important thing is that he has justice in his hands. Once the other party came forward to stop him, he could just identify him as a traitor of Konoha and solve the other party together. In Danzo's heart, Konoha is invincible. That's right, we must not let Uchiha be abducted, and we must protect the other party back. Mito Kadoen also glared at Danzo. Some things can be done but not said. Now those Uchiha who escaped are victims. They will only protect each other. If there are some accidents on the way, it is normal, but it cannot be said that they prevented the other party from escaping. Danzo did not argue with Mito Kadoen, because he knew that the other party was right. In any case, the village did not and would not participate in the Uchiha civil strife. Even if they sent people to pursue, it was to protect the other party from being hurt by Uchiha Itaki, the S-level traitor. Anyway, whether others believe it or not, they believe it. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he remained silent. This is equivalent to tacitly agreeing with their decision. However, if it succeeds, it's fine, but if it fails, it will naturally take the blame. Just like Danzo, who has taken the blame countless times. It is precisely this kind of relationship that allows Danzo to be safe no matter how big the mistakes he made and how many blames he took. Soon, Konoha sent out a pursuit force. Danzo and the root are the main ones, and the Anbu are the auxiliary ones, with a total of hundreds of people. Extremely terrifying. Whether it is the Anbu or the root, they are all the elite among the elite. It is a bit exaggerated to say that they can beat 10. But if they beat a few people of the same level, it is not a problem for these elites. Plus, their goal is to kill people, so the task is not difficult. Yes, for the root and the Anbu, killing is much simpler than any other task. Ninjas are killing tools, not to mention the Anbu and the root, which are killing machines among ninjas. There is another advantage, that is, this is the land of fire. Konoha's home court. Even if it is that guy, it is impossible to attack openly. However, Danzo hopes that the other party will attack, because in that case, all the strength of Konoha can be gathered to solve this heartache. Well, he has never thought about what will happen if Konoha loses. In Danzo's heart, Konoha will never lose. Isn't it just a small castle tower? Go after him. Even if the other party has 2,000 registered ninjas and has defeated the daimyo coalition, so what? I have Konoha in my hands, and I treat it as nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. It is almost this kind of mood, so Danzo is so stubborn that people don't know how to complain. The pursuit process was not smooth. Because the traces were obviously covered up, they often chased in the wrong direction. And the other party was very clear about Konoha's methods, and under various arrangements, they even chased in the wrong direction several times. Fortunately, there are enough people this time, and they can use the stupid method to track. Use people. The team was divided into small teams and searched forward in a carpet style. Of course, in order to prevent the intelligence from being wrong, Danzo also sent search teams in other directions of Konoha. After more than a day of tracking, they finally got a clue. Let's go. Danzo's eyes lit up, and he directly assembled the team and moved forward at full speed in one direction. And his actions made some people confused. What's going on? Hinata Kangyu looked at Danzo's actions and asked in confusion, haven't we dealt with those guys? How could Danzo find something wrong? Yes, the Uchiha who escaped from Konoha in the Sun Change Plan was just a few dozen kilometers away. Because the team was too large and most of them were ordinary Uchiha clan members, they would naturally be discovered by the reconnaissance team. And the few people mixed in the team could naturally deal with this kind of reconnaissance team and not give the other party any chance to warn, so theoretically it would be impossible to be discovered. If Danzo used those reconnaissance teams as bait to determine the location of the target? Tang Ping reminded me. When it comes to being a bad person, Danzo has always been a bad person. Using his subordinates as cannon fodder and bait is completely basic to him, and it is also the most effective plan. As for the roots and dark parts of the sacrifice? For the sake of Konoha, let's suffer them a little longer. Should we stop it? Ri asked Kangyu a key question. If a few of them take action, they can completely prevent the other party from pursuing. But that would draw a lot of attention to them. Yes, but you must act as a mist ninja mercenary. I hope they can catch up. Tang Ping gave the answer. Using the identity of the shell organization vest already means that it is possible to take action. But even so, it cannot attract too much hatred. Let the mist ninja handle this kind of thing. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the Kiri ninja has a deep hatred for Konoha, so it is completely reasonable to target Konoha. As for their shell organization? They are just using money to do things. The grievances of these great ninja villages have nothing to do with them. And Uchihame? Since leaving the village last night, I have been silent. Maybe she didn't expect that the wealthy Uchiha family, which had been famous since the Warring States period, would be genocide. Although she hates him, at the same time, after the other party annihilates his clan, the Nagafusa lineage will become the new Uchiha wealthy family in the future. But it still made her feel extremely complicated. Don't worry, under your leadership, Uchiha will only be stronger and greater than before. Tang Ping could naturally see the complicated mood of his fiancée, and turned around to comfort her. Before they could exchange more words, they found that Danzo and the others had slowed down. On the grass in front, a team is advancing in an orderly manner. Whoosh, whoosh. Anbu and root ninjas wearing masks gathered from various places one after another and came to Danzo. Just now, these people were scattered in various places for reconnaissance, and they rushed back after receiving orders. Only then can you understand how incredible the ninja's mobility is. Ordinary people need to walk most of a day, but ninjas don't even need half an hour. And it's still an average speed. If you only have a jounin and the like, and use the teleportation technique regardless of consumption, you may be able to catch up easily in less than a few minutes. Go ahead, save the Uchiha from the enemies hidden among them. Danzo ordered loudly. However, his order is very interesting. The enemy hidden in Uchiha. In other words, it is not impossible to kill Uchiha and call him an enemy. As for how many Uchihas can be protected in the end, that is another matter. Even if no one is saved, it's just a mission failure. This kind of thing is normal, right? They are not White Fang and will not allow the mission to fail. How wonderful! Danzo is indeed Danzo, and these tricks and conspiracies are simply instinctive. Choking. The sound of a ninja sword being unsheathed was heard. Bai Mao and Dead Fish Eyes, who were mixed in the ANBU, looked at each other and could only obey the orders silently. Do it! Danzo gave the order with a light drink. Whoosh, whoosh. Figures jumped out one after another and rushed towards the fleeing Uchiha team ahead. With their strength, it would not take more than a few minutes to solve these targets. Using the teleportation technique, this distance passed by in an instant. Before the team could react, some speed-type root ninjas had already reached them and raised their ninja swords. Faced with this situation, the Uchihas, who didn't have much fighting power, were completely at their mercy. However, at this critical moment, justice from heaven appeared. Chapter 530 Justice comes from heaven. Water escape. Water formation wall. A female voice sounded, and then the root ninja who raised his sword and was about to swing it down suddenly found himself being blown away by a stream of water. Wow! A large amount of water flow generated out of thin air formed a high-speed flowing arc-shaped water wall behind the team. Faced with this unexpected change, whether it was the roots or the dark parts, they all cautiously retreated a little distance to avoid being focused on. When the water flow dispersed, an additional team appeared on the scene. The number may only be around a few hundred, even a little less than here in Konoha. The leader did not wear a forehead protector, because his appearance was the best proof of identity. She has long crisscrossed reddish-brown curly hair like a pine tree, green eyes and a charming face. She is wearing a blue tube top dress with a white belt around her waist. Terumi Mei. The other party also has an identity. The fifth Mizukage. In terms of identity, he is completely comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen. And on the left is Ching who is wearing an eye patch, and on the right is a young Chongshi who is wearing an eye patch and is carrying a weird long knife. Coupled with a group of Kirigakure Anbu and strong men, it looked extraordinary. There is nothing hidden at all. He even wore a forehead protector, as if he was not afraid of his identity as a mist ninja being exposed. The roots and Anbu were naturally able to recognize the identities of these people, so they did not rush to attack and opened a passage for Danzo to come forward to negotiate. Danzo steps forward before, it was as if his leg had never been broken. But this is also normal. For ninjas, especially powerful ninjas, some physical shortcomings are not insurmountable. At most, they will have some impact. Back then, Hinata Kangya used her prosthetic legs to pretend to be a normal ninja to perform tasks, and no one thought there was a problem. Now that Danzo is like this, of course there will be no doubt that his leg has recovered. They will only think that he has used some method to temporarily make up for this shortcoming. The fifth Mizukage, if you are planning to start a war with Konoha, aren't you afraid that you will not be able to return to Kirigakure village? Danzo asked unceremoniously. To the outside world, he is a true militant. Although he has suffered repeated defeats, it does not affect his tough attitude. Anyway, he has the toughest tongue in his body. No matter how badly he loses on the battlefield, it doesn't mean he will be timid with his words. There is no way, who has Konoha, the strongest ninja village, limited edition before the Third War, standing behind him, he is really confident. Oh, Danzo, when did you become the fifth Hokage and be able to make the decision to go to war on behalf of Konoha? Terumi Mei's aura was fully activated, and she asked the question casually, as if she didn't take Danzo to heart at all. The contribution value given by this mission was not low, so she was extremely attentive. She really looked down upon Danzo, the darkness of shinobi. She is just a guy who only knows how to fight within himself and uses dirty tricks. She is even ashamed to be with the third Hokage. After all, every major ninja village collects the opponent's every move, so the Kage from each village naturally has their own opinions on this third generation Hokage, who has amazing power fighting skills but an indecisive personality. Therefore, even if her number is slightly smaller and she is in the land of fire, not far from Konoha, she does not have the slightest fear. You mist ninjas dare to interfere in our Konoha affairs. Aren't you afraid of us Konoha? Danzo was furious, but he suppressed his anger. No matter how you say it, you are still Mizukage, and your identity really puts you at a disadvantage. Before you completely break up and start a war, you should at least follow some rules. Although he, Danzo, is the most unruly, he still has to act in secret. This kind of public situation is another matter. Meet in. Terumi Mei said with a look of grievance on her beautiful and mature face, I'm just here to pick up people from the village, and I have no intention of interfering in your Konoha affairs. What she meant was that these escaped Uchiha had become people of Kirigakure village, so she, the Mizukage, came to pick them up. I see, is your Mist Ninja village the mastermind behind this incident? Danzo laughed in anger. At this time, he also understood that the Mist Ninja had also intervened in this night of genocide. No wonder there would be a lot of accidents. Even the explosion last night and the manipulation of Uchiha Fugaku were all done by the other party so that the other party could take away Uchiha. With a powerful ninja like Uchiha joining, it is definitely good news for the Mist Ninja whose strength has been greatly reduced. After all, the original three major ninja clans have now completely come to an end, and other ninja clans have also suffered heavy losses. It can be said that the losses suffered by the entire Mist Ninja under the rule of the White-Eyed Wolf were much more terrible than in any ninja world war. However, in doing so, Tang Ping and the others got a huge advantage. After there are not so many ninjas, it is extremely easy to rule. If you compare Kirigakure village to adults, then the White-Eyed Wolf is quite a sharp blade, which can remove all the previous cancers. Although this will make people extremely weak, as long as they get through the period of weakness, they can recover their health. Now, people who are rapidly recovering from health, Kirigakure village, need to take supplements, so Uchiha naturally has to swallow this plate of delicious food in front of him. Therefore, no one would doubt the Mist Ninjas standing up to take the blame, because they have both the strength and the motive. At most, they just doubt how they got the relevant information about Uchiha. Elder Danzo, please don't talk nonsense. The annihilation of the Uchiha clan last night had nothing to do with our Kirigakure village. The person who really did it was the traitorous ninja Uchiha Itaki, and we didn't take action. Terumi Mei looked at Danzo mockingly. Although she said that Uchiha Itaki was the murderer, there was a clear disdain for Konoha's senior officials in her eyes. Because the actions of Konoha's high-level officials could be hidden from others, but they could not be hidden from the Mist Ninja who had made arrangements in advance. Humph, who knows if Uchiha Itaki is one of yours? It seems that in order to get these people, you are willing to unite with Uchiha Itaki and destroy the Uchiha clan. A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes, and he suddenly blamed the Mist Ninja. And this pot is really difficult for Mist Ninja to clean. Because the Mist Ninja appeared in the land of fire and took over these Uchiha, this is the best evidence. How wonderful! In this case, Konoha can take the opportunity to throw the blame on the Kiri ninja's head. Originally, they had a headache how to explain what happened last night to the villagers and major ninja clans. Now, there is no need to have a headache. With the appearance of the Mist Ninja, just throw the blame to the opponent in one breath. And the other party has no way to refute. Who allowed them to really appear in the land of fire and take away Uchiha who escaped from the village? So, even though Danzo looked furious on the surface, he was actually laughing in his heart. It seems that Konoha is preparing to dump the Uchiha genocide on us Mist Ninjas. Terumi Mei instantly saw Danzo's plan. Not only is her strength astonishing, but her IQ and EQ are also high. She is definitely a hexagonal warrior with no dead ends in all aspects. Kind of. Therefore, her promotion to the 5th Mizukage was not only promoted by the Genshi, but also recognized by all the Mist Ninjas. Even Nagai Takayama, a big boss with the support of the castle tower, had no objection. She was asked to personally take part in this operation because if she were in New Kirigakure, those guys would not dare to cause trouble. At the same time, it also gives her an opportunity to make a big contribution. After all, there is one thing that Terumi Mei dreams of obtaining, so she naturally does not allow the mission to fail. The facts are all there, how can I allow you to deny it? Let me let you, the 5th Mizukage, die here today. After Danzo finished throwing the blame, he was ready for a big one. Kill the water shadow. Once he succeeds, he will have achieved great success, which will be of great help to him in becoming Hokage in the future, so he is really ready to go all out. On the battlefield, or in other places, Danzo would not be so brave. But this is the land of fire, and it's not far from Konoha. He has already sent out a signal for help. As long as he holds out for a while, the reinforcements will arrive. Under the guarantee, he was naturally willing to take a gamble. She is just a little girl, and her strength is definitely not that good. It is absolutely impossible to stop her when facing her own roots. It can only be said that Terumi Mei is still looked down upon because of her age. But it's not surprising. After all, she is indeed young, similar to Kakashi and Asuma. At this age, an elite jounin is already a super genius. Not everyone is a monster like Dohei, or a cheating player like Uchiha. Destroy these mist ninjas. Danzo suddenly became angry. At this time, he couldn't even care about those Uchiha. Compared with those, the value of Mizukage will only be higher. Chapter 531 Interception Battle. Chidori. Kakashi rushed towards Terumi Mei as fast as lightning. She didn't expect Chidori to hit the opponent. But when the body is activated, the speed is really amazing, and it can even dodge thrown ninja tools and ninjutsu, which is absolutely easy to use. Behind her, the little fanboy Yamato followed closely. Well, Yamato is Kakashi's fanboy, which is completely an open secret in Konoha. One of the two is a super genius. No one knows how strong he is after the knots and restraints in his heart are released. The other is a master of wood escape, both of them are brother, sister, with unique skills. Phew. Kakashi's right hand Chidori penetrated the water clone in front of him. As expected of White Fang's daughter. Terumi Mei's voice sounded next to her, but she was a little stunned. Because she didn't expect that the Kakashi in the intelligence was clearly the son of White Fang, but why did she see a woman? Chance. Kakashi turned the 3 Megatama in his left eye socket and saw a glimmer of opportunity. Whoosh! 1,000 bolts of lightning shot out, and then he took the opportunity to kill him. Fight in close combat. Although Kakashi is not weak in ninjutsu, she is not a 4-type ninja, but a ninjutsu type. Coupled with her amazing combat awareness, it is naturally more advantageous to fight in close combat. Terumi Mei did a dangerous backflip to avoid Senbon. Mizukage-sama. * 2. Only then did Ching and Changshi scream in surprise. It's okay, leave this to me and you go help the others. Terumi Mei waved to stop the 2 Mizukage guards from coming over, preparing to challenge Kakashi and Yamato. The troops from both sides have already fought. But they are all testing, and there is no rush to fight. Such a wide area gives them enough space to hide and fight. Ninjas are not warriors. As long as they are not on special missions, they will rarely directly face someone who cuts them when they meet. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Ching and Changshi looked at each other and then rushed towards the battlefield. Although the two of them may look like guards, their status is not low. Among them, Ao is a veteran elite jonin, and with the Byakugan of the clan, he is absolutely the best battlefield commander. And if they are 10 years old, their talent is absolutely unquestionable, and with one of the 7 ninja swords in hand, their combat effectiveness is definitely not weak. Their addition also allowed the mist ninjas to stabilize their position and start special tactics. The art of Kirigakuer. Ching began to form seals and perform magic. Many mist ninjas also took action. Then, an extremely dense fog began to fill the air. Although the fog ninjas couldn't see clearly in the fog, they were trained and knew how to fight in the fog. Even the fog ninjas have compiled a course on how to fight and cooperate in the fog. Silent killing technique. So in the fog, one can imagine how much advantage the fog ninjas have. If you have Byakugan, you can naturally ignore the fog. However, in such a chaotic situation, even if the Byakugan can see chakra through the mist, it does not mean that it can identify the opponent's identity, so the limitations are not small. Melee. Mist ninjas use fog to fight melee, which is the best advantage for them. If you really want to fight face to face with gongs and drums, the combat effectiveness of the mist ninja is really not as good as that of other major ninja villages. Unless it's on the water. The combat effectiveness of the mist ninja is a little too limited by the terrain. Use wind escape quickly. Danzo is no stranger to the mist ninja, so he naturally knows how to deal with it. At this time, using wind escape is the best way. Wind escape. Wind bullet. Wind escape. Fierce wind palm. Wind escape. Suppress. Wind escape was used one after another to blow away the surrounding fog. But the endless fog filled the blown away area, and the killing intent also arrived. Chi, chi. The sound of flesh being pierced kept ringing. The Anbu and the Root who performed wind escape were assassinated by the mist ninjas one after another. Yes, it is true that the mist hidden art is restrained by the wind escape. The problem is that you are the best target when you crack it. After the mist hidden art was performed, the mist ninjas did not attack immediately, but waited for Konoha to crack it first, so that they could take the opportunity to attack and solve the wind escape. Although Danzo is familiar with the mist ninjas, his command ability is really not very good, at most it is at the level of charge and retreat. If it was Orochimaru or Jiraiya who was in charge, they would first find a way to exit the fog and then break it. Performing wind style in the fog in front of the mist ninja is simply courting death. It can be said that in terms of tactics, the Dozuka was suppressed badly. However, the combat power of the Anbu and the Root is indeed higher than that of the mist ninja, so the outcome is still unknown. Now, it depends on the outcome of the battle between the two strong men. Dissolving style, dissolving monster technique. After a simple test, Mei Terumi began to suppress with ninjutsu. She is a ninjutsu type. Although her physical skills are not weak, she is definitely not an expert, so she will not use short to attack long. A large amount of acid flooded the surroundings. Sizzle. The terrifying corrosion sound is chilling. Wood style, tree realm wall. Yamato formed seals with both hands and performed this ninjutsu. History has changed. Originally, Yamato officially appeared after the Konoha collapse plan. Before that, he had been hiding in the Anbu to keep the wood style secret. But now they are thrown into the mission ahead of time. Maybe the village leaders want to use wood release to enhance Konoha's deterrence. Swish, swish. Countless vines broke out of the ground and woven into a wall, covering Kakashi and Yamato. There was no other way. The acid had no blind spots, leaving them nowhere to hide. Naturally, they could only use ninjutsu to defend. Wood release. Mei Terumi exclaimed. She had seen all kinds of big scenes, even the fall of the hidden mist village. But she had never seen such a scene. Wood release. But it is the blood limit of the god of ninja. It is so powerful that one person can sweep away the invincible opponents in the ninja world. Now that this blood limit appeared in front of her, she was shocked. Sizzle. The acid quickly corroded the tree wall made of vines, and her surprise began to calm down. Too weak. The opponent's wood release was completely different from the wood release she had heard of. Whoosh. A figure jumped out from the ground in front of Mei Terumi, and stabbed directly with a kunai. Pop. Kakashi pierced the water clone in front of him with a kunai, and was pierced by a kunai himself. Shoo. The whole person turned into white mist and dissipated, leaving only a piece of wood in the place. Substitution technique. When the attack failed, Kakashi performed the substitution technique in advance. The two sides exchanged tactics. In general, Kakashi is not as good in hard power, but has stronger combat awareness. With the assistance of Yamato's wood escape, they actually fought a 50-50 battle. Of course, it is also related to Mei Terumi's inability to clear the field on a large scale. As a strong person with double blood limit, she is considered a turret-type ninja, good at large scale, high damage ninjutsu killing. But in this situation, if she fires at full power, it may cause huge accidental injuries. And Kakashi obviously thought of this, and kept fighting in close combat, not giving her a chance to escape. But this situation was also seen by Terumi, so she also cooperated to delay time. As for why, of course, it was because her mission this time was not to cause much damage to Konoha, nor was it an invasion, but to protect the Uchiha who escaped. Now that the pursuit troops were all stopped here, why was she in a hurry? And on the side of the battlefield. Should we take action now? The Mist Ninja has already lost some people. Hinata Kangyu suppressed the bloodthirsty intention in her heart and asked. Although she looks pure and beautiful, and is also weak in front of Tang Ping, she is really brutal in battle. Now that she has the opportunity, she is naturally a little impulsive. On the contrary, Mei, who looks domineering and strong, and comes from the fighting race of Uchiha, doesn't like the battlefield very much. It can only be said that the two people's personalities are completely opposite to their appearances. It's okay, these mist ninjas will always see blood, and if you want to fight, Konoha reinforcements should be here soon. While Tang Ping spoke, he looked to the north, that is, the direction of Konoha. This place is so close to Konoha, he doesn't believe that the other party has not made any movement. As he finished speaking, there was indeed movement in the north. Chapter 532, Killing Intent leaked out. Quick! We must not let the Mist Ninja go this time. Send a team to protect Uchiha later. Check the ninja tools. In the team. Various hurried and excited voices continued sounded. Water Shadow. It would be a great achievement to really catch the opponent. In the Ninja World War, if you want to capture the shadow of one of the 5 major ninja villages, it is completely difficult to reach the heavenly level. But now that the other party has taken the initiative to send it to your door, don't blame them. The one at the front of the team was naturally Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing battle uniform and carrying a huge scroll. Beside him were the heads of the major ninja clans. The total number of people totaled more than 1,000. It's not that there aren't more ninjas in Konoha, there are more than 2,000 members of the Sara family army alone, but it's that Konoha needs to be protected at times like this to avoid being lured away from the mountain. There are many such things. Hiruzen, you can't hesitate later. Even if you don't think about yourself, you have to think about the village. Koharu, who also changed into combat equipment, specially reminded Sarutobi Hiruzen. What she meant by this was the Uchiha who escaped. The old habit of the other party being soft-hearted cannot be committed at such a critical moment. Otherwise, if Uchiha really escapes, it will be troublesome. Just for themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen might be merciful, but when it comes to Konoha, as the Hokage, there is absolutely no way he will be merciful. I see. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, his eyes became firm. For the sake of Konoha, he would never show mercy to anyone, let alone Uchiha. The information left behind by the eldest son before he disappeared was related to Uchiha. He had not forgotten it, and his tacit approval of Denzo's action was also affected by this incident. It can only be said that Uchiha didn't know what evil he had done to give birth to a sleeping dragon like White-Eyed Wolf, who brought hatred to them at every turn. Coupled with the ruthless Feng Xiao, it was almost impossible to think of anything wrong. Just when this team was not far from the fog area. Stop! Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly raised his right hand and gave an order. Because something unexpected happened. On the wide grass in front, 3 figures stood alone, as if they would be swallowed up by thousands of ninja troops on their side at any time. But the reality is that there are thousands of them and they cannot make an inch of their way in front of just 3 people. No one thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen overreacted. Because these 3 figures are all wearing black cloaks and bone masks. Shell Organization. An extremely mysterious and powerful mercenary organization. Members start at the film level. Although the number of times it was done was not many, it was shocking every time. Facing such an organization, no matter how cautious you are, you can never be too cautious. Sarutobi Hiruzen made his debut over the crowd. So, is all this a conspiracy of your shell organization? With so many changes last night, the Mist Ninja would definitely not be able to do it. But for the shell organization that can come and go freely in Konoha, it is not too easy to do some tricks in secret. Got it, everything is understood. The Mist Ninja must have known that Uchiha wanted to rebel, so he colluded with the other party in advance to make 2-way preparations, sending a group of them out of Konoha in advance, and then hired the shell organization to execute it. In this case, everything can be explained. No, we just use money to do things. Dohei looked at the 3rd Hokage in front of him, who still had some power as a ninja hero, and shook his index finger. In the past, it was out of interest, but this time it is a paid service, so I must make it clear. In this way, the blame fell on the Mist Ninja. As for whether they will clarify? Sorry, the blame must have been laid. And in the future, the castle tower will use supplies to trade these Uchihas with the new Kirigakure village. After such a transfer, even if Konoha knew that these Uchiha were in the castle tower in the future, they would have a reason to explain. The night of genocide indeed had nothing to do with them. The people who ended up in their hands were obtained in exchange for resources. Well, it would be nice to have a reasonable reason. Just because they don't want to fall out with Konoha doesn't mean they are afraid. Yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's murderous aura leaked out. Obviously, this time we are ready to take action for real. The last Nine-Tails Knight was too hasty and was killed by Chu Jian, so it was restrained in every way. Now regarding the shell organization, Konoha even has dedicated intelligence personnel responsible for collecting and analyzing reports, and various information scrolls are piled up in a room. It can be said that as far as the intelligence, abilities, etc. they have displayed, Konoha is definitely the most studied. Who makes them the biggest victims? The roots had been visited several times, and during the Night of the Nine Tails, the shell organization had attacked Konoha more than once, so it naturally gained the most information. Of course, the other party also gradually inquired about the matter of carrying rice in Union Village. After all, there is no way to hide such a big movement. This is the strongest Hokage, haha. The exchange ended with hehe, and Tang Ping went directly to his face. Anyway, it's a vest now, so it's okay to be arrogant, and you can't do it yourself. Yes, his condition is indeed not good, but that doesn't mean he doesn't dare to ridicule him. Who allowed Hinata Kangyu and Uchihame to be around? Both of them can defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi, not kill him, which means that some special abilities cannot be used, and the true identity can easily be exposed, otherwise it should not be too easy if you want to sweep him. Damn it, how dare you humiliate Hokage-sama like this? At this time, a Hanin with a green pot head stood up. That's right. It is Kakashi's lifelong rival. Emperor Kai. We don't know how many doors the opponent can open now, but there is no doubt about one thing, and that is the opponent's strength. The opponent was born for physical skills. Like Koji Shanjian, on the 8-gate Dunjia it definitely takes a lot of energy, plus there is a large supply of resources, which gives him excellent training conditions and absolutely amazing perseverance. But in terms of physical skills and 8-door Dunjia, he is definitely not as good as Kai. The other party has now been promoted to Jonin. After seeing Matt Dai's astonishing meteor-like performance, and Yamama Koji's performances from time to time, the village would be a bit stupid if it didn't know the potential of the 8-gate Dunjia technique. Your light should not bloom at this time. Tang Ping really appreciates Kai, a real civilian ninja. This is the real crane tail and civilian ninja. A certain Ming Taisa said that his success was due to his own efforts, which really makes people want to scream. After all, he carries the Nine Tails Charger, the Uzumaki bloodline, and the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. It is shameless to say that he counterattacked through hard work. It is precisely because of knowing these that Tang Ping will appreciate Erju even more. Although the sky clears up every now and then, the rain stops, and I feel like I'm doing well again. Apart from being arrogant and pretentious, I rarely have normal views. Youth needs to bloom at any time. Kai extended his right thumb and showed his teeth at the same time. It's hard to resist. Looking at the other party's posture, Tang Ping's toes almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. But I have to admire Kai for being able to do this in front of so many people. The other party is really the strongest when it comes to playing awkward games. Hokage, you don't expect him to deal with us alone, do you? Dohei changed the communication target to Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to know what other trump cards the other party had. Anyway, knowing Kai's danger, it was completely impossible for them to give the opponent a chance to show off, so the threat really wouldn't be that exaggerated. Unless the opponent directly enters the 8th gate as soon as they fight and does not give them a chance, otherwise they can use illusions, physical skills, etc. in advance to prevent the opponent from opening the 8th gate. Of course, the prerequisite is that Kai can already open it. Even if he is an innate physical body like him, it is impossible for him to be able to open 8 gates at the age of just 20. But Kimin definitely has a chance. If you are in the 7-door state, you will at least have a strong shadow level, so you must be careful. Upon hearing the inquiry, Sarutobi Hiruzen unfolded the huge scroll behind him without hiding it. Then make a seal with both hands. Tang Ping and the others had no intention of stepping forward to stop him. Because Konoha is not stupid, Kai and a large number of ANBU are all vigilant and alert, and they are not given a chance to take action. Maybe it's not surprising that this is a trap. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen completed the seal and performed an unexpected technique. Chapter 533 Jiraiya appears. Psychic Art. The opponent's psychic beast monkey demon was severely injured by Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo last night and should not be able to fight for a while, but he still used this technique. It's really surprising. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not use blood as a medium, but used the contract scroll as a medium. At this time, Tanghei discovered that this scroll turned out to be the contract scroll of Miyamu Mountain. Yes, it is the scroll that can be contracted with the entire Miyamu Mountain as long as you write your name, instead of a single psychic beast. In other words, the target of your contract is not the psychic beast, but Miyamu Mountain. As long as the toads living there can respond to your psychic, as long as the other party is willing. This is also the strength of the 3 holy places. After signing a contract, it is equivalent to contracting with various types of psychic beasts. Combat type, auxiliary type, reconnaissance type, etc. are all available. There is only one slug immortal in the shifty bone forest, so he can only channel one. As for Utani, Tanghei has not yet been able to produce this kind of scroll, but if he can study the finished product, he is confident that he can produce it. Relief. A red toad with goggles on its neck and about knee-height appeared. It's Kasuk toad. It is also the fixed contact frog between Miyaboku Mountain and Konoha. Kasuk, now Konoha is in trouble, please notify Jiraiya immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't play tricks and gave the order directly. Although the other party does not belong to Konoha, with the relationship between Konoha and MT Miyaboku, as the Hokage, he can naturally order the other party. He allowed Jiraiya to wander around the shinobi world, so he would naturally have a way to make the other party rush back to the village in a critical moment. However, this cost too much and could only be used once, so he never considered using it even at a time like last night. This time it was also because the Mist Ninja invaded and the consequences of letting those Uchihas go were too serious, so Sarutobi Hiruzen brought the scroll. Of course, encountering the Shell organization was unexpected, but it was also a good thing. For this mysterious mercenary organization, Konoha is also extremely afraid, and this time it is just a matter of time to solve it. So that's it, reverse necromancy. Tang Ping's eyes flashed with thought, and he quickly figured out what the other party was going to do. First, use the contact frog to notify Jiraiya, and ask him to use the reverse channeling technique to return to MT Miyamu. Then, he will channel the toad from here and ask him to bring Jiraiya. It sounds simple, but it is actually extremely difficult. Because there are really not many ninja beasts who can use counter-spiritual techniques. For example, the monkey demon, Zongbameru, Wanshi, etc. Even the powerful ninja beasts can't do it. This is not a question of strength, but a question of wisdom. If the ninja beasts can't learn the reverse summoning beast, they can't use this ninjutsu even if they have more chakra. For example, if they don't know how to make a seal, the difficulty of this jutsu will increase by more than 10 times. The original difficulty is already exaggerated enough for the ninja beasts. If the difficulty increases 10 times, only the 3 great sages can perform it. Anyway, in the entire ninja world, only the 3 holy places can perform the reverse summoning jutsu. In addition to the difficulty of performing this jutsu, the more important thing is that the huge chakra or natural energy accumulated by the 3 holy places must be used to support the consumption when performing it. The consumption of the summoning jutsu depends on the summoning target. The consumption of the reversible summoning jutsu is exaggerated. Anyway, except for the Shitanla, it can't support it. Of course, Uchihame and Hyuga Kangya will naturally not sit idly by, so they look at Dohei, wondering if they should take action. Give them a chance to gather their strength and see the strength of our Kara organization. Do Ping shook his head, signaling the two not to interrupt each other's preparations. Yes, he wants Jiraiya to come back. And for them, this is not only not a trouble, but also a pleasant surprise. Do you remember what the castle tower is preparing now? Promote Tang Valley. Prepare to use the energy of faith to boost Tang Valley and let this 4th holy land grow as soon as possible. And the addition of a holy land, and a human holy land, is completely bad news for the original 3 holy lands. It's okay for the wet bone forest, the slug sage doesn't care about these at all. But whether it's Miyaboku Mountain or Ryokai Cave, they will definitely suppress or even secretly attack. After all, the reason why the 3 holy lands can be so high is because of their monopoly. Once there is a human holy land, their status and influence can be imagined. So, this is an opportunity to weaken the strength of Miyaboku Mountain. It is for this reason that Dohei did not stop Sarutobi Hiruzen, but instead hoped that Jiraiya would summon more toads for them to kill. Although the summoned beast can cancel the summoning technique and leave at the critical moment. But as long as the action is fast enough and the opponent is killed before the summoning is cancelled, it is not impossible to kill the summoned beast. Even if he is ruthless enough, he directly asks Uchihame to turn off the lights and power off, which is a super killer move specifically targeting summoned beasts. Because the Mangekyo ability of Amano Iwado can isolate space, it will naturally make the summoning technique ineffective. Now, it depends on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen or Jiraiya will give him a chance. Once the opponent is induced to use the darkness walking technique, Uchihame can take the opportunity to use the Mangekyo, and with the Samsara Eye, she can instantly launch the strongest attack, which will definitely cause huge casualties. After thinking about these in his mind, Dohei secretly used the communication ninjutsu to tell the two of his plans. The two nodded slightly at his plan. In terms of business, they are definitely headed by Dohei. Even Uchihame will not make decisions on her own unless it is within her authority. Summoning technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen used the summoning technique again to summon a small toad with a rope tied around its waist and its mouth blocked by a bottle stopper with the word wine engraved on it. Gourd toad. It is also a toad with special abilities. There is a barrier in its body that can hide people inside, which can't be seen through even by the Samsara Eye and any reconnaissance ninjutsu. It can only be said that the power of Myaboku Mountain is not without reason. Toads with different abilities will increase people's strength as long as they become contractors. The bottle stopper was spit out, and a hand stretched out from it, and then a head with the word oil on the forehead protector and a thick head of white hair, which made people recognize the other party's identity instantly. It's Jiraiya. He crawled out of the mouth of the gourd toad. Although it looks a bit scary, a person crawled out of a toad the size of a wash basin. But in fact, it crawled out of the barrier, but the mouth was the exit of the barrier. Ding ding ding, Jiraiya, the toad sage, is here. As soon as he came on stage, the opponent made an awkward move. The most important thing is that there are several red lip marks on his neck, which shows that he was indeed collecting materials before. Collecting materials for his novel Intimate Paradise. It can only be said that Jiraiya, as an author, has put a lot of energy into the novel, which is absolutely dedicated. The most afraid is that the air suddenly becomes quiet. Everyone doesn't know what to say. Old man, you called me back this time, is it because the opponent is the Kara organization? Jiraiya's expression began to become serious. Because he also understood what the name Kara organization meant. Yes, we will talk about other things later, but we must take down the opponent today, so that we can also find out the truth about Minato's death. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The other party participated in both the Nine Tails Night and the Uchiha clan extermination night last night, which made him, the Hokage, extremely afraid. So he would rather give up the Mizu cage and take the opportunity to capture the other party. Jiraiya nodded gently, and he had made up his mind. Minato's death was an eternal pain in his heart. And the Kara organization participated in it that night. Although he didn't know what role the other party played, he must know the truth. Now, as long as he caught the other party, he would know the truth of that night, which made Jiraiya very serious. In this way, Konoha's strength is terrifying. Chapter 534 Chapter Melee. Jiraiya, Kai, Sarutobi Hiruzen. All three are extremely powerful. Not to mention, there is the combination of the Inoshikajo, which is comparable to the cage level, the elite Jonin, the clan leaders of the major ninja clans and nearly 1,000 Konoha ninjas who are comparable to the Quasi Cage. This lineup is simply an overwhelming advantage. It is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen is arrogant and is ready to give the Kara organization a little shock to Konoha. Open. Kai spoke first and directly entered the third gate, the last safe boundary. Hey! Chakra wrapped his body. Even if he only opened 3 gates, he was stronger and more skilled than Yamamakoji. As expected of Kai, the innate physical body, his physical talent is really exaggerated. That is, there are not enough resources, otherwise, he can really be a god in the 8 gates. Go all out and fight quickly. Du Ping looked at Hinata Kangyu. Leave this opponent to her to deal with. Because only she can quickly deal with Emperor Kai and not give the other party a chance to explode. As for Jiraiya, leave it to Uchihame, who has no shortcomings in both ninjutsu and taigen. Both sides have no shortcomings. Even if they don't use the extraordinary organs and the iconic lightning and fire escape technique, they are enough to hold Jiraiya back. Yes, among the 3 of them, Uchihame is the one with the greatest restrictions. Because the Demon Horn, the Sharingan, and the lightning and fire escape technique are all iconic abilities, once they are used, it is no different from admitting their identities. Among them, the Sharingan is the better. Since the Mangeki has not been shown to the outside world, at least not as Uchihame, it can be used. But once the Mangeki is used as the identity of the Kara organization, the main body must be careful. Finally, it is naturally Dohei against Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Does it sound extremely dangerous? But in fact, there is not much risk at all, because Hyuga Sogitsu will come to help after dealing with Kai immediately. After all, she has the Samsara Eye, even if her eyes are still in the growth stage, her strength is increasing like a rocket. The key is that she can go all out and is not afraid of exposing her identity. Swoosh! Kai rushed out first. Don't think he will go forward to die just because he is a fool. He was the first to go up in order to buy time and test. And Hinata Kangyu took a deep breath, his eyes were as deep as the sea of stars. God of Space Strike! He punched directly. Bang! The terrifying transparent fist force tore the earth apart and blasted towards Kai. Facing such an attack, with Kai's speed, he could easily avoid it. Don't think that the God of Space Strike is instantaneous, it can be thrown in a punch, which is much faster than ordinary ninjutsu. But the action of punching is enough for Kai to dodge in advance. But Hinata Kangyu didn't even look at it, and directly grabbed in one direction with his right hand. Tianyan Wangxiang. It locked onto Kai and sucked him in. Ever since Dohei praised Kai for being the strongest in physical skills, the castle tower has been paying attention to Kai, even more than Kakashi. And Hyuga Sogitsu took Dohei's words and deeds to heart, so how could he not pay attention to him? So let alone the intelligence of the other party, even some habits were clear, so he could lock the direction and area of evasion in advance. How is it possible? Whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or others, they all had this thought in their minds at this time. They trusted Kai's strength very much, otherwise they would not let him act as a secret weapon, but now that they knew the general intelligence of the other party, they still fell into the trap, which was completely unbelievable. Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya reacted immediately and began to use secret techniques to save people. The hair quickly rolled towards Kai in the air as if it had life, ready to drag him back. Sizzle. Uchihame left only lightning in the place, and then used the ninja sword covered with lightning chakra in her hand to cut out and block the hair. Note, it is not Chidori blade, but pure lightning chakra. For her, it is not difficult to block Jiraiya, but it is difficult not to reveal her own information. As the famous Queen of Thunder and Fire, with fame, her information is naturally valued, so it is easy to be recognized. Jiraiya was also blocked by Uchihame, and the others were naturally taken care of by Dohei. Lavender, big fire. He blasted out directly with Molten Escapade. As time passed, his attainments in this area were definitely the strongest, even stronger than Lao Zi. It's not that his talent is really so exaggerated. But he can cheat. The Sage. After using the clearing agent, his learning and comprehension ability soared directly, plus his accumulation in ninjutsu, it is normal to surpass others, and it is a problem if he does not surpass others. So, he casually blew a big fire, and directly hit with the might of a volcanic eruption. The magma that originally turned into a huge fist split into a group of magma, covering the fan-shaped area in front within the attack range. Be careful. Get out of the way. Defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed seals with both hands. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Then a huge earth wall rose in front of him. In the original plot during the Chunin exam, when using the earth flow wall, some mud had to be spit out onto the roof, and it was entirely due to the terrain. If it is on the ground, there is no need for soil to act as a primer. The magma balls hit the earth wall one after another. Gaps were blasted out one after another. Although the huge earth wall was blown into pieces, it still held up. Tisk, you are worthy of being a ninjutsu doctor. Tang Ping snorted in dissatisfaction. He didn't consume much energy in that attack just now, and because of his own condition, he was able to block it. Bang! He clapped his hands and let out a low growl. Laotian. Lava Flow River. Directly perform this technique. Although he looks a few years younger than before, he is able to exert greater strength. At least it is not as strenuous as before to use these non-immortal bloodline limits. Wow! The earth suddenly turned into a river of lava, and then rushed towards the Konoha troops. If it really comes to a battle of fighting power, Tang Ping, who is in extremely poor condition, is indeed no match, but he just needs to buy some time. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and beside him and prepared to attack together. Now is not the time to talk about the dignity of the strong. Let's take down the Shell organization first. And it's not just the three of them, but Inoshikajo and the patriarchs of the major ninja clans are also ready to rush forward. If it is a one-on-one duel between strong men, doing this will definitely lead to the loss of all reputation. But this is not a battlefield now, and the Kara organization is not another big ninja village, so there is naturally no need to worry about these things. However, one of them was a little hesitant. What's wrong? Narashikako looked at Hinata Tsuji, who was standing still. The opponent is the new patriarch of the Hyuga clan. With his soft fist, he can definitely exert strength that is not inferior to that of a quasi-shadow master. Coupled with the reconnaissance function of the Byakugan, he is naturally taken very seriously. No. Nothing. Hinata Tsuji shook his head and rushed towards the figure above the lava. From the beginning, his eyes were fixed on the member of the Kara organization who was fighting with Kai nearby. For some reason, it seemed like there was something about the other person that attracted his attention. But of course he couldn't say this, so he could only pretend nothing happened. Just as the gang fight began here, Hyuga Sogitsu also suppressed Kai by taking advantage of his intelligence. Indeed, there was no flaw in the opponent's physical skills. But facing someone like Hinata Sogitsu, who has extremely high physical skills and also has the Samsara Eye, he is truly a natural nemesis. A soft punch sent Kai flying. Of course, it was also because he felt that this palm was not fatal. If it was a fatal blow, he would definitely find a way to resolve it instead of using this blow to distance himself. After his body was knocked more than 10 meters away, Kai rolled several times in the air and landed on the ground while maintaining his balance. Youth is burning. He felt the huge gap between the two sides and was ready to explode in one breath. The 8 gates ninjutsu formation, the 6th gate, Jingmen, puff. When Kai was about to open the 6th door, an accident occurred. Not only did he fail, but he vomited blood. Before he could react, Hinata Kangya had already used his right hand to slam a green light ball heavily into his chest. After being hit by this palm, Kai could no longer hold on and fell down. Yes, Hinata Kangya challenged Emperor Kai alone and knocked him down with ease. Chapter 535 The Truth is Revealed. How is that possible? Kai fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief on his face. Until now he couldn't believe that he failed when opening 6 doors. You know, his current limit is to open 7 doors. Logically speaking, the body should be able to withstand the consumption when the 6th door is opened, and it is impossible for it to fail. Whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the Konoha ninjas stood in front of Kai, including Asuma Saratobi. Yes, he also came with the team this time. Kai, you step back first. Asuma had a blank expression on his face, but the anger in his heart was sweeping like wildfire. Yes. The Kara organization is the enemy he is trying every means to find. Now that the opponent appears in front of him, and he has a huge advantage, how can he not be impulsive? Whoosh, whoosh. He threw out the 2 fist-shaped chakra knives in his hands. Wrapped in the wind escape, it did not make any sound of breaking through the air, which was extremely dangerous. But, the target of attack is Hinata Kangya. There are no blind spots when turning around. She stretched out her right hand, as if there was an invisible wall, firmly blocking the pair of chakra blades. Smart. Hinata Kangya ignored the other party and rushed towards Tang Ping after saying something. Although she could deal with the other party with just a little time. But their target is not these Konoha ninjas, but the Myabokuzen toad that will be summoned soon, so these Konoha ninjas do not need to be too concerned. Of course, Tang Ping is also unwilling to get rid of these important characters to avoid the collapse of the future. Before the day of turning over the chessboard comes, being the prophet is his greatest advantage. Damn it! Stop! I'm right here. Ape Phizma was a little broken. Because he didn't expect that he would be right in front of the other party, but the other party was not even interested in fighting with him. There is absolutely nothing more insulting than this. At this time, Asuma was extremely crazy. But this madness did not make him lose his mind, because he knew that with the strength shown by the other party, he was indeed qualified to ignore him. Just wait, sooner or later, I will let you look directly at me, and even be afraid of me. He secretly felt cruel in his heart. At this time, Kai tried to get up, but found that his body felt like it was not his own. He couldn't even get up, let alone fighting. Spirit Ball. It was the green ball of light that had just entered Kai's body. The effect is to control the will and actions of others, and also to obtain the thoughts of others. The effect varies from person to person. An ordinary person could do this. But the target is a ninja like Kai with a will as strong as steel. He can't even control his will. At most, he can only restrict his actions. It's not because the reincarnation eye is stretched, but because Hinata Kangyu still has huge room for growth. What's wrong with me? Kai spoke in a panic, not because of fear, but because Konoha needed him now. How could he stop here? We will send you to the back immediately and let the medical ninjas examine you. After a rough inspection, a masked ANBU found that Kai had no injuries that could affect his actions, so he comforted him. Just as Kai left the scene under the protection of several ninjas, the situation of the battle began to change. Shenluo Tianzheng. The sun and the blue moon fell from the sky, and it was a direct strike from Shinra, separating Dohei from the besieging Konoha ninjas. Wow! The magma below is evacuated by the repulsive force. Too strong. After acquiring the true reincarnation eye, the power of Shinra Tenzen has been greatly increased, and the consumption has been reduced by more than half. For Hinata Kangyu, it can even be used as a normal move. It can only be said that the original eyes are good, but she does not have the Uzumaki bloodline, otherwise if she has Shitara, she will definitely crush Nagato. But it's okay, Tainhei left her the spinal cord of the Kagaya clan. As long as the experiment is successful, it will be implanted in her, and chakra will no longer be a shortcoming. Well, but this is a long-term plan for the future, so before that, I can only use my own poor chakra to drive the reincarnation eye. However, because they are his own native eyes, the consumption is much lower than Nagato, and they do not need to be warmed up. Even if they absorb chakra, they are still allowing the eyes to grow. Leave this to me. As if Hinata Kangyu wanted to fight against this group of Konoha strong men alone, she directly drove away Dohei. Because if it were any later, I might have to use my master's elementalization ability. Too miserable. Tang Ping is now not only unable to use the Sage mode, but even his normal combat power has been weakened by more than half. Under such a premise, faced with the siege of Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of senior officials, fortunately the other party had too many concerns and allowed him to survive. If he had used his ultimate move and all his secret skills from the beginning, he might have overturned the table. Now, you can help Mei Yi and try to force out the toads. Kill the toad is their main goal. For people like Konoha, their goal is to delay, as long as they delay for a little longer. Tainhei had already prepared a trump card, which was enough to ensure that the escaped Uchiha could retreat safely after arriving here. So, now they don't need to worry about those Uchiha at all, as long as they complete their tasks. At this time, Jiraiya was fighting with Uchiha Mei. Both sides have no shortcomings, so ninjutsu, taijutsu, and illusions are used one after another, which is dazzling. In terms of basic skills, Uchiha Mei is actually somewhat inferior to her opponent. Whether it is basic skills, combat experience, combat wisdom, etc., Jiraiya is superior. His strength comes from the battlefield, unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi who has not been on the battlefield for many years. The strongest Hokage is completely blown out. In the original plot, if the third Hokage hadn't tried to save his honor during the Chuunin exams and sealed away the first and second generations whose strength had been reduced to the floor, it might not be surprising that he would not have any achievements worth bragging about until his death. Are you from Uchiha? After Jiraiya forced Mei Yi back with one blow, he began to shout questions. He has already noticed it. No matter how hard the other party hides it, he can still feel the shadow of Uchiha in the other party's style. As expected of Aki Jiraiya, his senses are indeed quite sharp. Uchiha Mei knew that no matter how much she hid, it would be difficult to hide in front of such a strong man who was familiar with Uchiha, so she stopped pretending. Anyway, as long as you don't know your true identity, it doesn't matter even if you know that you are an Uchiha. There are a lot of Uchiha outside of Konoha, so it wouldn't be surprising if there was one more of them. Her pupils turned into a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Whether to use the Sharingan or not, strength is two different things. Just now she didn't use it to keep it secret. Now that the other party has confirmed that he is an Uchiha, then naturally it is useless to use it. What is your purpose? To save your own people. Jiraiya made improvements and at the same time spoke to test the situation. Who knows this? Of course Uchiha Mei would not answer, but blocked the opponent's attack head-on. After entering San Magatama, your observation ability, reaction speed, and illusion skills will all improve. It was quite an improvement, so the Sharingan was jokingly called a plug-in by Dohei, and it also qualified Uchiha to be proud of these eyes. The current Mei Yi is at least no weaker than Jiraiya before entering Sage mode. Molten Escape. Lava Spear Rain. A voice sounded, followed by dozens or hundreds of magma spears. Needle Jizo. Jiraiya was forced into the attack area of this technique at this time, and could only cast a defensive secret technique. I saw that his hair quickly wrapped around himself, and then became extremely hard. The front blocked the long magma spears that were about a meter long and exuded high temperature. It has to be said that Jiraiya is indeed a strong man with no shortcomings, whether it is offense or defense, or even illusions and enchantments. Maybe not the strongest in every aspect, but definitely not weak either. Therefore, the name of Aogui is well deserved. Well, there is also the title of Toad Immortal. He can also be regarded as a strong man with 2 titles. After the magma attack, Tang Ping also officially joined the battle. The situation instantly became a 2-on-1 battle between him and Mei Uchiha. Jiraiya and Konoha could also take the opportunity to attack Hinata Kangyu, which was considered a tactical exchange. Both sides have confidence in the people they are besieging. It depends on who moves faster. The second round, begin. Tang Ping wasted no time and launched an attack directly. Chapter 536, Beating and Doubt. The other side. Compared to Dohei and Uchihame vs Jiraiya, there was much more movement here. Obviously, Konoha has placed its main target on Hyuga Kangyu, who made her stand out so much, and the most information was exposed, so it is not surprising that she was regarded as the main target. Fire escape. Dance of fire. After returning to bed, Xiao Chun used a fire escape, and rolled towards the sun and the moon suspended in the air as if it were alive. She, the consultant elder, is not only good at medical ninjutsu. A few years later, I really won't be able to fight anymore, but now I can still function as a fort-type ninja. But this fire escape is clearly about cover and starting. Gilu. Akimichi Dingzao took the secret medicine, and then his chakra level increased geometrically. Instead, the layer of fat on the body is disappearing. The secret technique of the Akimichi clan is to consume the fat accumulated by eating and drinking in the body in exchange for short-term terrifying power. Just like now, Akimichi Dingza is definitely far superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen when it comes to chakra. Even though the quality of his chakra is not as good as that of a strong shadow level chakra because he has not broken through to the shadow level, it is definitely far superior in terms of quantity. Oh, is this the secret technique of the Akimichi clan? It's indeed good. Hinata Kangyu was suspended in the mid-air, and began to comment as if she was from a high place. Since she didn't want to destroy Tang Ping's plot advantage, she just stalled for time. Anyway, the real target hasn't come out yet, so there's no rush to use all the firepower now, but we can take the opportunity to experience the secret techniques of Konoha. While Hinata Kangyu was speaking, flames and various ninja tools hit her one after another, but they were all bounced away. With so many people besieging her, it was naturally impossible for them to stop and listen to her. But Hinata Kangyu just stood still and accepted these attacks forcefully. And being able to achieve this point was naturally not because of the Shinra Tianzheng. It was an instantaneous explosion, but it could not be continuous. So this move was developed by herself, and it can be regarded as an extension of the razor's edge technique. Many methods of use have been developed before. Now, she is using herself as the core to perform Hushin, and she has become what she is now, almost invulnerable. It sounds exactly the same as the Hyuga clan's Kaden. But in fact the gap is too big. Because she does not need the assistance of rotation movements, she can control the chakra to rotate at high speed without moving at all to create this kind of power. And the chakra rotates at high speed, and it looks calm on the surface, but in fact the surroundings are surrounded by a storm caused by chakra. At the same time, the covering range is also greatly reduced. As a result, the chakra required is also reduced. Of course, only Byakugan can do this trick. Because it is necessary to release chakra from all parts of the body and then control it to rotate precisely. Without Byakugan playing like this, it would be no different from committing suicide. Even the Hyuga clan must use the action of rotation to assist in chakra control. At the same time, due to the control, it can only cover a large area. But after switching to Hinata Kangyu, the difficulty of this technique was directly increased geometrically. The principle is really simple, but in her hands it turned into a god-level secret technique. Of course, Hinata Kangyu cannot attack in this state. If she wants to attack or do something else, she must first stop the rapidly rotating chakra around her. It can be said that she regarded this battle as training. Let these Konoha ninjas find the flaws in their techniques. With the Tsanjikan, especially after destroying the Star Ninja village with one blow, Hinata Kangyu once thought that no matter how strong her other techniques were, they were simply not as good as the Tsanjikan. But Tang Ping reminded her that there was no way to become a truly strong person by relying on the reincarnation. The board is also too obvious. The eyes can be used as a trump card, but they cannot be used as the only pillar, otherwise it will be over as soon as they are targeted. In a place like the ninja world, everything can happen. God knows if there will be any targeted abilities. It would be a tragedy if the reincarnation eye was restricted. And there is already a good example of relying only on bloodline without honing combat experience and other abilities. Dohei, are you right, Kagaya? Kagaya Otsutsuki is definitely the best negative example. With the blood successor snare, she is fully equipped in terms of hardware. Looking at the data alone, she can be called the strongest in the ninja world, and there is a gap between her and others. But in actual combat, the combat effectiveness displayed is extremely eye-catching. Anyway, Tang Ping is confident that if he is given that kind of hardware, he will definitely be able to easily beat Prince Ming and Erzhu, and even enter the Pure Land and beat the Six Paths Lyb until he can no longer take care of himself. So when he saw that his number one thug was at risk of becoming Kagaya-like, he would give a warning. After being reminded, Hinata Kangyu will focus on continuing to develop various abilities instead of relying on the reincarnation eye to kill everyone. Let you insects, see the power of our shells. Hinata and Kangyu aroused hatred. Bagua Kongjong. A transparent palm struck. But it was blocked by the feather clothes surrounding Hinata Kangyu. Yes, naturally the name of this move cannot be called Hushin again. The principles of both parties are the same, but that doesn't mean the performance is the same, so the names will naturally need to be changed. When Dohei saw it at that time, he casually named him Hago Romo, which was naturally adopted by Hinata Kangyu. Just like his own flame clothes and Uchiha Mei's thunder clothes, it's not surprising that there is an additional Hago Romo now. God's air attack. Hinata Kangyu closed Yi and punched out. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't be so concerned, but let's put it another way. Personal grudge. When she was a child, she almost died at the hands of the other's son, if Tang Ping hadn't been there. Her parents also died to protect each other, but what they got in exchange was her own tragic end. If she doesn't encounter him, forget it. She won't spend energy and time looking for trouble. But now that she has encountered it, she will naturally not let it go. Relief. The air was shattered, and the lightning-fast fist even created a tunnel diagonally downwards on the ground. Of course, Hinata Aoji was not hit. After all, the other party is also the leader of the Hyuga clan, a quasi-shadow-level powerhouse. Although he is not good at dealing with giant targets such as tailed beasts and Gundams, he has special bonuses against humans and small targets, so when he saw Hinata Kangyu's shoulders shaking, he dodged in advance. As expected of the Hyuga clan that specializes in physical arts. Who are you? After Hinata Aoji avoided the divine attack, he hesitated for a while before speaking. The other party felt extremely familiar. Whether it's the fighting style or the defensive ninjutsu, everything feels familiar to him. Although the others did not stop, they also pricked up their ears. Because they also saw it, Hinata Aoji obviously saw something. Shell, an organization of love and justice. Hinata Kangyu didn't mean to answer the other party at all, and directly said the organization's slogan. Well, she is not a single-celled creature like Kai or Naruto. She will reveal her identity when asked. As for the other party doubting her, she doesn't find it strange. Because she is indeed inseparable from the Hyuga clan, but as long as her eyes are not wide-eyed, no matter how suspicious the other party is, they will not regard her as a member of the Hyuga clan. Shenluo Tianzheng. Suddenly, she used this ability directly. Even though a lot of information has been leaked, there are some things that cannot be ignored or dealt with if you know them. Rumble. The terrifying repulsive force crushed the surrounding air and ground, and at the same time crushed several guys who used Earth Escape to get close to them. All things are led by heaven. After clearing the surrounding area with a divine sign, he made a false grab with his right hand in the direction of Hinata Aoji. Originally it was just to delay time, but now that there is a chance to resolve the private grudges, Hinata Kangyu naturally doesn't mind having fun. Even if it's not easy to kill the opponent and affect the situation in Konoha, it should be considered normal to get a little injured and break a leg, right? Thinking of this, a trace of bloodthirsty appeared on her sweet face under the mask. Chapter 537 The Three-Toed Brothers, Danger. However, others will not sit back and watch Hinata Aoji's tragedy. Super doubling technique. A giant fat man over 20 meters tall appeared on the battlefield. It's Akimichi Choza. After taking the secret medicine, although the technique he used was the same as before, the power was completely different. Before taking the secret medicine, I could only reach a height of about 10 meters. But now his body size has more than doubled. Don't think that your strength is only twice as strong as you are twice as tall. In fact, your strength has definitely increased by more than 10 times. Meat bomb tank. Akimichi Dingza turned into a giant meatball that rotated at high speed, and crashed into Hinata Kengyu, who was catching people in midair with his all-encompassing celestial lure. If the opponent continues, they can certainly be caught, but they will also be hit by the super-enhanced version of the meat bomb tank. Snort. With a cold snort, Hinata Kengyu smashed the flying Hinata Tsuji on the ground, cutting off the all-powerful sky, and pushed forward with both hands. Shenluo Tianzheng. However, this time she consumed a little more chakra. Although it is far from reaching the level of Super Shinra Tensei, it still consumes about 2 cards. Right. That's her. If it was Nagato, the Shinra Tensei with the same power would have no chance without more than 10 cards. But for Nagato, who was Shitanla, 10 cards was nothing. Hinata Soji, who was falling heavily to the ground, saw the situation in the sky before he woke up from the pain, so he got up and distanced himself in a hurry. He was not unfamiliar with the opponent's technique. Shinra Tensei. In Konoha, this technique was rated as an S-level forbidden technique. All round, no dead angle, high lethality, adjustable power, it was simply perfect. If you get hit at close range, if you are not specialized in physical skills and have trained your body to be extremely powerful, you will be crushed by the terrifying repulsion. Even if you are a little further away and will not be crushed, you will definitely be injured if not killed. Swoosh, swoosh. Not only Hinata Soji, but others also quickly distanced themselves. Some figures lurking nearby simply retreated at full speed without pretending. Boom. The invisible repulsive force began to crush and spread with an unmatched momentum. The soft magma directly below slowly sank into a bowl-shaped deep pit, as if a 10,000-ton giant object had fallen. Even the earth was crushed like this, not to mention the surroundings. Anyway, if you run a little slower, you will be knocked away by the repulsive force if you don't die. As for being directly crushed to death, there was no one. It's not that Shinra Tensei is not strong, but because those who dare to go forward to besiege are at least jonin, and no one is stupid enough to be solved by Shinra Tensei who knows the intelligence in advance and has an obvious start. Of course, Shinra Tensei's real target is not these guys. It's the huge meatball that is flying and hitting at high speed. Human bomb tank. Shinra Tensei vs human bomb tank. Even if the human bomb tank is a super-powered version, it will be instantly bounced away by the explosive repulsive force like playing baseball. Just kidding. The repulsive force of Shinra Tensei is not enough to push a human bomb tank, or even a tens of thousands of tons of steel warship like the Liang. That is, the repulsive force is a type of slow force, not an instantaneous explosion, otherwise the power would definitely destroy the world. After one move, the corners of Hinata Kengyu's mouth under the mask suddenly curled up. Because she saw something good. 3 huge toads suddenly appeared on the battlefield not far away. Each of them is a large summoned beast that can completely affect the situation. From this perspective, the 3 holy places are really strong. Like Tangwu, although the ninja crows raised by the Uchiha clan have been incorporated, there is not even a large ninja crow now, let alone the immortal level, which shows the gap. But it's okay. As long as Dohei's plan succeeds, the crows living in Tangwu can also get huge benefits. Maybe they can overtake on the curve and it is not surprising to catch up with the 3 holy places. The prey has entered the field. Next, as long as we find a chance to lure Konoha to use the darkness walking technique, that will be the best chance to attack. But we must act quickly. Because then, Tianyanhu will decide the consumption based on the target in the blockade area. Even if Uchiha Mei's pupil power is strong, the duration will definitely be very short. At that time, we must kill a few toads as quickly as possible. Thinking of this, Hyuga Sogitsu began to save chakra, and began to sell flaws to Sarutobi Hiruzen, so that he would focus on his eyes, so that the opponent would use the darkness walking technique. Because this technique was specially developed by the 2nd generation of Hokage to deal with the Sharingan, it is considered the nemesis of pupil techniques. So as long as the opponent realizes that there is a problem with his double pupils, there is a high probability that he will use it. And Hyuga Sogitsu has the samsara eye but is beaten like this, naturally because she has used nothing except Shinra Tensei and Wangxiang Tianyan, and even the chakra consumption is not large. But her opponents, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and a group of ninja clan leaders, are actually invincible. On the other side, Dohei and Mei joined forces to successfully force Jiraiya into a disadvantageous position, forcing him to choose to go big. In order to cover his own big move, he naturally needs to have a cover. However, Jiraiya did not ask the Konoha ninja to help, but summoned several toads from Myaboku Mountain to fight. The three toad brothers. That is, Gamabunta, Gamaken, and Gamahiro, the pillars of Myaboku Mountain. Jiraiya, are these two pretenders going to be the ones we have to deal with this time? Gamabunta held his pipe in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then looked down at the figure in front of him. Bunta, be careful, they are the Kara organization. Jiraiya, who jumped on Bunta's back, reminded in a low voice. Myaboku Mountain is not unknown, so just mentioning this name is enough. Kara. Bunta's tone, originally nonchalant, suddenly became serious. Because he really knew about this organization. Myaboku Mountain has a large number of scout frogs in the ninja world, and the intelligence they have gathered makes them have much more information than the ninjas can imagine. So, how could they not know about the Kara organization that is now in the limelight? Everyone is at the level of Cage. Bunta, I'll ask you to help delay it for a while. Jiraiya put his hands in one move, he entered the prelude of charging the Sage mode. Just looking at the other party like this, Doping really wanted to roar. Usually, he has plenty of time to write novels and go shopping, but he has no time to practice the Sage mode. This is too arrogant. So Doping really disdains the videos and copywriting that often praise Jiraiya before crossing. If he really works hard for 10 years, even if he encounters the first kill when facing his own disciples, he will never die. 5 minutes to accumulate natural energy time is still the level of the future, and the opponent is at this level now, which is enough to prove that he is slack in this regard. Well, Jiraiya can't have a treasure like toad oil, otherwise he can also enter the Sage mode in seconds. But this kind of thing that carries the color of the natural energy of the Holy Land cannot be given casually. With this thing, people can see the color of natural energy, start to contact natural energy, and finally master the Sage mode. So it's not surprising that Jiraiya has never obtained it. Like Doping, he can own the hot spring because he is the master of the Holy Land, otherwise he would not have thought of owning this thing. Leave it to me. Gamabunta put away his pipe and drew out a 40-meter long sword. Well, it might be just a short sword to it. Although I am clumsy. Gamaken tightened the huge iron fork and shield in his hands. Cut it into pieces. Gamahiro drew out the long sword on his back. Facing 3 large summoned beasts, Doping and Uchihame looked at each other and officially started the battle. However, when fighting, they moved the battlefield closer to the opponent like Hyuga Sogitsu. Darkness walking technique. It is an A-level illusion. Among the people present, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya are sure to know how to use it. As for others, they don't know if they can do it. Of the two, Jiraiya was preparing for the Sage mode, so naturally he had no chance to use it. So there is only one target. Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as they can get the other party to perform this A-level forbidden technique, they can take the opportunity to kill the toad. Obviously, they didn't wait too long before they heard a voice that made their heartbeats quicken. Chapter 538 Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Darkness Walking Technique. The old voice echoed on the battlefield with the blessing of Chakra. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Under the pressure and suggestion of Hinata Sogitsu, he finally noticed the star-like deep eyes and knew that she might be a AI technique bloodline limit, so she cast this illusion that can block vision. As long as it is a AI technique bloodline limit, it will be sealed after losing vision. Just like the Sharingan, it will lose its function once it is hit by the darkness walking technique. It has to be said that the second generation Hokage really loves Uchiha too much. In addition to instilling the concept of evil Uchiha into his disciples, he also researched a large number of ninjutsu in a targeted manner. The coverage of the darkness walking technique is very large, naturally covering a large area around it. Although it is an illusion, it looks like a dark night from the outside. Uchihame naturally did not hesitate and took action at the first time. Ama Wado. The area centered on her also turned into a dark area. The two dark areas are connected, and the inside cannot be seen from the outside. At the same time, no one thought that these are two different techniques. It seems that there is no difference between Ama Wado and darkness walking technique, but in fact, only after experiencing it can you understand that there is a qualitative difference between the two. One only deprives vision, while the other can still block space. Samsaranan Chakra mode. Hinata Kangyu immediately entered the strongest mode. She had used this mode once in the Star Ninja Village last time, so it would be faster and easier to use it this time. Even because the chakra and state were maintained very well, 2 seeking truth jades were condensed. 2. Then I should be able to use that trick, right? Hinata Kangyu muttered to herself in surprise. Because that move requires 2 Dao seeking jades to be activated. And if you use the silver wheel reincarnation explosion, you may miss. After all, it is a large-scale attack, which means it can wipe out a village, but it will not target individuals in it, and the power is too dispersed. But the other move is different. It is definitely the strongest move of the Samsara Eye. Yes, it is the big move that can cut off the moon. 2 Dao seeking jades that are untouchable to ordinary ninjas gathered in the hands of Hinata Sogitsuo and formed a golden lightsaber. Buzz. The originally dazzling golden light was directly suppressed by Tianyanhuo, and no one could detect it. Excellent cooperation. However, when Hinata Sogitsuo launches a super big move in the Samsara Eye mode, even if there is no vision, it does not prevent the strong men on the Konoha side from sensing it. Especially the perceptive strong men, such as Yamanaka Inoichi, who reminded him urgently at this time. Be careful, the opponent is performing a powerful ninjutsu. At this moment, he felt that he had difficulty breathing, as if some terrible natural disaster was about to befall. Of course, he didn't know that the real target of the attack was not them, but the 3 Toad brothers. At this time, the 3 Toads gathered together, and then the Toad warrior blocked the shield in front of them. Be careful, the opponent is about to attack. Although Jiraiya, who was standing on Bunta's back to accumulate natural energy, could not attack, he vaguely sensed it. Unfortunately, this dark place that deprived him of vision, he couldn't see the situation at all and could only use perception ninjutsu to roughly understand the situation. And Dohei and Uchihame also came to Hinata Kangyu. As a kaleidoscope caster, Uchihame's vision is naturally not a problem, so she can bring Dohei here. And Hinata Kangyu's reincarnation eye allows her to distinguish the target through chakra, so there will be no mistake in attacking. In this dark area, everyone is divided into small groups, and the relationship between them can also be seen. Let's take action. Tang Ping signaled Hinata Kangyu to take action. He knew the information about Amato Iwa, and he naturally understood that every second would consume a huge amount of eye power. If there is only one ordinary person in the blockade area, then the pupil power consumption must be pitifully small. But there are not only a large number of strong men in this area, but also 3 large psychic beasts. The consumption of pupil power is like a water pump. It really can't last for too long. 1 minute is the limit. After hearing the order, Hinata Kangyu, who had her back turned to the 2 of them, curled her lips slightly. Because she was preparing to delay time and put some pressure on the red-eyed man, but she didn't expect her master to speak, so she had no choice but to take action. The golden wheel reincarnation explodes. The golden lightsaber in her hand, which was made up of 2 Tao-seeking jade, stretched crazily as she drank. This is not a 40-meter sword, it is exactly the rhythm of a 1,000-meter sword. And more than that. The terrifying cutting power even has the rhythm of cutting through darkness and tearing apart space. That's not right. Uchihame spoke up immediately. Because a flash of golden light was tearing her Tianyan door apart. You know, the kaleidoscope ability is almost equal to the code. And this sword can cut through Tianuado, which means one thing. Cut off the code. Even Tang Ping looked at the 1,000-meter lightsaber that he should not have seen with surprise. But after thinking about it for a while, I figured it out. The golden wheel reincarnation explosion is a super move made from the Tao-seeking jade. It is not surprising that it can affect the kaleidoscope. Because the reincarnation eye is inherently stronger than the kaleidoscope. But you can think about these things later. For now, you can appreciate the power of the Tsanjigan's strongest move, golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Cut horizontally. Of course, Hinata Kangyu would not choose to strike vertically, so she swept towards the location of the 3 Toad brothers gathered together. It's just that when swinging the lightsaber, it seems to be a bit slow as if it is extremely heavy. Jian. Wenta looked at the golden lightsaber that suddenly lit up, and shouted angrily to remind him. Although I am very clumsy. Toad Jian gathered strength with his huge body, and then actively rammed the shield into the golden lightsaber. Although the shield looks inconspicuous, it actually has amazing defensive capabilities. But the reality is... In the light and crisp tearing sound, the extremely strong and huge shield was directly torn into pieces by a sword. It's like a hot knife cutting through butter. Then Toad Jian's huge body was also cut off by the golden lightsaber, and even the iron fork several meters thick was also cut off. Toad Jian. Jiraiya's eyes widened, and even the process of accumulating natural energy stopped. Because he didn't expect this at all. Psychic Beast. Since you can deactivate your channeling on your own, you can stay safe no matter how dangerous the situation is. And this is why Jiraiya still dared to let the three Toad brothers buy time for him even though he knew that he was facing the Shell organization. The worst case scenario is that at the critical moment, the psychic can be released and he can escape back to Miyamu Mountain. There is nothing to be afraid of. But now, Toad Jian was cut into two pieces like this. Choking. Toad Guang swung out two huge long swords in his hands, slashing at the golden lightsaber. Click. In a movement that was like breaking biscuits, two swords several tens of meters long were also cut off, and naturally, Toad Guang's body was also cut into two pieces. And the golden lightsaber swept towards Gamabuntat, the most powerful psychic beast, with unabated force. At this time, Gamabuntat watched with his own eyes Takeru and Hiroshi being cut off in front of him, and his anger completely overwhelmed him. Cut the toad with one strike. The giant dagger in his hand was swung out. Phew! The air was cut off, and a slash was torn open on the earth. The short sword hit the golden lightsaber, just like Gama Takeru's shield and iron fork. It was cut off without any resistance at all, and continued to slash at Gamabuntat. The art of binding with a toad's mouth. Jiraiya used this psychic technique to summon the stomach wall of the Iwajoko toad to act as a defense. But what shocked him was that the psychic technique was ineffective at all. Nonsense, although Amamadu is being cut open by the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, it has not completely failed yet. How can he succeed in channeling? The golden lightsaber cut into Bunta's body, which was able to fight the tailed beast head-on. But there is no sense of sluggishness at all. Just when half of the body was cut off, an accident occurred. Chapter 539 Ninja Bear, the Third Hokage. Relief. A huge white mist suddenly appeared. And Wenta's huge body that had just been cut into half disappeared, and even the four huge toad bodies on the ground disappeared. Tear apart. The 1,000-meter lightsaber swept across the sky like inertia, shrouding this area in pitch black night. Cut it open, and let the long-lost light reappear. Until this moment, the golden sword that cut through the darkness and tore through the sky disappeared. Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. It left an unforgettable impression on people the first time it appeared. Even the user, Haiga Kangyu, was the same. Although she had heard from Dohei that this technique could even cut through the moon at its peak. But even though she had heard it, she felt it was a little unreal in her heart, but now after experiencing it in person, she felt, it was not impossible. Of course, to reach the level of cutting through the moon with one sword, one must first develop the Samsara Eye to the limit, and at least have the level of Shatanla to have a chance of doing it. The battlefield was extremely quiet. Whether it was Dohei and the others or the Konoha side, they were all shocked by the power of this sword. Jiraiya, cheer up! Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded his disciples in a low voice. Because Jiraiya was in a very bad state at this time. I know, teacher. Jiraiya nodded slightly. He knew that this was a battlefield. No matter how angry he was, he must not lose his mind. However, when he looked at the members of the Kara organization, he was murderous. It can only be said that Jiraiya has some double standards. If Konoha hurts other villages, he will persuade you to let go of hatred. But when other villages want to hurt Konoha, he will not let anyone go. What a pity! Dohei sighed as he looked at the blood on the ground. The Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion just now could even cut through Tianyanhuo. This was something he did not expect. If the power was weaker and could not cut through the space, then Bunta would not have had any chance to escape. Yes, even if half of the opponent's body was cut off, it did not mean that he would die. This is the ninja world. Not to mention cutting off half of the body, there are more than one person who was cut into barbecued pork and not dead. Kakuzu and Haiden give thumbs up. As for Gamahiro and Gamaken, Do Ping was also a little worried that they were not dead. because he had not forgotten that there was a heaven-defying treasure in Myaboku Mountain. The sage's talisman. That was something that could even save the younger brother of the Six-Paths sage. It was useful even for such a big guy, so it was not impossible to save the two toads who had just died, or even had not yet died. But it was okay. As long as Myaboku Mountain could be weakened, the use of the sage's talisman would also achieve the original goal in disguise. At this moment, several flares of different colors rose in the sky in the distance. It was a signal that the retreat had been successful. As long as the Uchiha refugees could retreat in time, Uchiha Shizuka and others who were mixed in the team would send a signal. Let's go. After seeing the signal, Doping turned around and had no intention of continuing to fight. The goal had been achieved, and they were in a very bad state at the moment. If they continued to fight, it might be a tragedy. It would be better to withdraw in time while the remaining power is still there. Swoosh, swoosh. Hyuga Sogitsu and Uchihame turned around and left immediately, as if they were not afraid of Konoha's pursuit at all. Narashikako looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him. Hokage. The meaning is also very clear, that is, whether to pursue or not, you have to give the order. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen be willing to let the other party go? Even if we don't mention what happened today, the other party has done a lot of dirty work to Konoha in the past. But thinking of the other party's extremely powerful strength, if he really stays, he doesn't know how many people he will lose. If it was before the fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen must be full of confidence. He thought that there were only 3 cage-level strong men, and he could definitely easily control them with his strength. But after the battle, especially after seeing the golden 1000-meter lightsaber, he felt that his strength was still a little insufficient. And now is the critical moment. The Uchiha clan had just been wiped out. If Konoha suffered too much loss here, it would trigger a ninja war. As for those Uchiha who escaped, it was too early for them to leave the land of fire at their speed. They could slowly think of a way. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slowly and said, "No need to chase." When he said this, his short body seemed to be a little lower. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called the ninja bear. He can bear this. Jiraiya looked at his teacher with mixed feelings. He knew that the teacher was right to do this. If they continued to fight, they didn't know how much loss they would suffer. Konoha was now completely in turmoil, and their strength really couldn't be lost. Other ninja clan leaders naturally understood this truth, but it didn't prevent them from being dissatisfied with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Following such a Hokage who only knew how to attack internally, it was okay to be pitted frequently. The problem was that they couldn't win on the battlefield. It would be strange if they didn't have resentment. At this time, Dohei, who had already left, didn't know that there were so many inner dramas behind. Now they have bypassed the Mist Ninja army and are chasing the refugee team that is retreating using the means he arranged. No one could have imagined that the refugees would retreat in this way. Use water. No, it should be said that they use the river. Du Ping had already arranged a boat to pick up the refugees and let them meet up with the Mist Ninja here because there is a river not far away. From there, you can go downstream to the southern wave country, and then change to the sea ship from there to the land of water. And the Mist Ninja can escort the whole way. If on land, you have to worry about accidents, but in the water, with the combat power of the Mist Ninja, you have to worry about the possible pursuers. Therefore, Dohei and the others did not intend to show up, leaving everything to Uchiha Shizuka, and the Mist Ninjas arrived quickly, escorting the fleet to the south together. Due to advance preparations, someone will forge traces of the team continuing to retreat from land. When Konoha reacts, it may not be surprising that the fleet has already left the land of fire. If on land, it is good to walk dozens of kilometers a day. But if you take a boat, you can travel at least hundreds of kilometers a day, which is simply not the same level. A few days later, the fleet successfully arrived at the Land of Waves, a small country only a bridge away from the Land of Fire. Originally, this place was barren and desolate, but the castle tower expanded a port here, which also made it popular. The fleet that had been prepared had been waiting here for a long time, so the Uchiha refugees could change boats and leave immediately. The pursuit troops of Konoha might arrive at any time, so they could not waste time. After arriving here, the 3 of them, including Dohei, turned back to the castle tower. As for the 4 of Uchiha Shizuka, they would settle these Uchiha before coming back. Anyway, there was still Uchiha Xiang stationed in the new Kirigakura village, so it was definitely the best choice for him to watch over these Uchiha refugees first. Of course, Uchiha Shizuka and others had an additional mission when they went to Kirigakure village this time. Clean up Kirigakure village. Do you remember that Dohei specially mobilized Kirigakure ninja to support? What was the other purpose? It was to give those unwilling Kirigakure ninja and the nobles of the Land of Water a chance to make trouble. So did the other party make trouble? Of course they did. How could they miss this rare opportunity? If they didn't make trouble again, they would have no chance in the future. Who made the mist ninjas lose themselves under the welfare? Especially the young mist ninjas, who only have the castle tower in their hearts. As for the mist ninjas? Don't call me that, I'm afraid the castle tower will misunderstand. Yes, the new generation of mist ninjas now even dislike this self-proclaimed name. That is, the castle tower did not publicly create a ninja village, otherwise they would have wanted to change the name long ago. Under such a premise, how dare the unwilling mist ninjas and nobles not act quickly? And their plan is not complicated. Rebellion. Find a way to transfer Uchiha Xiang and the stationed troops, and then occupy the new mist-hidden village, and the daimyo and nobles of the Land of Water will support the new Mizu cage as soon as possible. The plan is indeed fine. At least it can't be seen on paper. But in fact, what they don't know is that this plan has a biggest problem. Chapter 540, Letter of Surrender. Master. As the core of the rebellion plan and the only leader, he is the real problem. With him here, Dohei doesn't care about the new mist village at all. There is no need to worry about the other party turning against him. Because he has seen the strength of the castle tower, Yuanqi knows that the mist ninjas can never be the opponent of the castle tower. In addition, the benefits and advantages they are enjoying now are not what the mist village can provide. It is impossible that they will rebel just to make the mist ninjas return to the cruel state of the past, right? No one is born a masochist, and no one wants to live such a hard life. It is a good life, but they have to make great sacrifices to return to the previous blood mist village period, unless they are crazy. With Yuanqi, the inside ghost and traitor, it would be strange if the rebellion could succeed. Not to mention, there is also the timely defense of the ninja army led by Mei Terumi. The ninja army announced to the outside that they would go out to perform a mission for a month, but in fact, they left for less than half a month and returned on a fleet arranged in advance, which would definitely catch those guys off guard. As for Dohei, he naturally returned to the castle tower to continue preparing for his next big plan. This plan affects his own future, so he has no choice but to pay attention to it. Once the faith and natural energy route can be taken, it also means that Dohei can overtake others by a curve, surpassing the simple chakra or natural energy route. Compared to this matter, suppressing the rebellion in the water country is not a big deal. At the same time, this is also an opportunity. It is not that they cannot agree that the hexagonal warrior Terumi Mei wants to take the position, and letting Nagai Takeyama contain the other party does not mean not using the other party. But if you really want to take the position, you have to hand in a letter of surrender, right? This incident is the best letter of surrender. As long as she personally solves the rebellious mist ninja and strikes the water country nobles by the way, then she can only follow the castle tower all the way to the end. It has to be said that Dohei has won. In the matter of adjusting the mist ninja to support Uchiha, it is more than killing several birds with one stone. As for whether the master and Nagai Takeyama know about this? Of course they know. After all, letting Mei Terumi lead the trusted ninja army alone should not signal too much. It is clear that it is giving her a chance. Whether it is Naomi Takeyama or Yuanqi, both of them are the type who can sacrifice everything for the hidden mist village. So in this plan, the two will cooperate with each other. How to cooperate? Nagai Takeyama just needs to know nothing. Anyway, he really doesn't need to take action in this incident, and he doesn't need something like letter of surrender. Because the whole person has become the shape of the castle tower. Even if he wanted to make trouble, his subordinates would stop him immediately. After all, their neutral faction was already tied to the castle tower, and there was no chance for them to get off the train. As for the master, it all depends on his acting skills. It is necessary to drag those unwilling mist ninjas and nobles into the water as much as possible, and the momentum and movement must be as large as possible, so as to give Terumi Mei a bigger stage to perform. Even if this will cause damage and loss to the new mist ninja village, and even attract a lot of hatred, it is worth it. In fact, the greater the damage and loss, the better. Without such an incident, how can the people of the new mist village know who is the real good guy? It can be said that this is a complete conspiracy of Dohei, and he is not afraid of people not cooperating. On the ship to the Land of Water. Wow! Terumi May has been staying at the bow since she got on the ship, and her green eyes stared blankly in the direction of the land of water. For this plan, Dohei did not use any riddles. When she was called to lead the Mist Ninja to support, the plan was explained and the choice was placed in front of her. And she was not a reckless girl type of person, so she could naturally taste the meaning behind this move, so she responded directly. Agree. Isn't it just a token of surrender? She will give it. If the hidden mist village had just been captured, she would definitely not be willing to do so. Because the castle tower at that time was an invader, even if she surrendered, it would only be temporary. How could she be willing to wipe out the rebellious mist ninja and nobles as a token of surrender? But now, more than a year has passed, and she has seen the changes in the new hidden mist village with her own eyes. A world of difference. Compared to before, it is completely happy now. No longer need to fight for some resources through killing. Ordinary people can also have enough food every day, new clothes to wear, and a place to treat illnesses. In order to protect this happiness, she will not be soft-hearted even if she has to attack the ninjas from the same village as before. The reason why she hesitated was that this time, she had to wait until the rebel ninjas caused damage to the new mist village before she could take action, so that the new mist village would hate the old mist ninjas and the nobles of the land of water. Without comparison, how could the castle tower be shown to be good, so there was no room for negotiation. And Terumi May was the commander of the suppression, even Uchiha Shizuka, Uchiha Sho and other stationed ninja troops would all be under her command. It was a dilemma. Taking action in advance would definitely reduce losses, or even eliminate them, but in that case, it would be equivalent to not obeying the castle tower. But if she took action later, it would cause damage and death, but it would be a disguised expression of her recognition of the castle tower. No matter which choice she made, it was difficult, and it was no wonder that she always had this expression. Lord Mizukage, for the future of the village, you must make up your mind. Ching stepped forward to persuade. As a guard of the Mizukage, he naturally knew the inside story, so he showed his attitude. Even if this will cause many people to die, as long as it is for the future of the village, nothing can be sacrificed, even including themselves. I understand. Mei Terumi waved her hand a little tiredly, indicating that she understood. Only the captain on one side did not understand what the two meant. Soon, the fleet arrived at the sea not far from the new Kirigakure village, and then waited on the sea. Before arriving here, the Uchiha refugees had been settled on an island in advance, and they would be allowed to enter the land of water after the incident. Now, the fleet is full of ninjas, and they are still the ninja army with Mei Terumi. A lot of information came in continuously, allowing her to grasp the timing of entry. With the inside ghost of Yuanji, there is no need to worry about inaccurate intelligence or accidents. Half a day later. Let's go. Mei Terumi jumped off the boat and rushed out of the fog on the sea water. The land of water is foggy all year round, and it is completely normal to have fog on the sea. Therefore, the ship was on standby only a few dozen kilometers away from the new Kirigakure village to avoid sight. Behind the team, there was a team led by Uchiha Shizuka, Inairi, and Taihuo. As for Uchiha 8th generation? Of course, he stayed with those Uchiha refugees and waited until the rebellion was over. The three Uchiha Shizukas who followed the team, in addition to acting as hidden forces, also acted as the eyes of the castle tower, specifically staring at Mei Terumi to confirm whether she really gave the letter of surrender. Anyway, the castle tower would not be involved in suppressing the Kirigakure and the nobles. They were originally foreign invaders, and intervening in such matters would greatly affect their image, so it would be best to hand over the matter to Mei Terumi, the 5th generation Mizukage. If they killed each other, they could not blame their own castle tower. At this time, the new Kirigakure village was in full swing. Note that this idiom is not an adjective, but a description. Because there are a lot of flames in the village. The sounds of fighting and screaming, coupled with the fire rising to the sky, make people feel like they are on a battlefield. However, the new mist village is still relatively good. The old mist village has completely turned into ruins. Not all the villagers of the mist village are willing to move to the new mist village. Those who miss the mist ninja era or don't like the castle tower are naturally unwilling to move to the new mist village. New village life. It's fine now, these people are completely gone. The rebellious Kirigakure and the nobles recruited an alliance and directly massacred the old Kirigakure village, using it as a base to launch an attack on the new Kirigakure village. At this time, the new Kirigakure village was like a purgatory in the midst of war. Chapter 541 Mist Ninja Rebels. Attack! Kill these castle dogs! Destroy the traitors and rebuild the glory of the Mist Ninja! Various slogans kept ringing. The rebel ninjas launched an attack with red eyes. This rebel ninja force is headed by Genshi, and consists of hundreds of unwilling Mist Ninjas, as well as thousands of noble private soldiers and hired ninjas. The total number is less than 2,000, which sounds far inferior to the new Mist Ninja. But you must know that, not to mention that most of the Kiri ninjas are stationed at the border. Nagai Takayama led most of the troops to the border a few days ago because there seemed to be something strange about the Kumo ninja. Now there are only a few hundred registered ninjas and thousands of private soldiers left in the village. It was these people who joined forces to stop the rebel ninja forces. Both sides were furious. One is to rebuild the glory of the Mist Ninja, and the other is to protect the current happy life. So even though they are all Mist Ninjas, their attacks are extremely ruthless. Especially Yuanchi. The old man wore a battle suit today and kept waving the snake staff in his hand, even killing several fog ninjas and many villagers. With such an action, no one would suspect that there was something wrong with him. Even many new Mist Ninjas were scolding this elder who they respected so much in the past. In other words, Master Yuan's actions today completely ruined the prestige he had accumulated over a long period of time. The reason why he did this was not only to win the trust of the rebels and nobles, but more importantly, to pave the way for his own disciples. Yes, what else is better than killing this extremely evil teacher? It can only be said that Master Yuan already knew the outcome, but he accepted it happily. Anyway, he doesn't have much life left. If he can help his disciples at the end and make some contribution to the village, he is willing to do whatever he has to do. Elder Master Yuan, the street leading to the Mizu Cage building in front cannot be captured. Do you want to use the detonating talisman? A ninja from a noble faction and an elite jounin who was also his deputy asked for instructions. The nobles paid a huge price for this rebellion. Not only did they send a large number of private troops, they also supported a large amount of supplies. All kinds of secret medicines, ninja tools, fell into the hands of Yuanchi and the others one after another, and they also promised that once they recapture the hidden mist village, they can give them much better treatment than before. The cake is so sweet. If it were anyone else, I would really believe it. But Yuanchi is not a fool, so he naturally knows how untrustworthy the promises of these nobles are. Now it is because they have use value that they try to win over them. Once they have no use value, it will be a backstab and squeeze package. The other party should not be too skilled in this kind of thing. Anyway, the nobles' promises are unreliable. However, this time in order to drag the nobles into the water, Yuanchi also offered various benefits. Anyway, in the end, these things were impossible to give, so he gave away almost all the benefits he could obtain in the future. If he does what he promised, the future Mist Ninja may become the dogs of daimyo and nobles. But it doesn't matter, Master Yuan's promise can be fulfilled only if the plan succeeds. If it doesn't work out, you can't blame him. It was precisely because he sold out all the interests of the village that he obtained a massive amount of supplies. Even the most sought-after goods such as detonating charms were obtained in large quantities. When encountering a difficult situation, directly detonate the talisman set and fire to open a way. This tactic is Tangping's original creation. Apart from costing money, it is really easy to use. Okay, use the detonating talisman to open the way. We must capture the Mizu Cage building as soon as possible to establish the established fact, and then threaten those who betrayed the glory of the Mist Ninja with the lives of these people. Master Yuan's expression was ruthless, and he fully played his role. Now, no one would suspect that there was something wrong with him. On the contrary, the rebels were afraid that Master Yuan had gone too far. While the two sides were fighting a bloody battle, the villagers naturally retreated to various shelters. Shelter. It is definitely a must-have in Ninja Village. Now it is crowded with people everywhere. As for the villagers who did not enter in time, you only need to see the corpses and blood to know. And this situation has also caused a huge change in the mentality of these Kirigakure villagers. Happiness comes from comparison. Without the benefits and treatment provided by the castle tower, they would not think there was anything bad about their previous life. But after enjoying such a good life now, there is really no going back to the days like before. Originally, they knew that some people were unwilling to surrender to the castle tower. Although they felt that the other party was ignorant, they still admired the other party. But now, these people they admired in the past are killing themselves, which makes them regretful. Only after comparison can you know who is better. Compared with these former ninjas from the same village, the castle tower is definitely a good guy. Not only were they given such good welfare benefits, but even the garrison troops never entered the village. If the other party had been stationed in the village, this kind of thing might not happen today, right? Yes, if the castle tower troops were stationed in the village in the past, these villagers would definitely resist. But after what happened today, they realized how happy it would be to have a strong garrison. Are you right, stealing the country? In an underground shelter. Woo! How scary! Where are the people in the castle tower? Why don't they come to protect us? Don't worry, they will definitely come to save us. There were endless cries, and some people even begged for protection from the castle tower. From these voices, one can also hear that they rely on the castle tower in their hearts. It can only be said that Dohei's plan was really successful. With blood and death, the villagers of Kirigakura understood how important the castle tower was, and who was the good party for them. And not only the villagers, but also the Kirigakura ninjas who were resisting the attack of the rebel ninjas had a deep understanding. In the past, they completely turned a blind eye to these unwilling companions. Otherwise, with the sensitivity of the ninjas, do they really think that they can't see these unwilling Kirigakura ninjas? Now they have tasted the bitter fruit. Of course, this can also be regarded as a kind of warning from Dohei. How can they repent without suffering a little loss and suffering a little? This kind of thing will definitely not happen again in the future. Retreat. Be careful. Faced with the detonating talisman clearing the way, the mist ninjas quickly left the defensive stronghold. However, some of them were too slow and were smashed to pieces by the detonating talisman. One detonating talisman is equivalent to a high-level fire escape, not to mention several or even dozens of them used at the same time. It is like dozens of jonins attacking together at the same time. How powerful it is can be imagined. Of course, it can only be used against fixed targets. If it is used against flexible targets, the power of the detonating talisman will be greatly reduced. Because even a genin can quickly escape the attack as long as he is prepared. The smoke and flames rose up, turning this area into ruins. Cruel. The Yuanshi's move, not to mention the new mist village, even some people in the rebel ninja army couldn't stand it. Elder, isn't this too? A mist ninja with a white belt wrapped around his shoulders stepped forward to persuade him reluctantly. These villagers have various relationships with them, and their rebellion is to take back power and cut off the hands of the castle tower, not to really kill all the villagers. The incident of the old mist village was caused by the noble private army and hired ninjas, and these mist ninjas were against it. Puff. The snake staff pierced his throat, causing the mist ninja to cover his throat with both hands, but unable to say anything. Since they chose to surrender to the castle tower, they are our enemies. You want to speak for them? Are they spies of the other side? The master's fierce and cold eyes swept over. Everyone did not dare to face it directly, and lowered their heads. Take down the Mizu Cage building for me, and anyone who obstructs must die. The master's bloody snake staff pointed forward to the huge and towering Mizu Cage building not far away. Swoosh, swoosh. One ninja after another passed the master and killed forward. Soon, the team advanced to the Mizu Cage building. At this time, the protagonist finally appeared. Chapter 542 Mei Terumi vs Yuanshi. Stop! A voice sounded from above. Everyone looked up at the top of the Mizu Cage building. A figure wearing a Mizu Cage hat and surrounded by a large number of ninjas appeared on the top of the building. The fifth Mizu Cage Mei Terumi. Here she is. Mizukage-sama. Mizukage-sama. Her appearance excited the mist ninjas who were struggling to resist. You know, they were all ready to sacrifice themselves to protect the village. Now that they are out of the woods, they are so excited. Elder Yuanshi, why did you betray the village? Mei Terumi led the troops to jump off the building, came to the front of the building to confront the rebel ninja troops, and asked aloud. Betrayal. The master suddenly raised his voice and said frantically, you are the ones who betrayed. You who surrendered to the castle tower have completely lost the dignity of the mist ninja. And you betrayed the daimyo. The voice blessed by chakra was heard clearly by people in a large area around. Just looking at this performance, no matter who it is, they have to admit that the master is definitely a conservative at this time. That is, he would rather return to the cruel state of involution than change, and at the same time he is dedicated to working for the aristocracy. Really? As for dignity, does surrendering to the nobles and daimyo have it? How many people died every day because of fighting for those pitiful resources? How long have you not worn new clothes, and how long have you not eaten a good meal? Will the daimyo give us these? Mei Terumi refuted and stepped forward, with more and more momentum. When she walked to the middle of the confrontation, she raised her voice, with chakra, and asked. Do you want the village to return to the old days when even survival was a luxury? Her words were not actually a question, but a reminder and explanation. Yes. Even if the rebellion succeeded, it would just be a return to the old days. Even if there was dignity, so what? Besides, the castle tower had never insulted them, so how could they lose their dignity? Humph, no matter what you say, you can't erase the fact that you betrayed the Mist Ninja. The master took over the right to speak. It was a typical case of someone who couldn't win the argument and then started to make trouble. Because everyone knew that what Mei Terumi said was indeed the truth. The daimyo and nobles were not willing to cut off their own flesh to feed the ninjas. In their eyes, ninjas were just their own dogs. It was good enough to let them survive, but how could they live well? Teacher, have you really surrendered to the daimyo and nobles? Mei Terumi questioned the master. Although she didn't know that the other party was an undercover, she could think of many strange things, so she could guess the other party's identity. Now, she could only maximize his value to be worthy of his sacrifice and dedication. Asking this question deliberately, it was natural to drag the daimyo and nobles into the water. That's right, the daimyo and the nobles promised that as long as I can recapture the hidden mist village, I will be the Mizukage, and they will support the village. The master looked proud, as if surrendering to the daimyo and nobles was something to be proud of. In the past, no one might think it was wrong, but now they feel a little ashamed. Because the benefits of joining the daimyo and the nobles are only that little, and they have to pay so much. It can only be said that there is no harm without comparison. If there was no castle tower, they would still feel good treatment, but now they simply disdain it. This can be seen from the mist ninjas resisting the attacks of the rebellious ninjas on their own. They don't want to go back to the life they used to live. You are the real traitors of the village. Mei Terumi accused and characterized the master and others. The communication between the two sides seemed normal, but in fact there was another purpose. It was to let the people in the village understand that this incident was not only participated by the conservative mist ninjas, but also supported by the nobles and daimyo behind the scenes. Only in this way, whether the castle tower cleans up the rebellious mist ninjas or those nobles in the future, it can get the support of the people's hearts. Now that the goal has been achieved, the next step is to close the net. Stop talking nonsense, you traitor! The master took the initiative to attack. As he moved, the rebel ninja troops behind him also rushed forward and rushed towards the enemy in front of the Mizukage building. In the building, 3 figures were looking at the battle below through the window. Aren't we going to help? The eager Taihuo looked at Uchiha Shizuka beside him. The other party was the commander of this mission, and he and Inauri had to obey orders. They had no objection to this. No matter his status or strength, the other party could suppress them. No, keep observing. Uchiha Shizuka shook her head and rejected it. She was not a reckless person, so she naturally understood the focus of this mission. It was to let Mei Terumi, the 5th generation Mizukage, suppress the rebellion personally, so as to completely sit on the ship of the castle tower and have no way out. In this process, they would not take action if they could, and they would not even show their faces. Okay. Taihuo could only suppress the fighting spirit in his heart. As an Uchiha, he naturally craves to fight, but he will also obey orders. In the battle below, it seems that the rebel ninjas have nearly half more people. But after the real fight, it was discovered that they, who had more people, were at a disadvantage, not the mist ninjas under Terumi Mei. The reason is not difficult to see. It is true that the master did hold back Terumi Mei, but the others had no way to stop the wolf-like mist ninjas. The original defensive side even became the offensive side. Everyone fight in small teams, and at the same time, defend the flanks tightly, don't give the opponent a chance. Qing commanded skillfully, and the eye mask on his right eye had been removed. The veins around the main family's white eye were bulging, indicating that it was in use. Although the white eye also has a bonus for combat, it is more useful on the battlefield. Especially command. It is equivalent to opening the god's vision. Don't be too relaxed when commanding in this situation. So although Qing's combat power is good, he will not take action at this time, but command exclusively. Although the number is a little less, their morale and cohesion are not comparable to the rebel ninja forces composed of various parties. Liberate! The chief ninja waved his double swords, the flounder, to launch a light ball, blowing away several rebel ninjas in front of him. He is usually shy, but in this battle, he also proved why he was chosen by Mei Terumi as a guard. Strength. Although he is not very old, his strength is extremely amazing. Combined with his proficient control of the double swords, the stronger he is in the Vietnam War. However, this is also the characteristic of the flounder, which can increase the power of weapons through killing. Even the senior ninjas will be easily knocked away and have no way to block the attack. A tough guy from the sky. Faced with his strength, there is no strong man in the rebel ninja force who can withstand it. In the Mizu Cage building. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Shizuka suddenly spoke. No. Yes, this situation is a bit too frivolous. Even if the other party transferred Nagai Takayama and his subordinates to the Cloud Ninja in advance, and Uchiha Xiang's garrison went to a place for inspection, it would be more than enough to take down the new Mist Village with the Yuanshi and the rebel ninja troops. But the daimyo and the nobles are greedy, but it doesn't mean they are stupid. Even if they are stupid, there must be smart people around them to guide them, and it is impossible for them not to prepare a backup plan. At least, the Yuanshi, an old guy who has not much time left, can't be used as the strongest fighting force, right? He has prestige, but it doesn't mean he issues reassuring fighting power. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the top of the third floor on the side of the battlefield, looking down at the battlefield below. The appearance of the other party instantly attracted a lot of attention. Wearing a blue haori, with brown bangs covering her left eye, she holds a soap bubble blower. It doesn't look like it would appear on the battlefield at all. However, someone recognized the other party. Chapter 543 Jinchuriki, Yu Gao. Yujao. How dare you come back? Who ordered you to come back? Master Yuan asked questions one after another. It's not because he was too nervous, but because of the other party's identity. Jinchuriki. The opponent is the Jinchuriki of the six-tailed rhinoceros of Kirigakure village. It's just that he escaped from the village very early. The village has been sending ANBU to arrest him, but there are no clues. He didn't expect that the other party would show up at this time. We all know the destructive power of Jinchuriki, which is far more terrifying than any strong person. If the opponent is not kind, it is really possible to destroy the entire village. That's why Yuanshi is so nervous. He is not worried about himself, but worried about the village. Elder Yuanshi, I'm here to help you. Yu Gao seemed surprised by Yuanshi's attitude. That's right. Because this time, he came to support the other party upon invitation. I see. With Master Yuan's wisdom, of course he immediately figured out the reason. Noble. The other party also hid something. Directly reached an agreement with this traitorous ninja to let him participate in this plan. As for the reward, he had already guessed it. It's nothing more than a deal to give up chasing him. For the nobles, since the items being traded belong to Kirigakure village anyway, and they don't have to cut the flesh themselves, it is naturally very refreshing. If necessary, they can also fall out. This is just a basic operation. You don't think that with one more Jinchuriki, you can win, do you? Terumi Mei's tone was solemn, and she was not flustered or worried because there was an extra Jinchuriki on the opposite side. If she were a Jinchuriki like the fourth Mizu Cage, she might be worried, but she was really not afraid of a Jinchuriki like Yujao. After all, no matter how strong the tailed beast is, it still depends on whether the Jinchuriki can be used to its full potential. As for Yujao, if there were no tailed beasts, Ding Tian would be just a jounin, and his combat intelligence was not too strong. No matter how powerful the tailed beast is, it still needs to be able to display it. As for Yuanshi? Sorry, he was only at the Quasi Cage level when he was young. Now he is a bit reluctant to be called a jounin. The S-level water dragon bite he used before was obtained at great sacrifice. In terms of combat effectiveness, Terumi Mei can defeat him with one hand. Just now you just held back. Do you really think it is difficult to deal with Yuanshi? Ignoring Genshi's one-on-one words, he really didn't give up on dealing with Yu Gao, the Jinchuriki Terumi Mei. After joining the castle tower, she gained a lot of resources in exchange for power, and her growth progressed very quickly. Especially for the Power of Nature potion, she has already redeemed the first 2 stages. As a Mizu Cage, she can make contributions very quickly. If it were Gurren, it might take more than a few years. The effect is naturally amazing. Terumi Mei, who was originally only at the Quasi Cage level, but due to the limit bonus of the double blood inheritance, has reached the cage level in combat power, has grown tremendously. Although she still has not entered the cage level, she is confident that dealing with a six-tails Jinchuriki will not be a problem at all. The only thing that worries her may be the damage caused during the battle. The destructive power of the tailed beast is too strong. If you really want to completely transform into a tailed beast, it won't be easy to destroy a village. And with her 2 blood inheritance limits, she couldn't quickly subdue the Jinchuriki. Yujao, who was standing on the roof, took out a straw for blowing bubbles. Water release, bubble technique. A large number of gorgeous bubbles blew out from it and floated towards the battlefield below. At this time, Uchiha Shizuka in the Mizu cage building also made a move. She naturally knows who Yujao is, after all, he also has the authority to view the information about Kirigakure village. So we can't let the opponent take action in the new Kirigakure village. Although there are monsters around, it is not difficult to build a new ninja village. But that requires not only mobilization, but also a lot of time to keep secrets and temporarily resettle the villagers. Dohei wanted to let the rebels cause damage, but he did not intend to completely destroy the new Kirigakure village, so Uchiha Shizuka naturally wanted to stop it. Although her talent is not as good as Mei's, due to her special status, she certainly has a lot of radiant potions and natural power, and her eye power is also extremely exaggerated. Although there is no kaleidoscope, it still has quasi-shadow level combat power and is also good at illusions. For her, Jinchuriki are indeed the best to deal with. The Sharingan is the nemesis of tailed beasts, and she is good at illusions and has strong eye power. She is not sure about the 8 tails and 9 tails, but the mere 6 tails is definitely easy to capture. But before Uchiha Shizuka could use the instantaneous technique to attack, she stopped. Because something is wrong with Yujao. Boom boom boom. The bubbles exploded one after another, and the power was as powerful as the detonating talisman, but there was no flame. The problem is that the target of the explosion is wrong. It was the rebel ninja troops that exploded. Therefore, even Terumi Mei, who was prepared for a bloody battle, was a little stunned. Because she didn't understand what the other party was doing. It's impossible to say that it's a miss, because the attack it didn't affect his own side at all. If it was intentional, it would be even more unexpected, because the other party was an enemy. Yujao. At this time, the deputy of the master sent by the nobles, Tanaka Tetsuya, shouted. How dare you betray? He was the real confidant of the nobles. Although the master performed perfectly and they did not doubt him, his identity was enough to make the nobles uneasy. So the real power has always been in his hands. Why don't you dare? Yujao looked at Tanaka Tetsuya with an expression of looking at a fool. After wandering for so many years, he has seen the style of the nobles. In terms of being unhuman, he has always been unhuman. In the face of such a person, if he believes the other party's words, he would be a real fool. If it was the former Mist Village, he would naturally not come back, but the current Mist Village is different. Since the castle tower took control of the Mist Village, the changes in all aspects are completely obvious to all, and the reputation has improved a lot. This naturally made him want to return to his hometown that he had been thinking about day and night. However, as a rebel ninja, it was not easy for him to return to the Mist Village, so he seized this opportunity. On the surface, he reached a deal with the nobles, fighting for them in exchange for not chasing him in the future. But in fact, he was ready to backstab the rebels. Now, in order to be able to rejoin the Mist Ninja, or the castle tower, he was completely firing on all cylinders. For a Jinchuriki, he might be a little bit lame in dealing with strong people, but he is definitely a per capita war god in bullying weak people, much more terrifying than any strong person. Because Jinchuriki is invincible in bullying weak people, not to mention other aspects. Now it is well proved. Yujao blew these bubbles one after another, blowing up the rebel ninjas. There is no way. Although the rebel ninjas have more people and more momentum, they are really not as good as the Mist ninjas in terms of morale and combat effectiveness. They were already being beaten, and now Yujao, the Six Tails Jinchuriki, turned against them. Not only did their morale plummet in an instant, but their formation was also blown up. Attack! Mei Terumi seized the opportunity and gave the signal for a full-scale attack. She herself slowly walked towards the master in front of her. Looking at the old man in front of her, Mei Terumi had a normal expression, but she was in a very heavy mood. Because she knew the other party very well, and the detailed intelligence she had obtained continuously before had already explained a lot of things. The daimyo will definitely avenge us. The master shouted loudly and then launched an attack. The ninja version of infernal affairs. Although Dohei did not mean to let the master, the meritorious official, die, he would rather use his own sacrifice to pave the way for his disciples. At the same time, it can also eliminate the suspicion that the castle tower was designed by the nobles. Anyway, he will not live long, so doing this is a bloody profit. Ding, ding. The master's snake staff is extremely poisonous, and there is no mercy at all. Obviously, this is the last performance. At the same time, it was also to remind Mei Terumi that he was her enemy, not the teacher, who could kill her at any time. Mei Terumi naturally understood this subtext, so she waved the kunao in her hand, blocked the attack of the master, and then launched a counterattack. Every move was fatal. Both sides did not hold back. However, neither the master nor Mei Terumi had any intention of retreating or asking for help. Finally, the master's old body could no longer support this high-intensity close combat, and was a little slower. Puff! Mei Terumi did not hesitate, and the kunao pierced her teacher's heart deeply. The latter did not say a last word, but fell down with a look of relief and a smile on his face. Although he died, his will to protect the village was inherited by his disciples, so how could he not be happy? As for death? For people of his age, it was a relief. After the master's body fell to the ground, it began to drizzle. Everyone, leave no one alive. With a freezing chill in her green eyes, Mei Terumi issued a cruel and bloody order. Chapter 544 Yujeo, I want to improve so much. Slaughter. After Mei Terumi issued the order, the mist ninjas started slaughtering crazily. There were not many rebellious mist ninjas, most of them were private armies of nobles and hired ninjas. So it was not painful to kill them. The sea was dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with corpses. The battle ended half an hour later. With Mei Terumi and Yujeo, two cage-level warriors, one of whom was an invincible Jinkraki, there would be no accidents in the battle. With Ao there, these rebellious ninja troops had nowhere to hide. The number of those who could escape from the new mist village would not exceed 3 digits. Even if they were those people, it didn't mean they could survive the subsequent pursuit by the Anbu hunting team. But it wasn't like there were no survivors. Tetsuya Tanaka. This senior ninja who was loyal to the nobles had already the chakra was sealed, and the movement was restricted with ninja tools. Wow! Arriving in front of the other party in the drizzle, Terumi Mei first nodded gently to Yugao on the side to show her goodwill, and then asked curiously. Tell me, if you want to occupy New Kirigakura village, aren't you afraid of the castle tower? She really wanted to know what the other person was thinking. Even if we take the opportunity to move a few troops and occupy the village, it doesn't mean that we can hold it, right? If you really think that they and the castle tower are dead, you will tolerate them occupying the village. With Elder Genshi here, we can temporarily stabilize the situation, and then support him, the Mizu Cage, to take over, and then contact other ninja villages to purge the traitors. Tanaka Tetsuya answered honestly. It's not that he is weak, but because he is a ninja himself. Of course he knows how good ninjas are at interrogation. So unless there are some special means, the best choice if you fall into the hands of the other party is to confess honestly. It's really the style of those guys. All the hard work is left to others. They just need to stay behind the scenes and enjoy the fruits of victory. Terumi Mei murmured to herself, and at the same time a kunao appeared in her hand. Poof! Pierced the opponent's heart cleanly and neatly. Regarding this fate, Tanaka Tetsuya was not surprised, nor did he beg for mercy. Because he gave such a clean explanation, he also wanted to die. After the mission fails, he will definitely be pushed out by the nobles as a scapegoat and shield. If he surrenders, his tribe will definitely not survive, so the only outcome is death. As for the information he confessed, it is not a secret at all, as long as you investigate it, you will know it. Take care of his body, there is no need to send it to the torture department. Terumi Mei gave the other party the last tenderness. In the ninja world, the corpses of ninjas are a resource in themselves, so there are collective cemeteries like the Comfort Monument, which are specially used to protect the corpses of ninjas from the same village. The enemy's corpses are naturally used for experiments and gathering information. Especially experiments. Ninja corpses are different from ordinary people. They are definitely needed for experiments. Let Qing handle the follow-up, and she led the people back to the Water Shadow building. When only she, Changxi and Yugao were left in the office, she spoke. What is your purpose in helping me this time? Terumi Mei stared at Yugao, the six-tails Jinhyuriki who had betrayed the Mist Ninja village a long time ago. I want to return to the village or join the castle tower. Yugao said his intention. Yes, he wanted to join the castle tower, but he couldn't join directly, so he might as well join indirectly from Kirigakure. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched. If the other party hadn't helped her just now, she would definitely let the other party understand what Mizukage-sama means now. But soon, she suppressed this dissatisfaction and said directly. Yes, I agree with you to return to the village, but I can't guarantee whether you can be accepted by the castle tower. She knew the other party's information, and naturally understood why the other party defected before, but now suddenly came back to join. Thank you, Mizukage-sama. Yugao thanked him. When he defected, not only because he hated the village for implanting the Vulpix in his body, but also because he couldn't accept it in the blood mist. But now in Kirigakure village, he wants to make progress too much. Just in time, I have a task for you to give the nobles a 1,000,000,000 points warning, so that they understand that even the most docile hounds can still snap their teeth. Terumi Mei threw a hot potato to Yugao. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Since Yugao decided to join the castle tower, he would naturally not refuse such a task. Anyway, for him, it is enough that he can get protection by joining the castle tower, and at the same time he can enjoy a safe life, so that he and his disciples will no longer be hunted by ANBU. Next, Terumi Mei completed the task perfectly. Bloodbathed the rebellious mist ninjas, and used those nobles' private armies as an excuse to launch an attack, causing several nobles to die of illness, and then negotiated with the daimyo. Not only did he beat the opponent, but he also took over the area with a radius of several hundred kilometers near the village, turning this area into a country within a country. As for sea routes and the like, there is no need to talk about them at all. It is all about those with strong soldiers and horses. It is the daimyo and nobles who should worry, not them. To drag a noble into trouble is not to prepare to deal with the opponent in one fell swoop, but to slowly nibble away at him. Terumi Mei had a good grasp of Dohei's thoughts. After all, he didn't hide it at all. At the same time, the most critical thing is to secure the surrounding area of several hundred kilometers. It doesn't sound too big. A jounin can reach the edge area in an hour using the teleportation technique. But you must know that such an area is much larger than that of the River Kingdom, and no matter how bad the terrain is, it is much better than that. As long as this area is developed and specialized in breeding or planting some food suitable for the Water Kingdom, it will definitely be able to easily feed tens of millions of people. By then, this area will be the foundation of Overlord, which will be enough to support them to continuously encroach on the Kingdom of Water and eventually swallow it completely. If you just occupy Kirigakure village, you really don't need to go to such trouble. But what Tanhei wants is not to occupy the ninja village, but to occupy the countries behind him, which will naturally be much more troublesome. The key point is that the number of shrine maidens in the Kingdom of Ghosts that can be mobilized now is not too large, and they still need to be accumulated slowly. Only with a sufficient number of witches in hand can White is enough to truly swallow the Kingdom of Water, not just occupy it in name, but in fact it is still the bureaucrats and nobles who control it. At the same time, due to Donhei's plan, the importance of the shrine maidens has increased several levels, and their training requires more resources and energy. Faith Plan. Faith is of great use to the castle tower. Not only can negative energy be fed to monsters, but it can also be collected and refined into a super energy source like the Black Rod. Positive emotions and the like can be used to supply Yugu, the fourth holy land. As long as there are people with faith, it can be harvested like a crop. Therefore, Tang Ping's efforts to develop the population and territory are not simply to develop Ninja Village. He has clear goals and needs, and he is not simply trying to become a holy mother. For Ninja Village, the larger the population and the larger the territory, the greater the burden. After all, ninjas are killing tools, not good at management and development. But for the castle tower, in addition to its strong combat power, it is also good at management, even better than the nobles and daimyo who monopolize this aspect. The castle tower can develop crazily precisely because they are not simply killing tools, but a force that can manage their own territory. If it develops like the ninja village, it may be necessary to find a sponsor. After all, the consumption of resources by ninjas cannot be supported by just one village. And wanting to develop an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers is a completely impossible task based on the productivity of the ninja world. But for the castle tower, this matter is really not difficult. Monster. This alien monster may not even be able to deal with a shadow-level warrior in combat. But in terms of construction and production, even the 6th-level powerhouse cannot compare with it. 1,000 terracotta warriors and horses, not only with strong bodies and infinite strength, but also capable of never sleeping, are definitely more useful than any machine. Opening mountains and reclamation are not problems. The castle tower is developing at such a terrifying speed, and most of the credit goes to the sprites. If you have a small amount of credit, you will naturally belong to the group of witches. After the incident in the Kingdom of Water ends, the monsters will soon arrive with the terracotta warriors and horses army to start building this area. As long as this area develops and there are enough witches, it will not be a dream to swallow the Kingdom of Water. As for those Uchiha refugees, they are just avoiding the limelight in the Kingdom of Water and will soon go to the castle tower. Therefore, the internal troubles in the Kingdom of Water have been completely resolved, and the next step is to focus on development. Chapter 545 Dongtang Jingkong Tower. Chapter 545, East, Yutani Kaikong Tower. Castle Tower, Liang Building. Tang Ping sat behind his desk and looked at the people in front of him. Terumi Mei, Yu Gao, Uchiha Shizuka. Several people just came back to report. Well done. After reading the mission report in his hand, Tang Ping was extremely satisfied with this operation. Although he was a little regretful that Master Yuan died, he still had a lot of value. But it doesn't matter, Terumi Mei is still here. At the same time, he is not worried about the other party having any alien intentions, because as time goes by, his control over the Mist Ninja will only become stronger and stronger. Especially after this incident, the villagers understood who they were worth relying on. Anyway, many people now hope that the garrison led by Uchiha Sho can be stationed in the village, at least near the village. At the same time, the Kirigakure villagers also became dissatisfied and hated the daimyo and nobles. After all, this incident was started by the other party. As for those villagers who were stubborn and did not move to the new Kirigakure village, they were all killed from the beginning. How wonderful! This incident not only allowed Terumi Mei to submit a letter of surrender, but also cleared up internal hidden dangers, won the hearts and minds of the people, and even cut a piece of fat from the daimyo. It was completely Qin Shiwang touching the high-voltage wires. What a win! Anyway, Tang Ping was really satisfied, so he made an exception and gave a compliment. As for the unexpected factor, he looked at Yu Gao, the Jinchuriki. That is to say, it is clear that the other party is indeed not from the Terumi clan, otherwise with this brown hair, people will doubt the other party's last name. The Six Tails Jinchuriki. Tang Ping murmured to himself, while thinking about the other party's information in his mind. There was no way he could do it. Before time travel, he was watching Naruto, skipping some boring parts and skipping most of the memories and killings, so he didn't think about the other party's information for a while. But as long as you are a Jinchuriki, there will definitely be tragedy in the future. After all, there is an Akatsuki organization. In other words, if you take the other party under your command, it is very likely that the Akatsuki organization will covet you. But it's okay. The Akatsuki organization is extremely dangerous to others, but it is not a threat at all when facing myself. Under the premise that there are ghosts everywhere, it is impossible to threaten yourself. From now on, you will be under her command and take orders. Tang Ping finally took Yu Gao under his wing. Don't worry if you have too many debts. He was even prepared to deal with the 6 paths, let alone the Akatsuki organization. If Akatsuki is here, White-Eyed Wolf and Black Zetsu will still be within sight. Once Akatsuki is gone, these 2 guys are hidden and there is no chance of finding them, so it is necessary for the Akatsuki organization to exist. At least those dangerous ones can be put the guy right under your nose. Thank you, sir. Yu Gao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had explored the style of the castle tower from all aspects, he finally came to the door. But before things are determined, my heart will naturally keep thinking about it. It's fine now. From now on, he will no longer be chased by Kirigakure Anbu and have no way to go to the sky or to the ground to run around. The most important thing is that the castle tower is not like the Blood Mist Lane before. The environment here makes him yearn for it. Soon, the 3 people left the office. After this incident, Terumi Mei handed over the letter of surrender and completely boarded the castle tower ship. At the same time, she also got a reward that she had coveted for a long time. The Curse Seal of Heaven. She has already seen the power of this thing from Yekang. In the past, there were not enough contribution points. This time, a large amount of contribution points were obtained. Naturally, they were all used for redemption. Since Tang Ping needs to personally implant it, you must find a good opportunity, otherwise even if you redeem it, it won't work if Tang Ping doesn't have time. This time Terumi Mei got what she wanted. In this regard, Tang Ping is naturally happy to help the other party. Because of the heavenly curse seal, improving strength is just incidental. The real effect is brainwashing. Just look at Yekeng and you can see how effective it is. He has now completely become a fanatical supporter of Dopei. Anyway, to her, Sand Hidden Village is only second, and only Tainhei is the only one in her heart. Since it affects the subconscious mind and is not an illusion, it cannot be dispelled and naturally it will not be seen. The only weakness is that it takes a lot of time. But this is actually an advantage. If it takes effect in a short period of time, it will naturally change people's attitudes and arouse suspicion. But if it changes slowly, it will be much more natural and will not arouse suspicion. At this point, Yekeng and Terumi Mei have all turned into the same shape as Dohei. With these two in hand, the plan to win over the Kingdom of Wind and the Kingdom of Water is no longer a castle in the air. Now let's attack the Kingdom of Water first. Wait until the plan to collapse Konoha is over before taking action against Tsunagakure village. After taking over Ninja village, it will not be difficult to swallow up the Kingdom of Wind. When the time comes, with two major countries in hand, coupled with other advantages, there will be a chance to challenge the ninja world alone. Turn over the table. At that time, you will be qualified to overturn the table, and you no longer need to worry about the plot affecting the prophet's advantage. Because by then, it won't matter whether you have the advantage of prophet or not, just rely on hard power to crush them. After dealing with the matter in Kirigakure village, Dohei devoted his attention to the plan. A large amount of materials were sent to Yugu. First, a receiver must be built there. With this thing, directional beliefs can be collected and then converted into energy for use. As for whether it is possible to come up with such a thing? Able. Just like monsters can absorb fear, those evil gods can also receive faith remotely, which is enough to prove that this kind of thing can be absorbed regardless of distance. Starting from this aspect, you can crack the technology. Then using the knowledge of sealing and this technology, you can create something that can absorb faith on a large scale. Just like a signal tower can receive signals and distribute signals. Anyway, Tang Ping is built according to this concept. The idea of the signal tower before traveling, combined with the technology of faith, and the knowledge of sealing, finally gave birth to this plan. As long as he succeeds, Yuga will be able to catch up with the three holy places and even surpass them. But the resources that need to be consumed are also astronomical. If we really want to implement this plan, all the resources and energy of the castle tower will have to be invested in it for a long time to come. This is the benefit of dictatorship. As long as Tang Ping makes a decision, other people's opinions don't matter. In order to complete the first phase, more than hundreds of thousands of tons of steel alone will be needed. Yes, it is such an exaggeration. In other words, the castle tower has enough steel reserves. If it were replaced by other forces, even the Kingdom of Fire would not be able to produce so much steel. As for why so much steel is needed? Signal tower. If you want to absorb a wider range of beliefs, you must naturally make the signal tower higher. Now, the demon is taking the terracotta warriors and horses to eat sand in Tang Valley. It is because of the construction core, otherwise it would take decades for the Fire Nation to complete this project, and the cost would definitely continue to snowball. Even the 5 great ninja villages do not have the financial strength to complete such a project. It can be said that this is a miracle that only the castle tower can accomplish. A few months later, Tang Ping stood in front of the newly built tower and introduced it loudly. From now on, this sitting tower will be called Jingkong Tower. At this time, beside him stood Hyaga Kangyu and Uchiha Mei. After deciding to carry out his own plan, Yugu naturally couldn't keep it a secret, so both of them knew about it. Jingkong Tower. Hinata Kangyu raised her head and looked at the metal tower in front of her, which was in the shape of a grid cylinder and had runes everywhere. She didn't understand why it was named this. Well, Tang Ping definitely didn't mean to allude to certain buildings, it was all a homage. What effect does this thing have? Uchiha Mei, who was holding her arms, narrowed her pink eyes slightly, and the inquiry had an effect. She is very interested in this building that consumes a huge amount of the castle tower's resources. After all, She knew Tang Ping's character very well. The more you pay attention to, the more magical the effect will be. Just like the previous castle tower, it was now being robbed like crazy, and the energy he spent on it was far less than the Jingkong Tower. Chapter 546 A good holy land is given to aliens, committing evil. Jingkong Tower. This is Tang Ping's proud work. Without imagination, knowledge, technology, and terrifying construction capabilities and resources, it would be impossible. It can be said that this is a miraculous creation that only he can complete. So when he heard Uchiha ask, he was naturally willing to show off. It's still in the early stages. The efficiency of collecting, transforming, and bestowing faith is only about 1,000th, and the scope of effect is only about a few thousand kilometers, which can only include the Kingdom of Wind and the Castle Tower area. As subsequent investment increases, all aspects will improve. With the Jingkong Tower, Yugu's growth rate will increase crazily. And there is a new energy system. For example, the witchcraft of the witches can be bestowed by the Jingkong Tower. The more devout your faith is, the greater your contribution, and the more benefits you will receive, such as lasting youthful appearance, and so on. Tang He combined his imagination with the technology and knowledge of the ninja world to come up with a new extraordinary system. The most important thing is that this system bypasses chakra, which is equivalent to getting rid of the restrictions of the Otsutsuki clan. You don't have to use this kind of thing, but you absolutely can't live without it. For example, with the blessing of faith energy and natural energy, effects such as permanent youthful appearance can be said to be basic benefits. Natural energy has these effects, and it is extremely heaven-defying. You will know this just by looking at how long the aliens in the three holy places live. Just like Dohei himself, he has been growing up reversely for a few years and has become younger than Kakashi and the others. But this is actually the effect of life improvement. And under the influence of natural energy, keeping your appearance youthful is really not worth mentioning. Both the heavenly curse seal and the power of nature have these effects. In particular, the effects of extraordinary organs are even more powerful. After all, the main function of extraordinary organs is to adapt people to natural energy. That's why both Hyuga Kangetsu and Uchiha can be so calm. If they had not received this benefit, they would have pinched Tang Ping's neck and forced him to take action. After Tang Ping finished talking about the series of benefits brought by the Skitree, he suddenly realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere around him. At this time, the two of them were staring at the Jingkong Tower with fanatical eyes, as if they wanted to swallow it. There is no way, the effect of this thing is too outrageous. Not only can it collect and transform faith into a usable extraordinary energy on a large scale, but it can also be given to believers together with natural energy. It's simply an artifact. How could such a magical thing not shock and long for the two of them? If they had it too, it makes me excited just thinking about it. Don't make up your mind. This thing is based on the special characteristics of the Holy Land of Yugu. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. There would be no second one. Tang Ping hurriedly gave up their thoughts. Yes, the Jingkong Tower's magical ability is also related to the Holy Land of Yugu. It can't be built just anywhere. Is this so? Uchiha was a little unwilling. Because it would be a pity if there was only one such thing. Wait. Hinata Kangyu asked with a flash of light in her eyes, if it is in the three holy places, can it be built? She discovered the mistake. That is, the prerequisite for the construction of Jingkong Tower is a holy land, but this holy land does not necessarily require Yugu, right? Yes, but do you think they will agree? Tang Ping Xiaoxiang spread his hands. Although the Jingkong Tower is completely a booster for the Holy Land, it can also snatch control. Yugu belongs to him, so there is no problem. Even if the three Holy Lands are short-circuited, they will not agree. That's not necessarily the case. Uchiha pink eyes were filled with murderous intent. The three holy places are destined to be on opposite sides to them. Except for Slippery Forest, they may not take action. The remaining Rika Cave and Miyamu Mountain must be leveled. After taking care of those toads and snakes, doesn't the Holy Land belong to them? Thinking of this, she and Hinata Kangyu looked at each other, and then nodded in agreement. Holy Land, they are going to decide. Such good things are only for virtuous people, and the castle tower is that virtuous person. Isn't it a waste to make such good things in the Holy Land cheaper for those monsters? Sun Xiang Kangyu was even more radical, directly treating the three holy places as his own, and was extremely dissatisfied with the holy places being occupied by those aliens. Regarding the mentality of these two people that good things should be ours, Tang Ping said that it's fine if you are happy. Anyway, in a short period of time, the castle tower cannot support the construction of the second Kaikong Tower. The current Jingkong Tower is only the first stage. If it is to be completely completed, it will take several years and investment. Even the Kingdom of Water can only manage a radius of several hundred kilometers for the time being. Compared with occupying the Kingdom of Water, Jingkong Tower has a higher priority. Okay, let's get started. Tang Ping stopped the two from communicating. He was really afraid that as he spoke, they would prepare to attack the three holy places. Hands-on. Although he also wants to, he will never mess around until he has enough strength. After hearing this, the two of them said no more, but they had already made up their minds and would take action if there was a chance in the future. Once the Jingkong Tower is successfully built, the plan will naturally begin. Tang Ping led the two of them towards the hibiscus tree. Yugu. This valley located deep in the desert of the Kingdom of Wind is completely different from before. When the sand comes to this area, it seems to stop, so there is no yellow sand in the sky, only a lot of green. Layers of knee-high grass dyed the valley green. At the same time, the sunlight is no longer dazzling. Because all the sunlight shining down was blocked by the hibiscus tree, which was over hundreds of meters tall and looked like a mythical creature. Without the sunshine, Tang Gu looks cool and quiet. Wow! From a distance, you can hear the sound of liquid flowing in the soup pool made of entangled tree roots. After such a long time, although the number of hot springs is far less than the scale of waterfalls on Mt. Miyuki, forming a stream surrounding the tree is not a problem at all. Don't think there are too many hot springs. If you really want to use it, you may feel that it is not enough. For example, if you want a crow to grow to the level of the three-toed brothers, you need to consume a fraction of it. If it is the level of the two immortals Fukasaku and Shima, you may have to consume all the springs to have hope, and the target must have sufficient qualifications. Only the natural energy of liquid can be stored and used. If it is in gaseous form, its use efficiency is extremely low. Are these springs? Uchihame looked at the clear green spring water flowing in the Miso-kwan stream around her, sighing in her tone. Because she knows how precious this kind of thing is. Although it is often like this here, it is impossible to have it in the outside world. Only holy places can transform natural energy into liquid form. This is also the reason why the three holy places can monopolize the immortal mode. Of course, cheating players like Senju Hashirama are another matter. Tang Ping lifted the transformation technique. Yes, he looks transformed now. Otherwise, how to explain his sudden reverse growth? When he returned to his true self, he looked completely younger than 20 and looked extremely young. TCH, he really turned into a kid again. Uchihame complained angrily. She was already older than Tang Ping, and now her fiancé had grown several years older. The two of them stood together, just like an old cow eating young grass. Fortunately, she also has extraordinary organs, and her appearance will grow reversely under the influence of natural energy. Otherwise, she would have wanted to kill Tang Ping. Don't worry, as long as I advance to the immortal body, I will be able to grow normally. Tang Ping comforted her and slowly lay down in the soup pool. Bo yi bo, the bicycle becomes a motorcycle. Even if he loses, he has bought insurance, so there is no need to worry at all. A large number of enchantments are distributed around Tangchi, which can be activated as soon as the plan is started. The water in the soup pool is all natural energy, so there is no need to worry about breathing problems. On the contrary, one must use the energy of faith to neutralize and balance the natural energy, otherwise he will really become a vegetative. Chapter 547 Miyamu Mountain is Indiana Action. Let's get started. When Uchihame saw Tohei sleeping in the pond, she looked at Hinata Kangetsu next to her and nodded at the same time. Sleep. Naturally, when the belief in energy balance erodes natural energy, it will cause severe pain. So it's completely tough to bear it soberly. Untie. Uchihame formed the seal, and a cat not far away disappeared. It would bring the order back. Therefore, the shrine maidens who had been prepared for a long time began to promote Udani as a beautiful holy land, the destination of death, and the place of hope. Anyway, all the good things can be obtained in Udani, and they Maiko are also the messengers and incarnations of Udani. A sure kill. The images of witches are all very positive. Not only is he kind and gentle, he is also excellent and fair. After all, for the witches who have been baptized by faith, doing this is more important than life. Of course, don't think that witches are easy to bully. Although they don't have chakra, they are good at swordsmanship, archery, and pharmacology. Ordinary farmers can get the basics of 10, and they also have various methods that cannot be easily dealt with by ordinary people and wild ninjas. If the great ninja village were to take action, there would be no need for the Miko to take action, the castle tower could just take action directly. It can be said that the image of the Miko is too good. Now, they have bound themselves to Yugu, instantly making countless people believe in Yugu and regard it as a pure land and a place of hope. A steady stream of faith began to gather. Although the number is not large, it has begun to be absorbed by Jingkong Tower. At this time, a large number of runes on the huge Jingkong Tower, which had been silent at first, lit up. Belief. It is essentially a kind of energy. At least in the ninja world, so the Jingkong Tower started to operate after it had the energy of faith. Buzz. The light is getting brighter and brighter. Although the quantity is not large, the quality is not very good. After all, the publicity work has just begun. But the area covered by the castle tower was large enough, and there were many people under its command. Moreover, they were extremely simple and trusted the Miko, so they immediately gained faith. In the core base of the Jingkong Tower that exudes golden light, there is a huge pool made of white jade. In the originally empty white jade pool, there was a faint hint of gold liquid. Liquidized faith energy. But it is the kind of positive emotions. Negative energy, which is what Zero Tail absorbs, can also be made into a black stick. With this technology first, plus the various knowledge collected, Doping came up with the positive faith energy condensation technology. The principle is similar, but the emotions are different. Like Phaeton's immortal body, it is actually maintained by faith energy, otherwise it would be impossible. And these liquefied faith energies will flow from the underground ditch into the hot spring. And in the process of flowing, there will be a large number of barriers to filter faith energy. Doping has not forgotten that there are a lot of impurities in faith. If you want to use it without any trouble, the prerequisite is to filter it clean. For black sticks, there is no need to worry about these. Anyway, it is used as fuel, so it doesn't matter if there are a lot of impurities. But these faith energies are what he intends to use to balance the natural energy in his body, so of course impurities are not allowed. Let's go, we'll be busy next. Uchihame said to Hinata Kenya who was standing beside him. Indeed, it would have been fine if they didn't know about Tanggu before. But now that they know about the existence of Tanggu, the three holy places will definitely take action. In fact, some things have already happened. Mayaboku Mountain. In the temple, the big toad immortal sitting in the basin-shaped chair suddenly woke up. Let Fukasaku and Shima come here immediately. It spoke at the first time. In the huge and empty space, it seemed as if a shadow disappeared. Soon, Fukasaku and Shima came to the big toad immortal. Master, I wonder what instructions you are looking for us in a hurry. Fukasaku still respects the big toad immortal. Dad, maybe the master is confused in his sleep. Shima's respect for the big toad immortal is extremely limited. I saw the human holy land appear. This time, the big toad immortal did not act as a riddler, and told the man what he saw in his dream. The human holy land. As the name suggests, it is in the hands of humans. And the three holy places do not belong to humans, which means, a new holy place has appeared in the ninja world. This is not good news for them. Because the three holy places can have the supreme status, it is entirely because they monopolize the holy places and natural energy, so they have this status. Now there is a new holy place, the threat to them can be imagined. Who owns the new holy place? Fukasaku was a little nervous. It's the little guy named Uchiha Tohei. The big toad sage slowly said the name. Then what should we do? Fukasaku asked hesitantly. The other party is also on Konoha's side, which makes the frog embarrassed. Stupid, of course it's destroyed. Shima slapped her husband on the head and said, the new holy place will not only snatch natural energy from us, but also affect our reputation. Naturally, we have to find a way to destroy it. Compared with the upright and stubborn Fukasaku, Shima is more aware of the competitive relationship between the two sides. To put it bluntly, it's either you or me. Unless they are willing to give up everything now and honestly act as a high and uninfluential holy place, just like the wet bone forest, they are destined to be enemies. Think about these things yourself. I need to rest. You guys go down. The big toad fairy began to drive people away. The prophetic dream is not without consumption. In addition, it used the fairy's talisman a few months ago to revive Gamahiro and Gamaken, which caused a lot of consumption to it, so it really couldn't hold on. Yes. Asterisk 2. Fukasaku and Shima retreated at the same time. After leaving the temple, Fukasaku began to discuss the next plan with Shima. It is impossible to go to war with the castle tower directly. Let alone whether it can win, just how to act is a problem. Not to mention, we have to find a way to find the location of the holy place first. Otherwise, if we can't find the location of the holy place, we can't find the real target if we want to go to war. Dad, I think we can join forces with Ryukadong. Shima spoke first. As for Shijulin, there is no need to consider it at all. Slug Immortal is just lying down and will not take any action. Impossible, Mom, how can we cooperate with those evil guys? Fukasaku reacted strongly. Because snakes and frogs are natural enemies, they are in a life and death relationship, so how can they cooperate with each other? This time it's not just our business, Ryukadong will also be affected. No matter how fiercely we fight, we can cooperate on this point, so why not ask the White Snake Immortal for his opinion? Shima can be said to be a smart guy, but he rarely uses his brain. If it's just us, we don't know how many children will die. Would you rather watch the children die than join forces with Ryukadong? Seeing that Fukasaku didn't agree immediately, Shima added. The ultimate kill. If it was just him, Fukasaku would never agree to cooperate with Ryukadong, but when it comes to the children, he is not so determined. Okay, I will send the frog to Ryukadong once. Fukasaku finally nodded. Because he had realized that the Great Toad Sage might also mean the same thing, otherwise he would not have specifically handed this matter over to his wife and him without any instructions. It was obvious that he knew their choice in advance and just acquiesced. In order to protect the interests of Miyaboku Mountain, it is not impossible to cooperate with the enemy. So, the castle tower was instantly targeted by the two holy places. Although they would not take action immediately, there would be various temptations, and once the location of the Soup Valley was found, the two holy places would come for heavenly justice. And Dohei had known this for a long time, so the location of the Soup Valley had never been exposed. Unfortunately, he did a good job of defense, but encountered something. Chapter 548 Six Paths appeared. Dohei, who had fallen into a deep sleep, woke up and appeared in an unknown space. It was pitch black around him, but he could see clearly. And it seemed like there was water under his feet. If he stepped on it, there would be ripples, but it felt real. All these contradictions made Tang Ping realize that his current state was not normal. Especially when he saw the figure sitting in the air in front of him, which was at the same height as him, he suddenly realized it. Because the other party was wearing a white robe with 6 megatama painted on the collar, had 2 horns on his forehead, a long goatee, and a black tin staff across his knees. These alone actually explained his identity. The most crucial evidence was the other party's pair of eyes with incense. No, it should be called samsara eyes. It was clearly saying that he was the legendary Six-Path Sage. You're here. Lu Dao looked at Tang Ping in front of him kindly. He was in the Pure Land, and it took him a lot of effort to lock Tang Ping and drag him here to meet. You, who are you? Dou Ping asked with surprise and uneasiness in his expression. Acting. He naturally knew that the other party was Otsutsuki Hago Romo, but the other party didn't know that he knew it, so he had to use this to test the other party. Even if he knew the other party's information before crossing, he had learned too many lessons in the ninja world, and those things could only be used as references, so this was a perfect opportunity to test him. As for why the other party was able to drag him here to meet. In the original plot, couldn't the other party meet with Prince Naruto and Nabashi to cheat? Now it's just meeting with himself, which is not surprising. It's just that it must not be easy for the other party to do this, otherwise it wouldn't be so rare. And the original Dou Ping has already understood it. Chakra. Or the ninja sect. Do you remember the purpose of the ninja sect? Turn chakra into a bond between people. It sounds very beautiful. But it is absolutely terrifying to think about it carefully. If the bond mentioned here is not just a symbol, but also a description of the function, it proves that chakra can indeed be used by the Six-Path Sage. If chakra is compared to the software before Dou Ping traveled through time, the Six-Path Sage, as the creator of the software, is it not difficult to use the background to locate the user after connecting to the internet, right? Of course, it is not easy for the other party to accurately locate a user. After all, the more users there are, the more difficult it is to locate. As for yin-yang escape, it is equivalent to the highest authority of the software, so any ninjutsu can be erased and cannot be touched. If you think about it this way, the other party can pull Doping here to meet because he has chakra in his body. But Doping is not worried. Because the other party's body is far away in the Pure Land, this place is more like an illusion space, which does not harm him at all. I am Otsutsuki Hago Romo, and some people call me the Six Paths Sage. Six Paths introduced himself. He has a rough understanding of Doping. What? You are actually the Six Paths Sage. Is it the Six Paths Sage who founded the ninja clan? Doping's face was full of excitement, and his voice was trembling. At the same time, he was also sure of one thing. The other party did not have the ability to predict, and did not know much about his intelligence. He did not think that the other party would act in front of him. Because in his heart, except for his mother, no one was worth caring about. It's like a person, would he disguise himself to an ant? It's impossible. So, after confirming this, Doping was relieved. The other party should think that he would affect the other party's layout, so he would meet him instead of discovering his tricks. In the eyes of the other party, the entire ninja world is like a leak field. The other party is constantly harvesting the souls of the strong to the Pure Land, but he doesn't care about the situation in the leak field, as long as he can just enough to provide him with leaks on time. Therefore, the Six Paths Sage had no idea about Dohei's various actions, and he didn't need to know. That's right, I took the trouble to meet you this time because I have something to ask of you. The Six Paths Sage spoke gently. It turned out that he came to see Dohei specifically because he wanted to meet him, the new star of the ninja sect, and at the same time tactfully hoped that he could protect Konoha in the future and prevent it from getting into trouble. Yes, the Six Paths Sage personally intervened. In other words, everyone is a ninja. The sect's own people, Konoha is the leader of the ninja sect and cannot be destroyed in the hands of others. Although Tang Ping felt something was wrong, he didn't think much about it. The next step is nothing more than the Six Paths Sage Pua on Tang Ping, hoping that he will become a line of ninja sect thugs. In this regard, Tang Ping never refuses, takes no initiative, takes no responsibility, and makes no commitment, fully displaying the four-nose principle. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you. When they parted, the Immortal of Six Paths left behind a sentence that filled Tang Ping's mind with doubts. Tang Ping opened his eyes and woke up. The first thing that catches the eye is the hibiscus tree overhead. Good news. Yugu is fine. As long as the hibiscus tree is still there, it means nothing happened to Yugu. Before going into hibernation, what he was most worried about was that when he woke up, Yugu would be gone. Now that Yugu is fine, it means that he won the bet. The key is not this, but because he can wake up, which actually means one thing. I won the bet. Because the natural energy was constantly eroding his body, he decided to step up the accelerator and transform his body into an immortal human body at once, without any pseudo-immortal human body. The worst result is to find a way to resurrect after death. Only when he has a way out will he dare to do this. Now it seems that he succeeded. Because he felt that as long as he gave a command, he could control the natural energy around him. At the same time, there is no way to measure how much chakra is in the body. Is this the immortal body? Although it has not been tested yet, Tang Ping knows very well that he definitely has the human body of an immortal. And it's not like the castrated version like Senju Hashirama. Although the other party also has an immortal body, compared with the immortals of the three holy places, its lifespan is not at the same level, and the degree of physical enhancement has also been weakened. As for Tang Ping's current condition, even if he hasn't been tested yet, he feels that he can live 1,000 years at a leisurely pace. Just like the immortals in the three holy places, the 1,000-year lifespan is just the beginning. It is basically the rhythm of living as long as the natural energy is not exhausted. No wonder you dare to call yourself an immortal, you do have this qualification. And Tang Ping has now stepped into this field. And he also understood the mentality of why the three holy places did not allow other holy places to appear. Because he also thought so at this time. Hate each other, understand each other, and become each other. At this time, he went through this process. Originally, he was extremely unhappy and resented the three holy places' monopoly on natural energy, but later he gradually understood it after having Yugu. Now, I want to suppress any new holy land that appears like the other party. Because natural energy is limited. When the number of holy places increases, the natural energy will not be enough. And natural energy is the foundation for maintaining the immortal. For example, Tang Ping must constantly replenish natural energy in order to maintain his immortal body, otherwise he will degenerate. But, I'm not like you. Tang Ping murmured to himself, and at the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because his immortal body is different from that of the immortals in the three holy places. The energy of faith. Half of his immortal body is constructed of faith energy. In other words, maintaining your own fairy body will only consume less natural energy, and it also supports the transformation of energy in the body. Regardless of natural energy or faith energy, as long as there is one kind of energy, you can continue to maintain the immortal body. What a win! Because natural energy is hard to come by, and it has to be competed with the three holy places. But in terms of faith energy, he really eats alone. And the sources of this kind of thing will increase crazily as the population grows. However, Tang Ping was excited for a long time before he discovered an unpleasant fact. Chapter 549 Promoted to the Immortal Body. Body. Something is wrong. It's not that there's something wrong with the immortal's body, it's because his appearance has changed dramatically. You can see yourself clearly from the water. Except for the eyes being black, everything else is like this. She has white, tender, short hands and feet, and a delicate and handsome little face. One thing can cover up all the ugliness, let alone he is not ugly. Coupled with the immortal temperament, now he can be said to be full of good looks, even more Uchiha than the good-looking Uchiha. Gan. This is too confusing. Tang Ping was a little dumbfounded. Although he doesn't care much about appearance, after all, no matter how handsome he is, the average genuine reader can crush him. The question is, even if you become handsome, why should you become smaller? At this time, even going to the mixed ninja school was no longer a problem for him. But he didn't care about the change in appearance. After all, he didn't rely on his face to earn a living. The important thing is the fairy body. After having the fairy body, his chakra starts at least 100 calories. Note that only 100 calories is not the upper limit of the immortal body, but his current upper limit. This body has returned to the infancy stage, which means that it will be in a period of rapid growth in the next time, and chakra will increase crazily. In a few years, when the immortal body matures, the chakra will start at least 1000 calories, which can barely be regarded as a shatara. As for now, at most it's about Cha-Jin Law. If it's hundreds of calories, it's no less chakra than an average large psychic beast. It sounds like the data is not an exaggeration. But as long as you look at the size difference between the two sides, you will know how outrageous this is. Of course, chakra is just attached belt. The key point is that the control of natural energy has become completely instinctive. Even if it is not as good as Hashirama's level of entering sage mode in seconds with a clap of his hands, Do Ping now thinks it will not exceed 10 seconds. Nonsense, his sage body is only short in lifespan and nourishing the body. In other aspects, with the blessing of Ajura Chakra, it is even better than the real sage body. And as long as Do Ping continues to get familiar with sage mode, the time to enter can be continuously compressed. Even if he practices to enter sage mode in seconds, it is not impossible. And his Yang Dun progress is frighteningly fast after he has a sage body. From the previous entry level, he has become a master of Yang Dun. Well, the growth of Yang Dun not only makes his body more energetic and tougher, but also can integrate other escape techniques. For example, melting Dun. There has been a big change. Qualitative leap. Now Do Ping can say with certainty that he has entered the super shadow level. Even if he is just a goalkeeper of this level, there is a qualitative difference from before. If he adds his extraordinary organs, which he doesn't know whether they are finished or not, it is not a dream to fight Hashirama head-on. Well, but it's too early to win. Because at least he has to wait until he develops some powerful immortal arts and abilities, and wait until his body grows to the peak state. Now he has just obtained the immortal body, but has not entered the peak period. And his immortal body is bound to the Tang Valley. The stronger the Tang Valley, the stronger the immortal body. It can be said that if he fights in a place like Tang Valley, he can almost say that his natural energy is endless, at least before the hot springs are dry. Now, he understands the difficulty of attacking a holy place. Fighting at home, it is almost the rhythm of using up natural energy. The only thing that limits the output may be himself. Hey! Du Ping suddenly found something very wrong. Why did the surroundings change so much? Yes, now he discovered a fact that shocked him. The change is too big. Not to mention other aspects, the hot spring he was lying in alone has increased several times. It was originally only the size of a small pool, but now it is at least the size of a small lake, and it is much deeper. It can accommodate more than 10 times more hot springs than before. You know, hot springs are not easy to accumulate. It took more than 10 years to accumulate before. Now it is more than 10 times more, which is a bit too shocking. The change of the hot spring pool alone surprised him, not to mention the hibiscus tree. It is more than twice as high as before, now it is almost several hundred meters high, and the area covered by the canopy is even more exaggerated. A small part of the entire Tang Valley is covered. You know, Tang Valley is almost a few kilometers wide and more than 10 kilometers long. Such a huge valley has a small area covered, which is simply terrifying. Pib. And there are dense crows on the trees, and the number is countless times more than before. The key is that these crows are not ordinary in terms of size or momentum. Crows bigger than elephants can be seen everywhere, how can they be ordinary, and there are even more terrifying breaths in the canopy. There are more than one that can rival the three-toed brothers, and the key is that there is a terrifying aura on the top of the tree, which makes him a little surprised. Taiki. Now it can definitely be called a crow immortal. At least it is at the level of Fukasaku, Shima, and Sanshiji, and has undergone earth-shaking changes. The changes in Tanggu are so great, and the changes in the Qingkong Tower located in the valley entrance area are even more exaggerated. It is much taller and thicker than before, and it is now flashing with golden light, like a golden spear that even the clouds can't stop. Well, if there are clouds in the desert sky. According to Do Ping's estimation, this stage should belong to the third stage, right? But to reach this stage, even if there are ghosts, it will not be achieved in just 1 or 2 years. Time. Yes, Do Ping has finally realized this key issue now. How long have I been dormant? According to the original plan, he would sleep for a maximum of 1 or 2 years, which would be enough to succeed or fail in his promotion to the sage body. But judging from these changes, his sleep time is definitely far beyond imagination. What worries him most is that the Fourth Ninja World War is over. If his ideal is to lie down like this, he will definitely laugh out loud. But now he has stood up. If he misses this opportunity, he will not have the chance to solve the Otsutsuki family and reshuffle the cards. In other words, if he misses the Fourth Ninja World War, the Ninja World will still be the Otsutsuki's amusement park in the future, and he can't even think about turning over. Under such a premise, how can he not worry? Fortunately, he still has someone to ask. Swoosh, swoosh. Do Ping dragged his wide clothes and rushed to the top of the tree canopy. Yes, there is Taiki. As his own summoned beast, now he has entered the sage level, it is impossible that he can't even speak, right? The hibiscus trees, which are several hundred meters high, are as tall as the mountains, and there are countless crows living in them. No. These can no longer be called crows. They are transforming into the golden crow. Natural energy transformed with chakra, these crows are transforming towards the race of three-legged golden crow. Don't think it's impossible. Chakra and natural energy are extraordinary energies, so it is not surprising that this happens. Pepet, pipe. A crow sounded. But it is not a warning, but a sign of surrender and docility. After all, Tanghe carries the aura of Yutani, and it can be seen from this that he is the controller of Yutani. The status is the same as the 3 great immortals of the 3 great holy lands. Soon, he came to the top of the hibiscus tree. The terrifying heat gathered like a storm, but disappeared into this huge nest at the top of the tree. Yes, there is an amazing nest at the top of the umbrella-shaped tree canopy. Tai. Just live here. Countless light and heat are absorbed by it in the nest. At this time, Tai also changed a lot from his original appearance. The crown feathers and 3 crow's feet on the top of the head, coupled with the dark gold wings, highlight its extraordinary features. The focus is on the body. Big again. Perhaps the biggest difference between Tai, the crow immortal, and the smaller immortals from the 3 holy places is size. No matter Fukasaku, Shima, or even the 3 snake princesses from Raiji Cave, they are not big in size. But the reason why they are not big is consumption. It takes a lot to maintain an immortal body. If you really maintain a huge immortal body, the consumption will definitely be dozens or hundreds of times higher than that of a small body. It can be said that they chose to reduce their size to reduce consumption. As a new holy land, Yugo does not need to support too many psychic beasts, so it can afford the consumption of Tei. Tangping's arrival awakened Tei, who was huddled in the nest, causing him to slowly open his dark golden pupils. Chapter 550 LYB 6 Paths. Chapter 550 LYB, 6 Paths. Lord Tanghe. A neutral voice filled with respect and excitement sounded from Tai's mouth. Yes, Tei can finally speak. But it's right to think about it. There are a lot of people in the 3 holy places who can talk, and it's rare to be someone like Tei who can't speak for a long time. Tei, what year is it now? Tangping immediately asked what he cared about most. Sir, it is Konoha's 60th year. Tei told Tangping the news that made him both angry and relieved. The reason for saying relaxed is because there are still a few years until the 4th Ninja War, and he has not missed it. The hatred is naturally directed at Liu Dao Lyb. Now of course he understands that he has been plotted by the other party. The gift the other party gave him was to help him advance to the immortal body, but at the cost of making his original sleep time of 1 or 2 years longer several times. Sleeping for about 5 years also gave Konoha a chance to breathe. Obviously, the other party felt that Konoha was too weak at the time and the castle tower was too strong, so they plotted against themselves. Of course, this can't be said to be a conspiracy. After all, they were helping me. I have to say that this person is indeed Lyb, who cheated me secretly, and I have to thank him in my heart. Logically speaking, this is indeed the case. They helped me advance to the immortal body. Isn't this a huge favor? Just because of this, he would be embarrassed not to contribute to the ninja sect in the future? However, the other party must not know that Dohei has no intention of destroying Konoha. Since he knew that the water there was too deep, and there were 6 people secretly watching him, he would overthrow the other party only if his mind was filled with water. Doesn't he feel good about sucking blood secretly? Fortunately, the places he targeted, such as the river country, tea country, Kirigakure village, etc., were all outside the land of fire, so the 6 paths didn't care at all. Otherwise, they would have noticed his ambitions long ago and it would have been a good idea if they didn't take action to destroy him. Even helping him advance to the immortal body was simply overthinking. In other words, Tangping actually had no loss. So much money. However, at this time in Konoha's 60th year, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he felt complicated. Because, this is the time when Prince Ming comes out of Novice Village and officially takes the stage. If I remember correctly, Konoha's collapse plan is also this year. And this plan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the castle tower. You can use Yekang to take the position of Kazekage. As for the original Gara-san? Sorry, Amir Jinhuriki is really not qualified to compete with Yekang, regardless of strength or status. In the original plot, it was because the Sand Ninja had no suitable choice that a Kazekage like Gara was chosen to take over. But now there is a better choice like Yekang, and with the support of the castle tower, he can be promoted even if he is forced to do so. But the first priority is to return to the castle tower. Send me back to the castle tower. Tangping was eager to return home and was ready to let Tei send him back. Although I knew everything was fine just by seeing that the Jingkong Tower in Yuga was completed on time, I still felt uneasy until I saw it with my own eyes, so naturally I wanted to go back as soon as possible. This place is thousands of kilometers away from Tsunagakure village and further away from the castle tower. It is really not easy to go back. The boundless yellow sand is the best barrier, but it is also inconvenient when entering and exiting Yugu. Yes, sir. Tei will naturally not refuse. A body as huge as a mountain stood up and spread its wings in this green jade-like nest woven from hibiscus branches. The dark golden wings spread out as if covering the sky and the sun, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Tangping, on the other hand, jumped on the opponent's back. Only ninjas can stand firm. If it were an ordinary person, here there is no way to stabilize the body on such smooth wings. Who? Taiki flapped his wings and slowly took off. Now Tei can no longer take the agile route like before. This side of the wing is almost 100 meters wide, even large summoned beasts like Wenta can only be regarded as small ones in front of it. Of course, birds are mostly fat. If we really talk about weight, Tei will not be much stronger than large summoned beasts. But at least in terms of combat power, it is not a problem for Tei to beat the three-toed brothers now. Even if he encounters Fukasaku and Shima, he has a chance in one-on-one, and he can hold on for a while in one-on-two. Yes, Tei is so strong now. However, slow takeoff does not mean slow flying speed. Now it is a crow immortal, not only can it fly at high speed, but it can also continuously absorb the sunlight in the sky to replenish its physical strength. It's just too much. The air exploded. As Tei continued to accelerate, he had broken the speed of sound. That's right, the body broke the speed of sound. It would have been impossible for Dohei before he crossed over. But in this ninja world where the dead are resurrected, time travel is traveled, space is controlled, immortality is immortal, and interstellar travel is possible, this situation is definitely a small scene, and there is no chance to be incredible. Just like Kai, Xiaoli, and other physical masters, after opening a few doors, the body can also break the speed of sound in battle. In comparison, Tei is really ordinary. At the same time, Dohei doesn't need Tei to send him too far, just send him to the border between the wind country and the river country. Such a huge figure, if it enters the country, will definitely alarm many forces. He doesn't believe that after so many years, the major forces will not pay attention to the sky. And after paying attention, it is not impossible for ninjas to make anti-aircraft things. In fact, Dohei didn't need to go to the border at all. He encountered several airships on the way, which fully demonstrated how rampant this thing is now. It's just that when he met them, he let Tei avoid them first, not wanting to expose his whereabouts. When he arrived at the border of the river country, he directly entered the country from the sky and asked Tei to go back directly. In the current river country, the area occupied by the castle tower in the south is full of buildings and densely populated, and everyone looks very leisurely. Even those figures working on the wooden ox were sweaty, but they also had smiles on their faces. However, Tang Ping just glanced casually and did not even enter the talent training base of Kidian Orphanage. Just looking at the scale, it can be found that it has expanded several times, which shows the development. If you use the instant body technique to travel, don't go back to the castle tower too fast from the border of the river country. Dang Ping kept the transformation technique all the way. After all, he is really not majestic now, and his clothes are very ill-fitting. Headache. Now he has to think about how to explain the changes in his body after returning. But it's okay, these are all minor problems. The key is to go back as soon as possible. In less than a few hours, he returned to the castle tower. It's just that, looking at the city in front of him, even Tang Ping felt a little unfamiliar. It's too big. The original castle tower was already big enough. But the current castle tower can be described as stretching for miles. And this refers to the main city, not including the farms and orchards around it. The areas around the castle tower that were taken after the defeat of the daimyo coalition were now fully developed and fertile. Note that it is impossible for the monsters to lead the construction corps to attack these places, so they were reclaimed out of thin air, which is completely a super project. However, it is precisely because of these arable lands that the pressure on the city can be reduced. In addition, Tang Ping discovered one thing. There are sun flags everywhere. That is, a flag with a black background and gold patterns, a golden sun, and a huge hibiscus tree in the valley below. At the same time, this pattern is also the representative pattern of the castle tower. It can only be said that the castle tower had to be disguised in the past, and acted in step with Konoha everywhere. But now, it is completely starting to stop pretending. But there is no way. If you want to gather faith, these are necessary tasks. The valley on the flag is Tangwu, and it is also the place of hope and happiness in the propaganda. The terrifying strength, coupled with the familiarity with the castle tower, allows Do Ping to avoid patrols and ears even if he is not good at stealth. Just when he returned to the residential area, his expression was a little weird. The appearance has changed a lot. It's not that the buildings have changed, but because there are parks, small bridges and flowing water, pavilions and towers everywhere, and residential buildings are distributed in between, making this area completely quiet in the midst of noise. As for security, there is no need at all. There are ninjas walking on the street at any time, and they are all strong. In this way, he carefully sneaked to the door of his house. First, he unlocked the transformation technique and prepared to push the door to enter. "Hey, who are you, kid? Why are you here?" A voice came from behind.